There we go. Alright, we fixed it. We did it. Just at the right time to enjoy Cairo coming in. The ultimate of the Rishi Mahjong players. Love me a Cairo on a wonderful Saturday morning. Cairo, it's good to see you. Thank you for bringing community in with mine.
All right, Drew, it's a new plasma TV and a sub to Ryudo.
Jay, thank you for breaking my goddamn television.
You know what? A sub to Ryudo.
I only have one of those, Jay. You broke it. It's done. We're never gonna have a TV again. Oh, gosh. Good morning, everybody. Now that everything's working. As a joke, my computer decided to just crash everything as I was about to go live. And we're back. We're good. We're good. I had to restart and everything. And then OBS pulled the practical joke of, hey, what if we just turned off all your options? What then? What would you do? The answer is complain loudly. Hopefully you're all doing well. Happy Saturday. And or Sunday if you happen to reach those far edges of the planet. I don't think anyone does. I don't think they exist yet. But that's right, Empress. I'm back in the Monster Hunter mines with all the salt rocks that come with it, and it's unfortunate. What's up, Empress? What's up, JU? I'm a little surprised to hear, but at the same time, I know you said you were starting to back away from finding game events, so I thought you would be at Evo, but I mean, I guess neither am I either, so there's also that. Also, what's up, Kevka? What's up, Zappa? What's up, Jobberwalk? And Kindest Weapon as well. Grinding out the losses where you grind out a co-host. I understand. Understandably. And no, Zappa's right. Tile Solitaire. I've decided if I'm just going to have to, be an NPC watching 3 other people play the game around me, fuck it. I'll just play my own Solitaire. Where I can put in blackjack and or sex workers of my own choosing. It's going to be nice. Also, what's up, Chocolate Dave? What's up, 5 Gay Emus? And once again, what's up, Cairo? Good to see ya. Your PC also decided to crash this morning? It's just a cursed morning, I guess. Turns out, PCs suck. Computers suck. Let's just go back to, I'm going to write you all a letter, and I'm going to tell you what I'm doing in-game, and what's on the video, and and a small drawing of what facial expression I'm making. And that'll be the new age of streaming. I'm just going to send you letters once every, 2 hours, and so by the time you receive them all, you can put them all together, and you can make your own stream board of all the things that happened in the day. It did happen on the show, Zappa, but it was an April Fool's trick. It's really good. That's why they never say the brand of the TV. Because they can't. They don't want to say, oh, your TV breaks if you knock it over off this pedestal, which is reasonable for any TV out there, but I don't think anyone wants to have their brand attached to that. Hey, your TV breaks live on national television. Well, I'm not going to watch it anymore. Stocks are down. Can't want that shit. Also, what's up, Petty? How you doing? Good to see ya. Steel-toed loafers. Oh, man. Those are some comfortable loafers. And you can kick ass with them. Happy Saturday to you. I'm too poor for Evo. I'm too poor, period. Damn. The feels right now are reals as fuck. Like posting actually going live. Yeah. I was about to start and just the computer just decided to stop. And I thought, well, maybe I'll give it a minute to fix itself. And it just never fixed itself. And I just had to give up the ghost, start over, reopen everything, change everything on the stream, all that sort of stuff. Vaughn Solo with 40 old days. And Jay at the same time with a sub as well. Thank you both. Whether it's 1 day or 40 days, I appreciate all the days that I get to spend with you here on twitch.tv.com. I greatly appreciate that. Holy shit. 40 days. That's crazy, though. That is crazy. And the fact that JU took their Bezo bucks and gave it to me, that's great. I love that. Super, super good. A Mahjong training arc. Honestly, I do. Legitimately, I have been, waffling on actually hiring you and or Minimat to coach me through some games to figure out what the hell I'm doing wrong. There's only a certain aspect at this point where I'm thinking okay, I've had what feels like bad luck for a long time, and I don't think this can actually be it anymore. It has to be something I'm doing wrong or some sort of technique or tactic I have not learned yet. So I need to, like, hire y'all. You want to coach me? Game's also played on the computer. No, it's not. No, it's not. Shut up. I have Capcom sending me. I have Capcom sending me letters every 2 hours explaining what's going on in the game. Also, Chiral, for 2 whole days like this, spreading that prime around like it's peanut butter. That's great. I like peanut butter a lot, and I love it when it's spread around, especially on me. This is getting weird. Anyway, thank you. That the spread is coming back around. It's great to have you for 2 whole days. Love to see it. Avanzo, how are you with the Mega Dab collection that you got going on there? And your DK okay at the same time. Heck yeah. But I need to go on a Mahjong training arc. Honestly, legitimately, I need to figure out what the hell I need to do at these master level stuff. Or even gold level Sanma. I'm really stuck there, and I don't know why. Because the first 2 levels of gold were easy. Like, they were easy. Everything I had learned up to this time had been working great. And then suddenly, it all just came to a screeching halt, and I have not gotten first place in about over 15 games now. And I'm just like, the odds are that I should at least luck into 1 first place. But no, I'm just not. I'm getting a lot of seconds, but I've also watched my points slowly drain over the past, like, month. And it's like, I don't get what's going on, so we'll see. Nope, no Evo for me. Because I moved further away from Evo, so it's not as cost accessible. And the thing about me and Evo is that I like Evo, sure, but it's still, like, the 4th most important tournament to me on the US tournament cycle. And I really like going to EVO because I really like going to Vegas. I really go for Las Vegas more than EVO, even though EVO's really good. But if I can't, since I moved and everything like that, I don't have as much cost to just say, I'm going to go out and hang out in Vegas and, you know, spend the exorbitant amount of money to do that. It's like, I should just not go and save that money and be responsible and stick to more close events, which I will be doing next week. So that'll be good. Also, what's up, Atomic Collider? How you doing? Some like I don't want to play Jade Room 4 player and then just kept winning. That's how it started. And now I'm just like, I just want to finish Gold 3. And then I can move on back to Jade Room stuff or Master Room stuff. I don't know what room it is. I forgot. But I stopped winning and now I'm like frustrated because I'm like, why am I not winning anymore? What have I changed? Have I changed anything? Was I really just on a lucky streak for like 20 straight games, I guess? I don't know. It's frustrating. I don't know. You want to know what's really, really good? What's really, really good? Zappa. Tell me your secrets right now. You have to. So you have like 1 hour. Yeah, oh my God, I hope I turn on the game and the game glitches into like where I'm on the final battle. And the monster only needs like 4 more hits. And I just have to hit it 4 more times. And it's just, the game's like, cool, you did it. Good job. You can go home now. I'm like, great. Done with this fucking game. That'd be superb. But no such luck, unfortunately, for your boy Rio, I assume. Good luck and bad luck streaks happen. It does. But I think there's just a certain degree where it's just like, okay, I need to be doing something different. It can't be just that bad of luck. I just don't believe it can be just that bad of luck. I feel like odds are saying that I should be able to break that between like a first place. Like, I get 1 good hand, so I can finish a hand, and it's good enough. Yo, Tiara, what's going on? The one they call it Dr. Adonis. I think that's just you. I think that's only you, and you only. What's going on? Good to see you. I'm 234's finished with my Super Robot Wars Comeback 2 Part 3 translation. Not 117th, 234's exactly. Look, Zappa did the math. And it's exactly 234. So if you try to simplify it, Zappa will come over to your house and shoot you with... See, I wanted to make a Super Robot Wars joke, and I wanted to say shoot you with, like, another robot that wasn't Gundam, but I couldn't think of another mecha that wasn't Gundam fast enough. The Messenger Z. He'll shoot you with the Messenger Z. There we go. We made it. Something like that. The does hard. That's a robot. It's probably a robot. Give him the Rust Hurricane. That's exactly the move I was thinking of, Zappa. That was exactly the move in my head. 100%. Definitely wasn't thinking about any other moves. Oh, I missed the hype train. Shit. Y'all had a hype train going? Shit, you're right. You're right, to which I did miss the hype train, as a matter of fact. It's exactly therefore 234s. Exactly. It's easy. Gundam isn't Super Robot Wars, but I just didn't want to. It's like going to like your fancy local ice cream shop that uses like their grandfather's recipe to make some of the best ice cream heralded in the state, and you go in there, you get vanilla. I didn't want to go into this joke and just say Gundam, the most popular mecha show probably across the world. I wanted to do something spicy. I wanted to add a little bit of aromatic bitters to my vanilla ice cream. Really catch you off guard and be like, wow, that Ryudo guy really knows what he's talking about. But I choked. Failed. Happy almost hype train. I think there was a hype train. I just didn't see it. I think because it said I missed it, so I definitely didn't see it happen. Oh, 32 stages plus the prologue and the epilogue. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. It's legitimately two 34s. Spicy ice cream. Spicy ice cream is good, though. I will say, I like spicy ice cream and spicy beer. Goemon Impactor. Yeah, but Goemon Impactor is not in Super Robot Wars, right? Jabberwock, are you about to blow my mind? Please do. You're watching my shoes. I do, though. I lurk a lot because, you know, I'm usually working, and you're like the perfect background noise to have as you reset your your 60% odd shot until it hits, which has me in stitches every time. That is an absolutely wonderful combo. Crochet Hook got me onto that. I'm like, that's pretty good. I like it. But I also don't super care for ice cream, so I'd never go out of my way to get it either. Coasting in a Parasite Eve later on. A tail twice as big as yours. Oh, that's humongo. Chungo. You love to hear it. Hell yeah. Because he's too super for the rest. Oh, gosh. Also, what's up, Amber? I'm glad that you're screaming today. Is that what dogs do on a Saturday? Just a nice little screamerino? Never watched a Gundam even. Hey, neither have I. I've never watched a Gundam either, so don't worry. You and me, Cairo, we're in the same boat. We talk about war crimes all the time, but it sounds like Gundam really goes into war crimes. Just our casual Tuesday conversations about war crimes. I just call up Cairo on my phone, and I say, hey, Cairo, what do you think about today's war crimes? And we just have like a 2-hour conversation about it. Whether it's, you know, giving birth to a baby in a tank, or your only red-headed soldier is angry that the dark-haired soldiers aren't being racist enough against. So it's just a day in the world. More ice cream for us, I guess. Yeah, y'all can have my ice cream. Ice cream's good, but I won't go out of my way for it usually. I've only gone out of my way for ice cream once, and it wasn't great. Because it was a local store back in Colorado that I went to that was selling candy corn ice cream. I'm like, well, I like candy corn, and I like their ice cream, so I'm going to go get that. I'm going to go out of my way. The moment they announce it, I'm going in. Only to figure out that they actually use chunks of candy corn inside of their ice cream, which is a terrible idea for anyone who's had candy inside of ice cream, because that shit freezes over, it becomes very, very hard and solidified, and it's a pain to chew into. It's awful to chew into. The flavor outside of it was fine, but you had to avoid the actual candy corn, which is like a dumb idea. I hate when people do that. It's like, if you're going to put something in your ice cream, you also make it soft. That's why they call it soft serve ice cream, you assholes. Which from Mercury? I probably should. I probably should watch a lot of shows. Well, someone say Valkyria Chronicles? I did. Well, I guess I didn't, but that is what I was talking about. He's busy in Hollywood. He's busy in Hollywood. He's too big for the small stars. He's too big for the all-stars. Going more impactful. That's really good. Yeah, I'm a serial killer, as in I'd be eating bowls of cereal every day. Yum, yum, yum. Your stream was a surprise, but a welcome one. You put on a good stream. There's nothing else to say. You do a good job. You stream good. I like people who stream good. I hang out and stream gooders out there. You know I'm just killing time so I don't have to play Monster Hunter, right? Alright, fine. Let's play Monster Hunter. Hold on a sec. I'm going to close down the window real quick. Well, not close it, I should say, but I'm going to put it away real quick while I open a bunch of windows, because stuff will probably break, and if it breaks, I'm just going to be like, whoops. Just going to listen to some more delicious Ducky's Delivery Service music. Just enjoy the vibes. It's going to be my ending stream music whenever I set that up properly. All right, there we go. All right, so from those people who were here last stream on Thursday where everything broke and went wrong, you may remember me talking a little bit about Jojo's Bizarre Adventure, how I watched parts 1 through 4 and I just got super stuck on 5. I got mega stuck on 5. I didn't like it. I don't know. It wasn't hooking me. Maybe it was burnout because I watched parts 1 through 4 in very rapid succession and everything like that. And I just had a hard time going through 5. So maybe the master of internet storytelling, Super Eye Patch Wolf, who has a video specifically about why I should watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5 Golden Win. If he can't convince me onto it, nothing will. Nothing will inspire me. This is the break in case of emergency glass, and Super Eye Patch Wolf is behind it, saying, "Why did you put me behind a pane of glass?" And I just kind of shrug and say, just talk about whatever subject is on your mind right now in excruciating detail. So I'm hoping for that. Major war criminal is no more, and their purple hair racism is starting to be fought against. Oh yeah, finally. We're defeating racism. All it took was like 3 days of concentrated. Come on, Rosie, stop being like that. She went to the beach with them. It was fine when she went to the beach with them. But the moment that beach was over, the moment they got back into the war, she went up and went, "Doctor, turn off my racism inhibitors." She went in. God damn. Like, she was like underhandedly racist before. She was like the Waka level racist. Why is it all? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Why is it always the redheads in the Japanese games that are the racists? What are you saying about redhead racists out there? You got Waka and Rosie out there saying the bullshit. Hey, happy time zone to all, Torksai. How you doing? Hopefully you're having a good one. Good to see ya. Gummy bears, ice cream. I realized cold gummy bears are bad. Exactly. Cold gummy bears are trash. Chinese stereotype of Americans that we always serve for breakfast. It's like part of their general image of our culture, like guns and cars and cheeseburgers. Yes, that's factuals though. A lot of, thanks to the 80s and 90s, we got really addicted to sugar in the morning, and cereal for breakfast is a great dosage of that without any other redeeming qualities besides all the vitamins they stuck into there. It's one of the game's story. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. That's fair. Actually, I've seen part of it. Maybe I can continue because I hear great things about part 6. So I just need to get there. Yeah, I think part 6 is the one with the female protagonist, right? Okay, 6 years contest because psychological horror triggers my anxiety. Yeah, that's fair. No, it goes very good into talking about psychological horror and like setting the plate for it. So yeah, I can understand that. Super Eye Patch Wolf is a great storyteller, for better or for worse in these cases. Or the heaviest things happen right after the beach episode. Yeah, it was just all, it just flipped the switch. Like, remember the beach? Yeah, fuck the beach. Fuck the budding romance. Where's this time to get into concentration camps and racism from within? It's like, damn, what the fuck? I just got here. Jesus. All racism will be judged on the Waka racist level. We have a chart from 0 to 10, and and Waka's on the other end, and it's just like between 0 and Waka, how racist are they in this RPG? This is getting stupid. Oh gosh, 8 JoJo's and only 1 is a. He thought about it once. It was on his brain. All right, let me close down Ducky's delivery service real quick. Let me get this video going. I'm having fun talking. It's crazy, right? I enjoy talking. I'm a streamer who enjoys talking. That's crazy. All right, one thing I've been considering, by the way, for the picture-in-picture gaming, do I want picture-in-picture on top, or do you not need to see part of the details of Monster Hunter? I feel like I still want it on top, but I kind of want an opinion between the two. How important is Monster Hunter to you versus how important is seeing the entirety of this video to you? A gay romance novel from Final Fantasy II. I mean, I'd write it. I wouldn't write it good, but I'd write it. There's 9 JoJo, also Suzuka Joestar, which is a thing that never came to fruition. I have no idea what that is, so I can't even say. The Rosie Walker comparison is so true, and I hate that is so true. It's all right. I'm going to play Final Fantasy 16 someday, and I'm sure there won't be any redheaded racists in there. It'll be fine. I'm a flesh tuber. I'm a just chatting flesh tuber, actually. That's my actual niche. It's the only part that matters. It's true, though. I wonder if I can get in trouble because I don't have enough game footage versus everything else footage. Makes sense given the ratio. All right, let's just do game on top. I'll make it a smidge smaller. A smidge smaller. I'm going virtual. The flesh is right there. You can see it on screen. Just keep looking for it. It's there. Don't worry. You'll find it. I believe in you. All right. Let's find out why I should watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5 Golden Wind specifically. And maybe why I hella bounced off of it. We'll see what happens. All right. And make sure the sound is also good when I get the chant.
Before, and I'll say it again. If you ever do a video for Part 5, I will achieve heaven.
Who else is here to wait for why you should watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5 Golden Wind?
Why you should watch JoJo's Part 5.
Waiting for the why you should watch JoJo's Part 5.
Where the heck is the Part 5 video?
Maybe you should do your
Who
job
else is
as
waiting
an
for why you should watch
anime
JoJo's
YouTuber
Bizarre
instead of
Adventure
doing
Part 5?
Oh, where's my scary stuff?
Frankly,
As if anyone cares
Give
about
it to
those
us
things.
right now.
No.
No.
Okay, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure started off life as a story about a strapping young lad and his quest
Oh
to
my
defeat
gosh,
his
that's great.
evil vampire brother through the use of magical sunshine karate.
Yeah.
It was a fun, weird power fantasy.
Oh, wait, hold on a
brimming
sec.
with the
I
action
realized that
system.
my closed captions are off. Let me fix that. Auto-generate. Do we have by chance? Do we by chance have actual? No, just auto-translates. Okay, just wanted to see. Come back. Don't look at my playlist.
Of its author,
That is going to be shown on stream anyway.
coupled with the man's genuine earnestness for heartfelt storytelling, and since then has evolved over multiple successive parts, all of which I have already done a video on. And if you are starting on this one with no knowledge of JoJo, sure, you do you, buddy. But what's been so interesting about making
All right,
this
let me know if the
series
volume is good. I
watching
do want it a
artists
bit
build
louder, obviously, so we can
storytelling
watch the
change
video.
with each
But
successive
you know,
part.
let me know if the
So
sound
much
is
so
off
that
because
by part
he's
5,
very
Golden
soft-spoken.
Winds, things have changed a lot. Part 5 is unusual in a lot of ways. While the story of the majority of the first 6
We can
JoJo
hear it?
parts
Alright,
all
cool.
directly feed into the part that follows, Part 5 is far more isolated, with the events of the story existing as a kind of splinter arc from Part 3,
Alright,
drawing
one thing I need to
only
do, by the way.
minimally from the events of Part 4 and having little
I don't like
if
Monster
any
Hunter 1,
repercussions on the story of
at
Part
least.
6.
That's all I can
But
say,
Part
'cause I haven't
5
played
is
many-
also one of my personal favorites.
I haven't actually played
featuring some
much
of the most
Monster Hunter, so I can't really
compelling
say.
characters, battles and themes of the entire series thus far. And to explain why that is, we are of course going to start with our brand new JoJo, Giorno Giovanna. Journo
The
is a kind
non-Jojo.
of black sheep of the Joestar family. Simultaneously, both the
That would have been really good. Just 30 minutes of no, and it just doesn't do
Brando,
anything.
it's
Wrestling is anime,
weird.
though. Accurate.
The most defining character trait of Journo is
You
how he's
hated
like a
part 5.
combination
I cannot
of
get
these
attached to
two
part 5,
opposite
so hence I'm
characters.
watching this.
Like
Maybe this will
Jonathan,
fix my
he's
mind.
capable
What's up,
of
Jason? Good to
incredible
see you, buddy.
kindness and empathy. An empathy that's manifested itself
really like
in his
part 4,
power to
though.
imbue life to inanimate
He's a
objects.
shower.
And also, like Jonathan, is a firm
He's
believer
quiet
in
compared to me.
justice and
All right.
good, causing him to
Let me turn
set
him up
out
a
on his
little
quest
bit
to become
more.
a gangstar and rid
A
the streets
gangstar.
of
I forgot.
Italy
A fucking
of its insidious
gangstar.
drug
I got that's what it
trade.
was.
But that gentle kindness is also streaked with something much darker. In the face of those he considers evil, that
That's an
kind
English
of
translation.
empathy
I will not.
give way
It's
to
not part of
a
the challenge,
frigid
unfortunately,
malice.
to play a better game.
Unlike previous protagonists, Journo has no desire to understand or befriend his opponents, nor any reservation about killing his enemies, even treating them with a sadistic brutality. And it's in these moments that Journo's calm, righteous demeanor subside, and we see the traces of Dio that float beneath.
I need to figure out.
It's that duality
how to
combined
make
with his
paintballs. Do I
calm,
not know how to
reserved
make paintballs
nature
still?
that make Journo an
fucking paintballs.
unusual member of the Joestar family. And making him even more unusual is his design. While previous JoJo's protagonists were walking, talking brick shithouses, Journo's features are soft and slender. He has these delicate coifs of curled hair, and from his effeminate
Just start
pink
part
clothing
7.
to his fragile
Just
stand,
go
everything
backwards.
about his appearance goes against that of his
Alright, where's that?
hyper-masculine, power-driven predecessors. Even Journo's place within his
paintberry.
own story seems less
One
significant,
paintberry.
with him often taking a backseat to the supporting characters, and you can especially see this in the fights of Part 5, with other characters even commenting on Gold Experience's lack of direct physical strength. Instead, Journo tends to take up more supportive roles in battle,
Let's
either
try some
augmenting
things.
the abilities of his allies, taking action that will increase their morale, or healing their wounds. Although technically he's not actually healing them, he's taking objects he finds lying around, turning them into replacement organs, and stuffing them inside his friends. It's really weird. And to show you what I mean here, let's
No, that
take
seems
a
normal.
little
That seems
look at
fine.
the
That seems okay.
number of battles each JoJo wins in their respective parts. But first, to keep things tidy, here's some qualifiers. 1. Fights have to be actual fights with momentum swinging back and forth, as opposed to a straight up beating. So Jonathan stomping a bunch of thugs in an alley does not count. 2. I'm only counting fights without significant involvement from any ally of the protagonist. And 3. The victory must be decisive with zero ambiguity, i.e. one party must be incapacitated by its end. And if we take those factors into account,
Okay,
it looks
fair
like
enough.
this. Jonathan wins 7 fights, Joseph wins 5, Jotaro wins 11,
Yeah.
Josuke wins 6, and do you know how many Journo wins? 1. A single fight against the automatic stand user Babyface in
Oh.
episode 22.
Interesting.
You could stretch it to 2 if you want to count Luca
Jotaro
in that,
winning for
but
11
that
is
guy's
really
special
fucking funny,
ability
though.
is that he
That was like the-
owns a shovel,
They stopped
and he has
focus on
more
him and gave him,
speed
like,
bump than an actual
the
opponent.
protagonist to
And
pull and
what
wrap
is interesting
because of,
about
like,
this
Chase
is you can
keeps
see a
winning.
distinct
We gotta
shift
stop
in
him.
How Araki uses his protagonists.
Oh.
Jotaro was the center of his own universe, the ultra-powerful, invincible badass who is the solution
Yeah.
to everyone's problems. But that approach
Part 5.
softened
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, part 4 is
significantly in
incredible. I thought part 4
with
was
the
great. And
comparatively
we've watched part
less
1 together,
powerful
Jason.
Josuke and its increased focus
And
on
I really like
supporting
part 1 a
cast,
lot.
with that concept being taken to a logical extreme in part 5.
But they're all different,
Journo
yeah.
is not the center of the
Journal.
universe in the
No,
story,
I don't know
and
what you're
is
talking
far
about. That's
from the
definitely
invincible
Journal.
badass that Jotaro was. And because of
He's a
all these
gangstar.
factors, I think Journo lacks some of the immediate appeal of his predecessors. In fact, in a poll I put up on Twitter, out of nearly 11,000 votes, Journo was voted the least popular JoJo out of parts 2 to 5, with
Oh,
only
really?
13% of the
Damn,
votes.
that's rough.
Despite
That's rough, buddy.
part 5 being voted the second most popular part in a previous poll. Now,
True,
granted,
I rarely
11,000
ever see anything
people
about
is a relatively
journal-
small
journal-
sample size compared to the
journal.
JoJo fan base
Sorry,
as a
it's just
whole,
that journal.
and the only people who voted would have been the kind of person who follows me on Twitter, meaning they were all cool and beautiful. But it did give some weight to something I've experienced only anecdotally up until this point.
Jonathan
and that
was
is that
too
people
pure for this
tend to be
world.
more dismissive towards Journo
It's
as a
so
main
refreshing to have a
character
hero
than
who's
they
just
do
a hero
with
for the
the
sake of,
JoJos.
I want to be
And
the
on the
hero. I gotta
surface,
do it. I just gotta
get
do it.
He's not as entertaining as Joseph, as badass as Jotaro, or as fun as Josuke.
That said, I do
But
kinda hate
also think
Jotaro.
looking at Journo like this
Kinda
kind
hate
of misses the
Jotaro.
point of his
I'm not gonna lie.
character, and in a larger sense,
Alright.
part 5 in general.
I gotta do something
Journo
now.
is not written to exist in isolation, but as
Where do I get
part
paint
of a
berries
larger
then?
whole. And by giving him a calmer, more subtle nature, reducing both his power and his importance within the story, What it does is allows the supporting cast to step forward
Joseph
and
is
take
great.
over those roles. And that's important because Part 5 isn't a narrative about any one singular character, but a story of relationships. Think about this. The cast of Part 3 were all tied together by their mutual goal of destroying Dio. The cast of Part 4 by their proximity of living in the town of Morio. And so, the question
I was
is,
boring.
what
I'm
is it
such a
that ties the
deadbeat
cast
dad.
of Part 5
Damn.
together? And to begin to answer that, let's take a little trip into Journo's past.
I don't remember being a dad, I guess.
Estranged from his father Dio, Journo's mother was forced to raise him by herself. But unwilling to give up her youth, she often abandoned Journo for long stretches of time, leaving the little boy alone, isolated, and uncared for, and would eventually even bring a violent stepfather into their home, trapping Journo in a childhood of loneliness, isolation.
I think it's fair to compare it to other
Until
JoJos.
one
To
fateful
say,
day when a
here's the
chance encounter
protagonist
with a member
of
an
each
organized
one.
crime
I think
syndicate
that's a pretty
results
fair
in the
assessment.
mysterious man becoming Journo's watchful guardian
And just kind of figuring it
angel,
out, like, okay,
whose
well, why is
unspoken
this way?
care would
Why is it
pull
this
Journo
way?
from his isolated existence, giving him the strength to grow and become a stronger, better person.
That I
This
could care about.
story
Yeah,
is
that's also
not
fair.
unique to Journo, but a thread that runs through the lives of each of the supporting cast. Mista, Abaccio, Narancia, and
Jonathan,
Fugo are
yeah.
all
And also
characters
people-
who
I don't
have
think
in
people
some
like Jonathan
way
for the most
been
part.
abandoned and betrayed by the world.
I don't think
around
most
them.
people even like
From
Jonathan.
Fugo
Most people don't even like
suffering
part 1, it
sexual
sounds
abuse
like.
at the
Everyone's like,
hands of
skip
his
part
college
1.
professor,
And
to
if I skip part 1,
Abaccio
I'd be
being
heckin'
forced
mad.
out of the police force in disgrace, to Mista's unjust imprisonment over a false self-defense charge. Each one of these characters having at one time lost their place in the world and started on a path that would lead to their ruin. Until, just like Journo, the kindness of another person
actually-
pulled
I didn't
them
grab
from
something
that
while I was
path
out
and
there, heck.
saved them from that ruin. But unlike Journo,
Yeah, I like the
this
magical
time
kung fu
that
breathing
person
arcs
would be Bruno
with the
Giovanni.
funny
Bruno's
little
parents
guy in a
divorced
hat,
when he was a
just doing some work.
child, and when
Just doing
asked who he
things.
would rather live with, he chose to stay with his father, not because he preferred him, but because he knew the man would be unable to cope at the loss of his wife and son, while his mother would likely go on to remarry and have
Yeah, I think
a
that helps.
family.
I do like Fist of the
And
North Star
this is
quite
the
a
kind
bit.
of person that Bucciarati
I've
is,
kind of fell in love into
filled
it.
with empathy and compassion for those around him, and particularly
Oh,
those
okay,
that
I didn't
have
actually
been
know
passed
that.
by
I
society.
actually did not know
And
that.
this is what brings him into the lives of the other characters.
That
Finding
makes a
each
lot
one
of sense
them
then.
at their lowest point and saving them from a life of misery by showing them the love and friendship that's absent from every other facet of their lives, as he gives them new purpose as a member of the
Silent
squad.
Bell
Bruno
punch
believes
Dracula
in
instead.
Mista, Fugo, Abaccio, and
I mean, that's
Narancia.
basically how I'm playing
He
Fool's
sees the good in
Curse.
them where no one else did, and because of this, they have developed an intense loyalty and affection for him. And so the answer as to what binds these characters together is simple. It's each other.
I do
While
like that
Part 4
aspect. I
saw
will
major
say that. I
improvements
do
in
like that
Arky's ability to
aspect.
write believable, compelling characters.
Just
It's
wish
in
I liked
Part
the characters
5
more,
we see
I guess.
develop the ability to
Or
convey
whatever,
the
I guess, just needs
relationships
to like
that
it more.
exist between those characters. Bruno's squad feel like a family, and that's the family that Journo is brought into after a chance encounter with Bruno. The two discover that they have a shared goal: to expose
Shadow
the
Wizard
dangerous
fisting gang.
anonymous
We
boss
love
of El
punching
Pasión,
Dracula.
defeat him, and rid the organization of its drug trade once and for all.
Look, Rock
Setting
can
the
write,
group
he
on
can
a
box, he
journey
can
of
write, it's
battle and
fine.
espionage
Closed
across
caption
Italy
believes it.
as they attempt to gain the favor of the boss by delivering him his estranged daughter, while also withstanding attack from all sides from the other cells of El Pasión. Where Part 5 really starts to come into its own is where this increased focus on relationships begins to change the dynamic of the stand battles. While the first half of the series consists mostly of one-on-one encounters designed to introduce us to each individual member,
I think this is where I got stuck
about
personally.
halfway through, that focus shifts to multi-person stand battles. And while Jojo
And I
has
think that's where I
dabbled
need to
in
get
this
into.
kind of
Like, the
encounter
multi-person
before,
stand
it's
battles
never
might
been to this
really attract me. I
extent
didn't even
or
think
done
about that.
this well. With our heroes now having to team up to take on teams of stand users, or combine their powers to take down one hyper-powerful enemy. And where this gets really fun is how different characters' abilities can synergize to produce surprising effects, like Journo imbuing Mista's bullets with life, giving them secondary
Should have
functions
flowchart the giant
after
conversations
they've
Jojo
targets.
taking out.
This also means
20
that
episodes, there's like some
directly
random dude
less
with an
powerful
OP stand.
stands can now become feasible, like Tiziano's talking head, a stand that attaches itself to the target's tongue, causing them to say the opposite
end.
of
God.
whatever they mean to. Not a powerful ability by itself, but one that becomes very dangerous when coupled with the more directly offensive stands like Squallow's Clash. talking heads allowing the pair to sow chaos among the ranks of their enemies as their communication is disrupted and they struggle to both understand and communicate how and from where they are being attacked. Squallow and Tiziano show something else about Part 5, and that is that the concept of relationships is not just
Don't change my mind.
heroes, but
What's up,
is
amigo?
also
How you
a
doing?
large part of the enemy stand users. We can tell from how Squallow and Tiziano act around each other that they are most likely romantically connected, a possible reason their stands work so well together being because of the bond that has formed between them. You can see relationships like this everywhere in Part 5, and in particular in Risotto's Hitman Squad. The enemy group of
starting
stand
to get into
users
that
also
aspect when I
attempting
left
to
off.
expose the boss. When one of their members is
I don't have
killed,
any.
we see the others attend his funeral, and it's a small touch, but it's also like, oh shit, this isn't just a collection of isolated bad guys, but a group of people who genuinely care about each other the same way Bruno's squad does, with there being even more pronounced
that does make more
relationships
parallel,
that
I
exist
suppose, in that
between
regard.
its individual members. The implied relationship between Gelato and Sorbet, the weird sub-dom thing going on with Chocolato and Secco, but my personal favorite of these relationships, which also heavily contributes to one of the best fights in all of Jojo, is the fraternal bond between Prosciutto and Pesci. Prosciutto and Pesci are two enemy stand users introduced around the midpoint of Part 5. And part of what makes the encounter with them so compelling is their relationship and how it changes the dynamic of the fight. Out of the two, Prosciutto is the veteran, a hardened mafioso who kills as an
He's just like their mother's
but Pesci, on the other hand, is the
Can't tell
younger
where he
and
is.
less
Where is the
confident
enemy stand
one,
user?
often unsure of what step to
They're
take
definitely
next,
nowhere.
and in the
They're
eyes of
definitely
Prosciutto,
nowhere.
lacking the
They don't
resolve
exist.
of a true gangster.
It's like that picture of, I wonder who the anime
frequently
protagonist is in this
unwanted
classroom,
The
and there's
exact
one guy
nature
with
of the
like
relationship
spiky,
of the
like
two is
picture of
unclear.
Yugi
Pesci
in this
referring to
classroom,
Prosciutto
like
as his
with his
anarchy,
crazy
which
hair.
could mean brother, but could also mean like bro.
Yeah.
But regardless, what's important is that there is actually a warmth between them. While Prosciutto frequently grows frustrated with Pesci, he still believes in his younger Anarchy. Prosciutto keen to drive the gangster he knows Pesci can become. While Prosciutto is Pesci's hero, viewing his Anarchy with an older brother like awe, and that bond is reflected in their fighting style. Prosciutto using his stand The Grateful Dead to gradually age his opponents, while Pesci attacks more directly with his
Good name,
fishing
Grateful
rod
Dead.
stand Beach Boy,
Beach
designed
Boy.
to keep attackers at bay, allowing Grateful Dead to slowly eke away their life force from a distance. And these are the tactics that allow the two to pin down Bruno's squad aboard a speeding train. But just when it looks like victory is in sight, disaster strikes and Prosciutto is killed, leaving Pesci alone, whose despair awakens within him a new resolve. The loss of his Anarchy driving Pesci to become the killer his brother always knew he could be, transforming him into a far more dangerous
Interesting.
opponent, which both drives up the intensity of the battle's climax, but also imbues the encounter with a tangible sense of emotion. In the same way Mista and the others believe in Bruno and look up
I
to
think that
him,
makes it actually an
Pesci
aspect that I
believed
didn't
in
get to
Prosciutto,
in
and so
part
his
5,
loss
where
is a
I was
painful
stuck with the
experience
one-on-one
that
battles for
foreshadows
sure,
events to
but
come.
now I'm
And
kind of
it's this
realizing,
kind of
oh, if it's a
focus on the
setup for
emotions and
setting up the
relationships
team
of
battles, and you have to understand
characters
obviously all the
that
chess
give the
pieces
battles of
before you
Part
figure out how the
5
chessboard
their
works.
heart
Maybe that's what I'm
edge.
missing out on.
The battles of Part 5
Maybe that's
are
what I'm
also where
missing
we can
out on.
see another of the
That I just
series'
need to make it over
major
that first hump of
strengths,
like
and
it going really slow and
specifically
explaining
the
all the
strength
abilities
of
of
the
each
anime
stand user.
adaptation. This is the reason I felt comfortable leaving /read out of this video title, as the anime does so much to elevate the story of Golden Winds to the point
You don't
that
think
it's
so?
the first time I'd really recommend an anime of Jojo over the manga. Although it should be noted that at this point, Araki's
They
ability
keep
to
me
create manga were still
goofy.
developing, with his best work still ahead of him.
Somebody-
the anime is
somebody
beautiful, falling somewhere between the Araki
add a little bit of
faithful
orange
designs
juice
of
to
Part 3
Amigos
and the
cereal, please, and
stylistic,
thank you.
saturated pop art of Part 4. David Productions doing a fantastic job of translating the
Pitfall trap.
complicated designs
I
of
don't
Part
think that
5
works,
into
but I'll keep
animated
that in
form,
mind.
while retaining all the harsh line work and thick shadows that make Araki's art style so distinctive, bringing to life a gorgeous depiction of sun-drenched Italy.
Just takes freaking
The
forever. I
warm,
think it's. I mean,
saturated hues
I was
capturing
feeling
the
that. I admit,
atmosphere and
I was
climate
feeling
of
that head was taken like, I'm just not getting anywhere,
it's
and they're not explaining
even just
anything.
visual.
They're
The
just kind
music
of broadly
is
saying we gotta stop
phenomenal.
from
Each
drugs
stand
getting
user
on the
now has
street.
their own theme music, which helps add to their individuality. Some of these tracks even directly mirroring that stand user's ability, like how Moody Blues Rewind is conveyed audibly through crunchy VCR distortion. That's all I can play, or Warner Brothers will sue me. I could talk a lot about all the little
Yeah,
touches
I was
that
gonna
make
say,
Part
how much
5's
can you
anime
play
great.
anyway?
I mean, just look at the insanity happening on screen. This was taken from just 4 throwaway panels. But what really elevates it to me is how it leverages the strength of animation to bring new life to its battles, and in particular,
original scan
the
list is a bit-
stand abilities
I've not read
that
the
drive them.
modern manga
Many of the
translation. Yeah,
stand
that's
abilities
fair.
in Part 3 were
I haven't
quite simple
read
to understand.
manga in a
Star Platinum
long
punches
hecking
hard,
time.
Pushes Red shoots fire, the world stops time, and Death 13 is Freddy Krueger.
It's-
Most stand abilities can be explained in just a few words, but that complexity increased in Part 4 with less direct stands like Lock and Heaven's Door.
Right, I
And by
really
Part
like
5,
Part 4 for that
complexity
reason.
has increased even further, with stands like Gold Experience, Notorious B.I.G., and one other that we will get to. The advantage of the anime is it's able to recreate these more nuanced abilities in motion and thus capture the subtleties of their abilities in
Oh,
a
that's
way
fair.
that is
That's a
much
really fair
easier to
point, actually.
understand than in a manga. For example, take a stand like Black Sabbath, who is vulnerable to sunlight and whose strength increases when in the shadows, meaning that the time of day, position of the sun, and how the shadows are falling are all important mechanics in understanding and appreciating this encounter, but also all aspects that are difficult to convey in the cramped pages.
Back half
of
felt like it had
Naruto
anything to do with the
comic.
themes of
A
plot,
problem
anything to
that
do
the
with the
anime
first half.
avoids
That might
utilizing
be
color
bad then,
design,
because
wide
I'm
open
being stuck on
landscape
the.
shots, and
Speaking of being
dynamic
stuck,
camera
give me.
movement to bring the specifics of this battle
It's
to
like,
life.
how do we
And
bring
the
this whole
result
first
is
part
the
into like
battle with Black
everything that we've
Sabbath
just
comes
talked
alive
about?
in a
Like,
way that it just kinda
when
doesn't
do
in
we talk
There
about the
are
things that we've set up here?
multiple examples of this throughout Part 5, where
So I don't
abilities
know if
and
that'll
scenarios
have a
are
payoff or
easier
not,
to
or if the
comprehend
battles will be good
motion
enough in
than
the
they are
meantime for me to
panels,
enjoy.
but
Could
none
be.
more so than King Crimson. King
I've heard a lot
Crimson
about King
is
Crimson.
a stand so strange and difficult to understand that it has long made its way into the
Infertility.
hallowed halls of Jojo memedom.
I'm not hating
That
on you.
was
Just
at
saying
least
you should just have a
until
little bit of orange
anime.
juice if you're breakfast
King
cereal.
Crimson's
That's
ability
all.
is to erase time, and to explain what that means and to convey how the anime and manga handle it differently, I need to first illustrate how it works without using either. So, hello. Let's say King Crimson uses his ability to erase time.
Oh, no, he has
right
to
as
explain
I'm
himself.
drinking a glass of
His
water.
Vendor
If
is
we
all
break
five
this action
girls.
down
Apparently,
into three
hair colors to a
segments
point
of
where group
time,
chats and
we can
comments.
see that
God,
there's
who's
me
the main
raising the glass
characters?
to my mouth, me
That's
drinking
good.
the water from it, and me lowering the glass. And let's say it's this middle 3-second chunk that King Crimson decides to erase. Now, from my point of view, I would raise the glass to my mouth, and the next instant, the glass would be down by my side, with me retaining no memory of drinking the water, just the experience that I was about to, and then it was already done. So if we look at this happening on a timeline, what's happening is that King Crimson has essentially erased this middle chunk and slid these 2 remaining 4-second chunks
Okay,
together,
so he's just making a
causing
YouTube
skip
video.
in time
Gotcha.
that leaves me shocked, confused, and open to attack. Where this gets even more complicated is that King Crimson also has the ability to see 10 seconds.
What I mean
into
is,
the
how does
future,
Cream Gibson
allowing him
work?
to react to his
In
opponent's
film editing? Yeah,
actions
exactly.
before they actually happen. Meaning
Yeah.
he's basically fucking invincible, using his powers
gonna say,
to
also, he's a fortune
foresee his
teller.
opponent's attack, repositioning to an advantageous scenario, delete his opponent's experience of those actions happening, and then striking. As for whether this instant of erase time actually happens,
We're just gonna say
don't
nothing.
know. It seems like there's 2 contrasting explanations in the manga, and I've watched so many videos on it, and I just don't. So let's just ignore that part and focus on both how
Don't
the
worry
manga
about it. It's
and
anime. We can
depict this
just
erasure
just
of
get to
time.
point
The
C. We
problem
need to
with
get to point
trying
C
show
through point
King
B.
Crimson's
It's fine.
ability through comics is that it's asking us to accept an objective erasure.
Yeah, I forgot
of
about what
time
happened 4 seconds
in
ago.
a
See, this doesn't work on me,
medium
King
where
Crimson.
time
The
is
water's in your mouth. Yeah, I
subjective.
probably drank it. I
In
believe
other words,
that I probably did.
whenever we read a comic, a fundamental part of the experience is accepting that we're not just looking at a collection of static images, but a sequence of events. That in between panels there is a
where are
flow
your
of
paintballs
time
from?
connecting one action to the next. But
It's just input
whenever King
latency.
Crimson is in use, we are being asked
I wanna-
to
I need the ability of
disregard
rollback
this idea
now.
and to accept that the only instances actually happening that are being experienced by our characters are the moments of time being expressly shown inside the panels. In other words, deleting the implied flow of time that is happening in between panels, which is so confusing and counterintuitive to how comics work. All while simultaneously trying to visually convey
That
King
seems
Crimson's
really
ability
hard.
to see through time.
That seems really fucking hard.
It wasn't impossible to understand, but it was very difficult and led to a large portion of the Jojo fanbase, including myself, having no real idea how King Crimson's abilities
just
work,
works.
leading to things like this.
Alright, you wanna know? Fine, I admit it! I don't know how King Crimson works! He erases time, but what does that mean? It doesn't make any sense! You can't erase time! You can't erase time! Fine, you can freeze time and you can turn back time, but you can't erase time! That doesn't make sense! Why does King Crimson work? Please! Please someone tell me! I need to know how King Crimson works!
This is really not me criticizing Araki's ability to draw comics, as much as it is pointing out one
That's
very
10 out of 10
specific
acting.
area where the medium of comics is less equipped to convey a concept than a piece of animation. In animation, the
It's
problem
crazy.
is
Crazy.
far simpler,
Yo, that's
because
crazy.
We now have an objective measure of time that parallels our own. So all we need is a simple jump cut and maybe a sound cue, and it's like bang, we experience the exact skip in time that the characters do, without having to go through that dense layer of abstraction that the comic requires. And while still one of the more complicated stand-abilities
Yeah, it seems
to get
really
your head around,
difficult,
it's
but
infinitely easier
making
to
it work.
understand in the anime than it originally was. The advantage to this is
I got a
more than
plan.
just making a
I got a plan.
complicated concept easier to understand. A major difference between the battles of Part 4 and those of Part 5 is the level
It does support
of
the idea. It's true.
violence
It
and
would be
intensity.
very confusing.
For the most
For
part,
everybody
Part 4
involved.
is pretty chilled, where a few notable exceptions aside, battles are the equivalent of high school scuffles, where people rarely die and many of the enemies encountered later return as allies.
True.
But
I do like that.
this
I like that a
never
lot.
happens in Part 5. Part 5's combat feels more like violent wars to stay alive. Bruno and his squad sustaining massive, life-threatening damage with each
I guess that more
passing
complicated than it really
encounter.
is. That's.
They
I mean, if you
lose
had to read it in the
limbs,
manga
they
format, I
get
feel like
shot, and they
having
are
to
constantly snatching each other.
summarize
from
that up would be
death.
very,
The
very
bond
difficult.
Between them, driving
That'd be
them
very,
forward
very
and
hard.
letting them survive these brutal encounters.
The Lost of Prey. I
And
wonder if
towards
any
the
of
end of the
quests-
story, it really starts to feel like together
What if
they
they do
can
4?
survive anything. And that is until King Crimson.
Oh, let
And
me actually-
King Crimson is violence incarnate. King Crimson doesn't really fight, it just kills. His ability allowing him to tear and rip his opponents apart without resistance. And this is the horror of King Crimson, the insurmountable fear he presents. And because of how much more digestible his ability is in the anime, that's a fear that becomes infinitely easier to understand and thus empathize with the insurmountable odds our heroes must face.
All right, I have a
Driving
side thing
up
that I'm
the
feeling out right here, by the way, and it's going to take a little bit to explain, but from what I feel like outside looking in, mind you, because I'm learning about King Princess now, is the kind of same feeling, at least in the manga, is just really hard and kind of obtuse to understand, and if you don't understand the entire danger of everything, the manga can at least make up for it in the sense of like, okay, well, they're taking damage to some degree. Something's happening. It's not good. Someone's surprised. They're taking massive damage and losses. And it feels like the same way when I watched, before I learned how to play Mahjong, when I watched, wow, now I forgot the name of it. But the Mahjong manga that's not Kaiji, but it's the other guy who I can't think of right now for some reason, because I always have terrible short recall memory, where I don't understand what the rules of Mahjong are. I'm kind of getting parts and pieces of what they're aiming for and what they're doing and everything like that. People are surprised, and in the end, someone loses some sort of major amount of money. Loses a major amount of blood. Kagi, thank you. I don't know why I blanked on that. I think I heard Arashi so much or something like that. I was like, it's definitely that, right? Saki. I still haven't seen Saki. But yeah, Kagi, where it's like, before I knew how to play Mahjong, it was just that it kind of feels like it was the same parallel feeling that I'm getting from this one, where it's like, if you don't really understand what's going on, you can make it through with the general concept of someone was shocked that this thing happened and someone suffered the damages, and I see the results of it, so you can make it through. So I can kind of see people like just making it through and not fully taking the time to be able to understand, okay, what is all of this? What does it mean in the context of anything? So it just seems like it's very, in that regard, like people probably just kind of slog through it and just said, fuck it. I get the outcome, and that's sometimes good enough to enjoy something. And I feel the same way as well. Helps to defeat Minimat. Luck. That's the same way anyone else defeats anyone in Mahjong. Sheer luck. That's what I did yesterday. It worked. It worked perfectly fine. I could go on a single tile wait that would be way too many points, and I could wait for a safer drop instead. But no, I'm reaching anyway. I don't even need to reach. I could Dama this and still get enough points to do it, but I'm going to reach anyway. It worked fine. I won. I called out, I hope you all lose to me, and I won. Just get lucky. Why be good? Just get lucky.
Encounters with King Crimson, and thus his stand user.
I'm going to try something real quick here.
The main antagonist of Part 5, Diavolo. And the beautiful thing about Diavolo is that King Crimson is only part of what makes him such a terrifying villain. Diavolo stands unchallenged at the peak of El Pasión, but unlike his subordinates and
his being good lets you get much off. It's accurate.
Golden Wind,
but then there's just me who just gets lucky.
He has no relationships. He has no friends or direct contact with any other human.
All right.
Rather, he's cloaked himself in a shroud of anonymity, carrying out his commands through intermediaries, meaning no one has any idea what he looks like, where he lives, or is aware of any shred
points. Exactly. That's all we need.
Not his subordinates,
way belatedly. That's
not
just
his
points.
daughter, and to an extent, not even himself. Diavolo existing
just some
as
nice
one
points.
of two alternate personalities.
Once you get enough points,
trapped
everyone's
in the
like,
same
well, you
body.
win, I guess. And
One
you
of
cool.
which is a innocent young boy, the other being the psychotic tyrant who maintains control of El Pasión by harvesting fear and terror in everyone beneath him, and particularly in anyone who would dare attempt to uncover his true identity, as did his subordinates Gelato and Sorbet, with Gelato being sliced into 36 individual segments, encased in glass, and sent to the other members of El Pasión as a warning, with Sorbet being made watch, choking himself to death in terror to avoid the same fate. To Diavolo, a relationship isn't a source of strength, but an open wound that must be sealed. When Bruno's squad eventually delivers his daughter Trish to him, they're horrified
to
at the
rocket his
revelation
neck.
that he wants to kill her.
I was gonna say,
And
yeah.
in doing so, severing his final
Everyone's been
blood link
styling up
between
into the
him
final
and the outside
days.
world, allowing him to control El Pasión from the shadows forever.
Joseph saw
Diavolo
Indiana
forsaking
Jones once,
all
and he decided to devote his entire life to it.
relationships, in order
Now,
to
later
protect
on, we're going to have a
himself
character
from
who
the
sees Drive once,
vulnerability
and they're going to
that
devote their whole
other
life to it.
people bring. And the frightening thing about Diavolo is, I kind of get it. Like, not the killing your kid part, but the other part. Relationships do leave you vulnerable. They are difficult and complicated and painful. People disappoint us. People leave. People die. One way or
Everyone trying to look
another, all
in
relationships
JoJo.
eventually end. And
that
rather
were
than
me.
leave yourself vulnerable to that
Just have a
pain,
hat on. I'm just the hat wearer.
it can feel easier to just close yourself off and embrace isolation rather than agony. And this is the deeply human fear that Diavolo embodies, what makes him such a frightening, relatable villain. But this is also the kind of beautiful thing about Part 5. People will hurt you. People will leave, and you will lose people.
I will say,
love.
JoJo's is,
But
well, after
maybe that's
Dio,
okay,
I guess.
because
After Dio
for
Zone,
all the potential
Part
other
3,
people
Part 4 and
have
Part
to
5 have
cause
like
us
just
pain,
like the every villain of like,
they're
I just
also the
want to live my
only
life. I
thing
want to
that
live my life a certain
make
way. This is how I
life
think it is.
living.
And then I go too far.
The ones who can
You live
pull
life a
us
certain
from
way,
the
you just
paths we're
gotta
on,
not go too
lift
far
us up,
sometimes.
and give us the chance to be better than
And by sometimes, I mean all the time.
and in the light of that, the pain is worth it. Where Diavolo turns away from that pain, Journo and his friends embrace it. And all the sorrow and happiness that comes
Go store, I
with
don't
it.
care about this video topic.
This
How
is
much
what I
long is left of
love
it?
about
Like
Part 5.
3 minutes.
It's still JoJo.
It's like 2
still
minutes.
this
Actually, I
insane
lied. It's
spectacle
even
of
less.
Superpowered death battles, bananas turning into revolvers, and people shooting ghosts at each other.
But
it's
enjoy the
also
store. You
this
know, you don't have to
fucking
wait up on me.
beautiful story
You
about
should go to the store. It lets you
relationships,
to
about how we
live.
can find
Living's good.
salvation in other people.
Food's good.
As long as we're willing to accept the pain that comes with that.
But the
And I think that's
content. Yeah,
awesome.
bring back some milk.
That's
We'll forgive you. You
Why
bring back
should
some milk.
Watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5 Golden Wind.
All right. While I will say the video didn't like hyper convince me that I should watch part 5, I think
Hey.
it's at least enough to the point.
Magfest 2020.
I want to go to
Guess
MagFest.
who's a
I know.
guest?
Oh, you were a guest.
That's right, it's me. I'm
Damn.
there from the 2nd to the 5th of January, and
I wish I made that, but I didn't make 2020. Instead, I went to Japan. So dang. That's in the video. Yeah, he wants you to go watch it. This is why you should watch it. So go watch it. But I will say I'm not entirely convinced overall by the video because it kind of hits a lot of like what I already knew in certain aspects. But it's enough for me to say I should make it into the part where the team battles actually start coming into play. Because at that point, maybe I would be so into like what they're going for, the tools of the game, of the story they're trying to tell and stuff like that, that I at least be invested through the battles, and then I can get to like actually appreciating the characters a lot more. Okay, this thing's trapped in the corner. Hopefully this shouldn't take too long. I'm also just doing this so I can get more paintballs, because I don't know where I can get more paint orbs or paint whatchamacallums. The paint berries, that's where I'm looking for. I know how to make the paintballs, but I don't know how to make I can't get paint berries, so. Yeah, Diet Mountain Dew, teasing. Yeah, if you could also grab some stuff for some other people, you know, that'd be great. Just, you know, bring back stuff for us because we're too lazy to go to the store. Also, that was really useful. That was really easy. So I know my weapon strength is really good. I do not know why I can't kill Rathian anymore. I actually don't know. Permitted term. Gaylord. That's hilarious. That's great. Will you be like a JoJo character and appear in the clouds to cheer each other's on? I'm always in the clouds. Let's put it that way. I'm always in the clouds cheering other people on. I'm happy to see people playing fighting games. And then there will be like 95% of the tournament where I'm like, I want both people to win. Can both people win? And that last 5% is if I'm playing. And I'm like, I want to win. Can I win? All right. I don't know where to find any stupid berries. God damn it. But yeah, Gaylord National. Gaylord is a series of hotels, at least in the U.S., probably around the world, that are really large indoor resorts, I guess is the best way to put them. They're really fucking nice. They're extremely nice. It's just a matter of they're extremely expensive, obviously. But they are willing to host like really big events, like nerd events. The one in Colorado hosts our anime convention out there. The one in Maryland. Sorry, I'm getting bopped and whopped here, and I'm not liking it. The one in Maryland hosts the MagFest, and they host a Otakon, I think it is. That's a monster that's about to land on me. And if I had more than 30 minutes to fight that thing, I would probably try to fight it for parts outside of my mission because it's a 3-star quest and maybe it's a little bit easier. But I do not have that opportunity. Okay, there's a sleep herb here. I don't need that. Let me actually use some stuff so I can clear out my inventory. Shouldn't have grabbed a lot of stuff I did. The world's most annoying people reference it consistently, so I feel saturation. Don't care to give it a chance so far. That's not unfair, honestly. But when you love something, you talk about it. And I think that's, like, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop doing that. Are you just Mufasa? Yeah, I died a long time ago. I'm just heckin' dead. Let me get into a safety zone real quick so I can actually start the next video. The reason I haven't started the next video is because I'm in danger. And I'm tired of being in danger. Otakon? I think it's Otakon. I can't remember. I don't know my anime conventions very well. I just... For a more reading time, not giving all his fans. It just has those fans. Oh, no, I'm just saying, yeah, when you talk about something, you talk about it a lot. But if more people are talking about something and someone loves it more, to shine above those other people, you have to sometimes be louder about it. And that could be a positive or it could be a negative. And like Super Eye Patch Wolf's case, I think it's a positive. Makes very long-form videos explaining his love for something and really embracing the fan base in that regard to help better share the message in a very concise and clear way. And then there's people who just, every time you say literally anything, like, I saw something today. I can't remember what it was, but it was like a character literally says "ora ora" because they're punching multiple times, and like that's a JoJo's reference. You'll be surprised about how many people say "ora" that aren't referencing JoJo. It does not have to be a JoJo's thing, but it's just fan bases. Everyone says their fan base is the worst. That's just factually not true. Fan bases are just people who get really excited about stuff, and sometimes it pushes the line, and that's nothing wrong with that. Usually, but there will always be people who act out in a way that will bring a lesser light to the people who are otherwise enjoying it within the proper social circles. People like things grossos. Grossos. Damn, came up with a whole new word to explain how disgustipated a Tesian was. That's crazy. All right, what's our next video? All right, insert disc 2. A brief history of multi-disc video games. Cool, I'm in. I'm in. No reason I ever tried to say this because I want to at least understand the memes. Yeah, I guess I want to understand the memes to a degree, but Moses Plan is kind of my... What's what I'm looking for? My ambassador into Japanese animated media and unknown video games that made me the person I am today. This includes fighting games. This includes what little mecha I've seen. This includes Satoshi Kon movies. This includes as well getting into JoJo's a little bit, all the same. So really, Moses Plan is my savior to a lot of degrees. What? What? Tell me anything I said there was not true. You're the reason I even got to see Tokyo Godfathers and Paprika. Like, it was you. Yeah, shout out to Moses Plan, even though I don't think Moses Plan streams anything. But you should follow Moses Plan on other social medias, like Twitter and stuff like that, for the few times that he shares his opinions on translations and localizations and whatnot being of that creed. Tried to get me into Robot Wars, succeeded to only a certain degree. Tried, though. Said about Kojima is not making games that you can no longer create a character who's a huge video game nerd that gives himself the codename Magfest. You probably still could do it, and Magfest would be like, you know what, fuck it. As long as you let us run with that in 2025, we'll let you do it. Send an IO thought I had while reading. That's fair. Your franchise is big enough to have that one guy is going to be super big and have multiple that one guys. Exactly. There will always be that one guy. And then otherwise you have a very undersold community who has to yell a little bit louder to say, no, this thing is really cool. This thing you're complaining about over here, this other thing is what you're looking for. I promise you, please look at this other thing. It's exactly what you want. Me during Street Fighter 5 days and yelling about Kohei Inbu. Wow, this crush counter system's terrible. This is not a footsies based game. And they were going to say they were going to simplify it, but it's not simplified at all. And there's all these OSs. I'm sitting here like, Kohei Inbu solves all of that. Please just look at Kohei Inbu. No, it was once a porn game. You know what it currently is not in its fighting game format? A porn game. It's not. It's not at all. You can learn the game in literally 10 minutes. It's that straightforward and simple of footsies and fundamental game that everyone claims that they want in the fighting game community, but no one basically actually wants, and I will complain about that till the rest of my days. Did you know you're wrong about Faust? God, I was so salty about that. I was legitimately salty about that. They're all like, no, you're wrong. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, you got me. The guy who plays Faust for the last so many years, the guy who's written multiple guides about it, multiple years, who's gone through the thing where people figured out this tool's not that good for years, and so you don't see it at high levels anymore. Definitely not me. And I was like, well, whatever. I got to stream anyway, so I kind of want to rage quit from the room anyway, so I'm just going to back out. I mean, there's a 100%, I'm not going to say 100% chance. There's a chance that they didn't realize I was the one who was talking either. So they were probably like just some random guy in here saying whatever shit he wants to, and they just didn't even take me at face value. But also, like, they should have. They should have like listened any degree, but I don't know. Echo chambers and all that, I guess. But that's once again, that becomes not my problem. I now realize that the community does not know how to deal with this tool, and that means I can just use it whenever I want because they think it's bad. They think it's really good. So I'm just like, cool, I can get away with this gimmick now. Thank you for that. You have not set shit in Twitter freeze. I didn't know if you did or didn't, honestly. People about JoJo's is that a JoJo's Retro thing, which is like tells you that JoJo's a long running series, so it's been aired. Yeah, it has been. Same way like Guts is, for example, or Guts, Berserk is, Dragon Ball Z is, Hoto no Ken is, so on and so forth. It's just, they're very influential. People really liked it. They did a great job, and now you're going to see it in a lot of cool things. So, since I'm just chatting for a bit here, might as well just turn on for a bit. Like earlier, when it was a Kojima game, needed a nerdy call himself a different name at the convention. Yeah, so you know, when they retire Snake, when Konami makes a new Metal Gear Solid and they have to retire Snake because that's a Kojima product, they're gonna name it Magfest. Magfest, tune in. What's going on? Your explanation was not able to persuade their feelings. They need their feelings to not be in the way of everything. In that case, they need the logic to be in the way of it, to say, hey, this move is 40 frames long still. There's just so many logical holes about the things that they were saying, which is like, that doesn't make sense though. you can't. That's a terrible reasoning. I could write down all your arguments and say, these are terrible reasons, here's the reason why. And also I told them, like, in the non-voice chat, text chat, like, hey, if you all want to go through like the tools of Faust, I'm very happy to go through with you. I really don't want you to lose to something that you think is impossible to deal with when it's very easy to deal with. So we'll see. You know how I am about long form stuff. I made that why I'm having so much trouble with Street Fighter 6's input interpreter video, because I'm like, I need to explain this very thoroughly to show why I'm having troubles with it and where the issues are coming from. Dumb names, yeah, oh yeah, true. Death Stranding is in progress, that's true. When Chun-Li in a fighting game is an understandable desire. Yeah, but the person who went too far in the tournament last week, who really wanted Chun-Li in a fighting game, an understandable desire, but an unfortunate timed one. Hey Ryu, I have tofu I need to use before it expires. I have no ideas. Hit me for recipe. Can I access recipes right now? That's a great question. I have one. Tofu. What's it called? It's not mapo tofu, but it's not those ones. Let me see if I can find it for you, because I do have a really good one. That is a good recipe, but you need more stuff. I cannot think of the name of it. Let me look through my bookmarks real quick. I can get that for you. The bookmarks, cooking, should be closer to the bottom. Sad, because I've shared this recipe before. You would think I'd remember the name of it, but I don't remember shit. I have terrible memory. There it is. All right, here you go. It's coming your way. A new recipe is coming your way. At Atesian. Here you go. This one's really good. Pretty simple to make. Delicious. References 2-minute YouTube video that I could have probably put into text format, but then I wanted to be hyper thorough. Like, I guess I should say it would have been text format and it would have been like literal pages long. Whereas like if I just make a video showing the example instead of telling it, it'll work a lot better. Yeah, if you have 2 minutes to spare, you can just watch the Street Fighter 6 video. I could show it literally right now to everyone. I could just show it right now. Just fuck it. You know what? Let's go right now. Where is it? Where do I have it? Fuck it. It's 2 minutes. It's not long. Let's see if I can just do read and go to my page on the outside and be very lazy about it. I can, as a matter of fact, do that. Sweet. Sweet. Let me just put it over here. Maybe. I'm hitting enter. It's not doing anything. There we go. See? Here it is. There it is. It's 2 minutes long. Just solve the problem in one go. Fuck it. I guess I don't need to turn off Dougie's delivery service music, honestly, but Here. Well, it's just going to be more Ducky's Delivery Service music anyway. Everybody else right now because I'm starving. Yeah, please don't die. Go eat. I'm begging you. Where kind of was for somebody's pretty memeable. Yeah. But it doesn't explain anything about the series. It just says it's very influential in whatever. You know, if you're in the fighting game community, people see like colored boxes and like, haha, that's a hitbox. And it's like, damn, we are poisoned in the brain here. I'll start with this PC, but I'll be happy. Oh, the music's just loud. No need, but it doesn't matter. Enjoy the music. Oh, sorry, I meant in my video mixing. I don't know why I made that loud. I did not need to do that. I could have made it quieter. It's more of a knock against me. But yeah, that's the big thing. That's the big thing that stops me. Alright, because it's double the review content for the 2 minutes that'll be on here. Double review content. Other fake Ryudo, worser Ryudo having bad time. And this is the reason why I kind of had to make it a little bit longer in this last section here, because I had to explain, well, why not use this? It's like, well, that's a different problem that I got to actually exemplify and talk about. So, fuck it. I'll just make the video. Yep, that's it. That's the reason. Just imagine being so accurate that you're within one frame of inputting something perfectly, and the game's just like, oh, you're one frame early. Sorry, you don't get your move, even though other games allow for this entirely. So it's just like, that pisses me off so much, because my accuracy is, on a grand scale, extremely accurate, but I have to actually play worse to get my moves out, and I really, really hate that about Street Fighter 6. All right, back to the other video. Oh, hold on a sec here. That didn't start at the beginning, because I had to preview it a little bit just to make sure I was like on key with what I was trying to do. All right, Retudo is over. Retudo's over. Also, belatedly, what's up, Kara? How you doing? You can make a good banh mi with tofu. And hell, I don't know if you have what your availability of something like barbecue sauce is over there, but if you just like do tofu and barbecue sauce with like a little bit more like smoked paprika in there, that's really fucking good. Just with tofu. That can be served over rice super simply. Like, that's a quick turnaround recipe. It's very good. But yeah, there's a lot of great fighting game news this weekend, thanks to Evo so far. And it's like, oh, it's been good. And I stayed up way late last night watching the Xrd finals, which were very, very good. Holy shit, Grand Finals was so good. I'm not going to spoil anything for people who want to go watch it, but Xrd Grand Finals were fantastic. Holy shit. All right. Well, and also, here's the video. Here's a link to my video if you want to, like, share it with anyone else who's like, oh, this makes sense to me, or I need to review that a little bit slower to figure out what the hell Ryudo's talking about. There's that for you as well. Cool. Yo, welcome back, Chocolate Dave. How you doing? Everybody gets screwed super hard, timing-wise, by COVID, not having the proper internet infrastructure to make the game have good online. That was rough. That was a rough one. I'm glad that they get a second chance. I'm really glad they get a second chance. I hope that their second chance works, though. Also, belatedly, what's up, Susie? How you doing? Running on Price is Right rules. You can be any amount late, but not 1 millisecond under. That's what I should call that. The Price is Right rules. Oh my God, I'm stealing that, Kyrol. That's mine now. You're going to get no credit for it. When I get $1 million from selling its use to everyone else, just like Tommy Tallarico.
I fucked up!
No worries. I did fuck up. I mentioned the name Tommy Tallarico. You're right. That's right. Oh gosh. All right. Let's talk about Insert Disc 2, a brief history of multi-disc video games, which I'm curious about. Anyway. No. And he's like, no, I'm learning. This sucks. Kyra's like, yeah, go ahead. Be rich about me. I don't need to be rich. I'm just cool. I'm cool, Kyra. That's what they call me. All right. That's what they call me. No, I Tallarico mentioned.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Whether you're pursuing a hobby or building a brand, a beautiful website goes a long way.
All
and
right.
Squarespace
Hopefully
is
the volume's good, but let me know
platform
if
that has
not.
just the tools for you.
I'm going to turn the game back on here.
You've almost certainly played one, a video game that spans across multiple discs. They have been the one constant of disc-based gaming, as we've jumped from CDs to DVDs to Blu-rays, and even the weird ones like Sega's GD-ROMs, the PSP's UMDs, and the GameCube's tiny disklets. That's a word I just made up.
Next.
Almost every single console has had at least one game that was too big to fit onto a single disc. There are PS1 games with 5 discs, and there are other games out there on other consoles
PS1 game
that
with
span
5
up
discs?
to at least 8 full CDs. Now, we're going to go on a brief history of these multi-disc games in just a sec, but first, a lot of us probably don't quite understand how these games actually work. Like, I bet you probably didn't know that you can play almost any part of Final Fantasy VII using any of the game's 3 discs.
I did actually know that,
Up until you hit a
strangely enough.
full-motion video cinematic.
I did actually know that.
The entire explorable world, essentially just about everything besides parts of the very start of Disc 1 and the very end of Disc 3, is available on each CD. So you can swap the disc out even when the game doesn't prompt you to if you just want to mess
don't
around.
let it dampen
Or
your
maybe if
enthusiasm.
back
Wait
in
for the game to come
your
out.
disc
Always
had
wait for the game to
scratch.
come
As
out, because
long
you'll
as that
never
CD
know
would load
what
up
the end
at
result
all,
is going to
you could
be.
swap it out while playing and not have to buy
Some people are
a
saying like
brand
they're
new
trying
copy
some
of
really
the
wild
game
stuff and
just
seeing
for
what
one
sticks.
disc.
And I mean,
This
that's
wasn't,
possible.
however,
You might as well
an
try it now.
intentional inclusion, and it's certainly not
And as people get better at the
foolproof.
game,
The
obviously, and
moment
figure
you
out what the
hit
game
FMV,
wants,
it's
then
either
you should be
skip that
a little
scene
bit better as
entirely
well. Also,
or
was a
play
V
one
prisoner.
from the
How you
CD you're
doing?
using, or occasionally just crash.
They're going to Blaze Move
When a
route.
cutscene is replaced, the results are usually pretty hilarious, I will say. What FF7 did was trigger cinematic 1, 2, 3, and so on to play at certain points in the story, but each disc had its own cinematic 1, 2, 3, and so on, rather than starting disc 2 with,
Riven is
say,
5 discs.
cutscene 41 or
Oh.
whatever.
You gotta switch
This
to
is an
consistent.
unedited
Oh,
clip
that would
I
be
actually
very cursed.
recorded
And also
of
not fun.
that Aerith scene. You know the one, spoilers if you don't, it's been 25 years, but with me using disc 2 instead of disc 1.
Oh man, I hate when my giant laser hits my potential girlfriend, Aerith. Oh no, Cool Ranch. Cool Ranch, no! Can we have news from Summer Steam? Yeah, good idea what what's going on with them.
I don't recommend actually playing the game this way because
that's
again,
a good
you'll
news
run
out
into
there.
a lot of different
Oh,
crashes.
got
when,
announced.
say,
Oh shit.
One disc doesn't have as many
I would ask
cinematics
who,
as
but
the
I would
one
just
you're
have to
supposed
nod
be
and smile and say
using.
I
But it is
understand
very
entirely.
Funny, so it's worth at least messing around with one day. So how does it all work? How can you just open the disc tray and swap games on the fly without the whole system hitching and freezing entirely? Well, the simple answer is that reading a disc is pretty slow. I mean, you try and do it. Often, the speed that a disc is read isn't even close to fast enough for a game to pull together what you're seeing on screen. This is actually true for a lot of computer programs too, because traditional hard drives are also pretty slow.
Yeah, nowadays.
So instead, what most disc-based systems do
nearly
is
all of your hard drive and
load
force you to remove
portions
other
of the
games
game
deliberately.
into
That's a
the
deliberate
console's
thing.
RAM.
That
That's
makes a lot of
random
sense,
access
actually.
memory.
Because I am
Think
running
of
out of
RAM
space, and I
like
fucking
a
hate it.
short-term
Also, what's up, Tom
memory
Nook? Good to
every
see you as
piece of
well.
Technology you use today relies on. If I tell you to remember a shopping list, or if I ask you to listen to a handful of numbers in a specific order and then repeat them back to me, you can usually do it and then completely forget about these moments later. It's
moments later,
quick.
I'd
For
forget
you
now.
To truly memorize
What the
something
fuck?
and dedicate it to your long-term memory, however, takes, well, a lot longer. And it might take even longer than that for you to completely recall it. Sort of like finding a specific book in a library as opposed to reading from a cheat sheet placed directly in front of you. This is the exact issue that hard drives run into.
BS, no longer on the
Constantly
internet.
reading
Someone
and
trying to explain that the
writing data
PSP
to
sucks.
specific parts of
Because
storage
it squeezes
is
hard enough and the
inherently
UMD pops
slower
out.
process, and that's why
now
RAM
we have to put
exists.
every 500.
Doubly so in the case of older consoles like the PS1 that
barely
had
goes
no hard drive anyway. So anyway, games load necessary assets into RAM.
See, it's
for
fucking
immediate
terrible.
access.
Watch this.
Often this is the actual code to run the game.
I'm gonna
Make
go
your
Super
character move,
Saiyan.
enemy
Watch
AI,
this.
whatever it might be, as well as sometimes a level's
He's
music,
good as
and
Patapon
almost
came
all
out
the
on
time,
that. I do
all
need to
of
play
the visual
Patapon.
data you see
For real,
in
for
a
real.
specific
I think I'd
range
really
around
like
you.
it.
Then, as you move forward or backward, that data far enough behind you is unloaded to make space for the stuff that needs to be loaded just out of sight ahead of you.
Ow.
That's why you'll
Ow.
see many games have things off in the
Rock'n'Thumb
distance that
is,
simply pop in,
same?
or you'll notice a really
Or, like,
low
second
quality
game,
texture
same
that
series?
wasn't replaced with its higher quality
Oh,
version
sequel.
in
Oh, sweet.
time.
Hell
Or
yeah.
We're actually moving
Well, then I'll play
too
Rock'n'Thumb
fast
then.
for the game to handle. Congratulations. If you ever wondered why you could kill enemies in classic games on, say, the NES, and then have them respawn the moment you walked away and came back to that first screen, it's because those games often didn't have enough space to dedicate to remembering that you killed those baddies.
Terrible.
It wasn't
Awful.
relevant
Hate
for
that.
them to remember that versus using that RAM for other purposes. Same with
Don't
why
worry, fruit.
games
I
often
will
have
be
to
chocolate
reload
and
if
fruit
you
together
die,
at
so that
last.
they have time to load the stuff
What is
far
this
back at
guy?
the start of the level or checkpoint.
Fan
A
favorite
lot
Trini
of early
dumbass spice.
CD-based games had to get
Evangelion.
creative with how they
Find very hard
handled
to be
these
cool. It's
things
coming off like a,
because
still coming off like a
CDs read
goofball.
data pretty slowly, and the PS1, for example, only
Fucking
had 3
interrupt.
megabytes of RAM. One of
Damn,
those
yeah.
specifically dedicated to the
Yeah,
graphics
that's
side of
that's
things.
Junie energy
That
right there.
is not a lot. The PS5 has over 5,000
Whoa,
times
shit!
more.
Where'd you
and
come
for a
from? Get the
far
fuck out of my
less
way.
Technical example,
We're not fighting you
your
today.
most recent selfie is very likely close to 3 megabytes alone.
Mm-hmm.
Games like Crash Bandicoot, for example, had to
That's a lot of
squeeze
fun.
every
It's hard.
last bit out
One
of the
super
system.
backwards
and
of fraud.
I don't
Oh,
mean
no.
figuratively, I
Oh,
mean the actual
no.
unit of measurement. With the team
Oh,
at
3
Naughty
days
Dog
ago. Oh,
going
it's
as
recent. Oh,
far
shit.
as
Okay.
writing data to the CD in a specific
gamer- oh,
order
God.
so that they had time
Oh,
to
no.
load
Don't give him a gun.
every single asset
It's-
in without you ever noticing many, if any, visual hiccups.
That's always impressive.
Total sidebar, this detailed write-up by Naughty Dog's first hired employee is the only good thing Quora has ever provided to the world. Just saying. So now that the basics are out of the way,
Wow,
this
take
brings
that,
us to
Quora.
games with multiple discs.
We got
Since
rid of these
data is
assholes.
loaded into RAM ahead of time, you can actually open the disk tray and still move around most of the time without the game crashing or giving you any issues. Once you reach a part that hasn't been loaded into RAM, that's when things get dicey. This is why older games that required multiple discs would pull up a static screen telling you to change at the appropriate time, and then developers would
Elsie
ensure that
Watch
each
got
disc
here.
shared the
What the fuck?
relevant data to load stuff up and pick right up where you left off. This brings us back to the PS1 Final Fantasy games, and actually most multi-disc
Parasite Eve
PS1
1 is
games
really
in
good. I need to play
general
number
at the
2
time.
though. I really
The
need to play number
actual
2.
game code doesn't really tend to take up that much space in the grand scheme of things since it's just executable text, especially not compared to pre-rendered video files. Since the developers didn't necessarily know how many discs a game
giving
was
a
going
PS1,
to need
there
at
you go.
before we started production, it was
He's
often
trying.
easier in
He's doing
practice
his best.
to throw as much as possible on every
The
single
battles are
disc
always
to add
entertaining, at least. I
redundancy
never get sick
rather
of
than
spinning
go in after the
cane
fact and
and
say,
volcano.
"Oh, we can cut out the disc 1 stuff from disc 2, only to realize that now you've got to fix about 1,000 bugs that inevitably crop up when you remove even a single goddamn file.
That's fair.
I've spent hours before trying to fix a single bug caused by simply changing one visual asset. It is not fun. Generally speaking, developers often just added discs to the mix as
Oh,
they
guitar.
ran out of
Ooh,
space.
hold on a
Although
sec. That-
most
that
games
kind of
did
appeals.
try
Hold on a sec.
separating
You
things
kinda-
into
you kinda be
neat
slapping
story
right
acts
now.
so that each disc had a satisfying
You kinda be
ending
slapping
or
right now.
cliffhanger, but not all of them did.
Like that.
My favorite example of a game that didn't is Parasite Eve, which added
Oh.
a little reprieve right in the middle of a level solely so that you can swap discs. The game isn't split in half or anything, it's most of the way through this adventure. They just added a new disc the moment they didn't have enough space for the next cinematic cutscene.
Okay.
Even some more linear or actiony games like Metal Gear Solid, for example, included most, if not all, of the game's areas across both of the game discs, mainly in that game's case to reduce disc swapping later on when you have to backtrack.
No. It
Once
does.
again, it
Everyone
was
says like
just the
people say
cinematics
like
that tended
this
to
needs a
float games
remake
like
or a
that
remaster.
beyond a
Like
single CD.
no, it doesn't.
Other
It-
RPGs
like a
like The
Dragon
Legend
really
of
is
Dragoon,
fucking
though,
not.
handled things differently than the Final Fantasy standard, separating the areas of each disc and forcing you to change out if you wanted to go back to an early game town in the middle
Okay.
of, say, disc 4.
I don't remember that 'cause I
said,
haven't
that
done
is
that in
yet
forever.
another game where the disc count was defined purely by the amount of FMV cutscenes. Disc 3 ends up feeling a significant
I like the
amount
idea of
shorter
playing
than
guitar
discs 1
for
through
your
4
funny
because that's where they
crew
dump so many lore
instead of
cinematics on you right near
a
the start.
drum.
A super interesting edge case is Resident Evil 2, the first one.
I still
It's
have not played that
noteworthy
one.
for having each of its 2 playable heroes and main campaigns, Leon and Claire,
Because now you're
on
Frost, you're
separate
Bullhorn, that's
discs,
terrible
simply
heroes.
because somebody goofed and undercalculated how much space the game's audio was going to take up. RE2 was meant to be one disc
Riveting was a
up until
10-game
the very
disc. This
last
game
minute.
instead.
But funnily enough, that's not the
That's a lot
only
of discs.
second game in a Capcom series that did this. Jumping ahead to the PS2 for just a second, the 100% critically acclaimed, perfect Metacritic scoring Devil May Cry 2 has separate discs for its playable characters as well. You should play it sometime. I'm sure it'll be fine. This isn't directly related to
I do have that
games,
game.
but
I did buy the
wanna
HD
highlight
collection,
something really
so I can
cool.
play it
Some
sometime
developers
soon,
got
hopefully.
really creative with how they loaded things into RAM. With Ridge Racer on the PS1, for example, Namco loaded the
Joins was
entire
like-
game itself
Bitcoin, you what?
into memory, leaving just the music to be streamed from the
Joins.
CD as you played. You can actually take Ridge Racer out once the game's done loading and play
Petty saved themselves.
without issue.
You did it.
A lot of folks back in the day would take advantage of this by playing on 2 PS1s via System Link,
Buy
using
Bitcoin.
only a single copy of the game. Or,
is that
even
one?
better, you can
Yes.
insert your own music CDs,
Yeah.
and the PS1 will play those songs as you play. Here, have a listen.
3, 2, 1, go!
Say
This
goodbye
sort of
to my
disc
stream.
hot swapping
Nah.
was used very creatively by some players
Oh my
to
God.
bypass copy protection, loading up a real PS1 game just past the boot screen, and then swapping over to an illegally burned copy of a different game. Or you could pop the disc tray open during gameplay to take advantage of some glitches or skip cutscenes, leading to a ton of fun little speedrun strats.
Oh.
So anyway, which classic game had the most discs? Well, on the PS1, that honor goes to at least 2 different titles. A fully voiced Japanese dating sim named Tokimeki Memorial 2,
Oh,
and the
really?
sequel to the critically
I guess
acclaimed
the
adventure
voice
game
actor,
Myst,
yeah.
Riven, the sequel to
And then
Myst.
Riven, yeah.
That's actually the full name, and you have to say it every time, or
There we go.
else.
It's-
Riven, the sequel to Myst, splits the game's 5 freely explorable open-world islands, each onto its own disc, because the amount of audio and image files was simply
the most
too
dicks.
overwhelming. Better hope you don't get stuck, because if
Look,
you decide to look around elsewhere,
Toro, if you
be
want to make
prepared
a
change
YouTube
discs
video that gets a bunch of
lot.
clicks,
But
put in the
neither of
dicks.
these top
That's all
the
I'm
list
saying.
overall.
You
That
have-
honor,
you're
as far
onto
as I've been
something
able to
here.
find, goes to the Japanese-only Sega Saturn port of the point-and-click interactive horror game Phantasmagoria, which comes out at a whopping 8 discs, since the entire game is made up of live-action movie clips.
Jeez.
Now, obviously, things get even more complicated as you move on to more advanced systems as well. However, the increased storage capacity of more advanced disc formats, such as the DVD, led to a sharp decline in multi-disc games. CDs could house about 700 megabytes of data. DVDs could
You've heard
hold
dick
over
pics, now
7
get ready for dick
times that, and they could be
clips.
dual layered to hold twice as much as even that. Throw that all together
We're
with
seeing
the
on a bookshelf
relative
next to me for
decline in
PC.
popularity of
Damn,
Japanese
even for the PC, it's
RPGs
still
as
5
players
discs.
jumped from
Jeez.
the PS1 to the PS2
Figure at that point they'd be able to
GameCube
install
era,
something,
and
I
where
guess,
the
but I guess
PS1
they had to put all
well
that, get all that
over
data from
5 dozen
somewhere, right?
multi-disc games in the span of about
Is
5
Riven
years,
good?
close to
Is
1% of
Myst
that
good?
system's total library.
Are they good
The
games?
PS2 had closer to 1 dozen in about 10 years. Most of those games, though, are JRPGs like Grandia 3 or Star Ocean. The original Xbox, I couldn't even find one.
That's me
but
screaming.
I'm sure there's probably one obscure one out there that exists, so if so, let me know. The closest example that I could find were a couple games like Jade Empire that released extra content on a separate bonus disc for limited editions that you would then install to your Xbox hard drive and play alongside Disc 1. Even Shenmue 2, which had 4 discs on the Dreamcast, fit onto a single Xbox disc. That's because for the Dreamcast, Sega decided to use a proprietary disc format that they called the GD-ROM, which had a gigabyte in space.
You're like,
more
man,
than
no one speaks of
CDs,
Riven.
but far less than the looming DVD format.
Damn, it's like
Naturally,
that.
given the Dreamcast's power bump compared to the PS1, this meant that a decent handful of games
Sounded
ended
a
up
bunch of
spanning
screamers
more
this
than
way,
one
too.
disc, such as both Shenmues, a few Resident Evil games as always, etc., although this was obviously limited by the system's quick demise. Here's perhaps another fun side fact for you. Despite the slightly larger disc capacity, due to what's most easily described as a couple smaller production oversights, early Dreamcast models from the first year of that system's life can actually
I enjoyed
play
this, I was disappointed
pirated
with Riven.
Dreamcast
That's fair
games
enough.
burned onto regular
It's all about Circus
CDs.
Sister Suffering after
This
all.
was an
I still need to play
incredibly
those games as
common
well.
practice in some places,
Trying to make a
and
YouTube
it
video, you don't have to make it
certainly
long,
didn't
just have to be
help
2
a company
minutes.
that was
2 minutes of dick
just
clicks.
barely treading water. If you want to find out how to download and
No,
burn your
YouTube
own
videos
Dreamcast
take a
games,
fucking long
I
time to
won't
make.
tell you, but there
Like,
are
even
a
that
lot
2-minute
of
video
sites
still
out there
took me,
that
like,
will. And if you're, say, a
2
Dreamcast
hours because I had to
hobbyist
get everything
looking to share your
recorded, and
passion
I did
with the
I
world
wanted to
without
record it in a
burning
different
discs, don't
way,
do
and so
that.
on and so
There's
forth.
no
It's a pain in
better
the
place
ass.
to go than Squarespace, the #1
Squarespace.
platform to build your
Is the I'm a
website or
Genius Double
brand.
Dream? No,
and the
no, it's
sponsor
not.
of
That's
today's
Tales of
video.
Fantasia, I
We
believe.
live in a world
Fantasia,
where people are creating more
the
than
GameCube
ever
one, the
before.
GameCube Tales
Think about
game,
how
whatever
many
that's
folks
called.
you know that have started podcasts
Yeah, there's a
or
Tales of.
channels
No,
or are
Grandy does
finally
not have
diving into
that charm.
hobby
Does
they've
not have
talked about
barely
for
any charm,
years.
mind you.
No matter what you're looking to create, make sure you've got a website to back it up. And what better way to do that than
let me put everything
Squarespace?
away here real
Squarespace
quick.
makes it easier
I'm
than
gonna run that
ever
quest
to
a few
put
more times so I
together
get more
your site.
paintballs
Just
for
select
free
from a list of
and a
themes,
few things I can
adjust
sell
or
for
drag
money.
over the different
That's what I'm
modules
gonna be
and
grinding
customize
on
them
for a
to
bit
your
because that's a
liking
very
and
easy
click
quest for
save.
me.
Want a custom storefront for your products? Check. Want custom member-only areas?
Grandia
Easy
3
to
is
set up
just
email campaigns, detailed
a
analytics,
very
all that good
plain
stuff?
RPG
Check. It only took
that
me
does not
probably
complete its
half an hour when I
storylines
started
at
poking
all,
around with
and
Squarespace
wraps
to
it
go
up
from
in
a
like
completely blank slate to a site
in the most
I
boring
was
ways possible.
genuinely
It's
happy with.
not
It's
good.
Pretty cool, and I've been able to
And I
pick
played
right
through it
back
on
up to add
stream.
new landing pages
I don't know if
or
the
tweak
playthrough still
things.
exists,
It's
mind you, but
genuinely so malleable. So make sure to check out
That's what I'm looking for, yeah.
squarespace.com/goldenbolt to save
Oh, wait,
10%
hold on. I
off
need
your first
bug nets.
purchase of a website or domain. Thanks again to Squarespace for
So I
sponsoring
played
this
when
video.
Ocean came out. If I
Let's
haven't
get
played
back
it,
to
Mist
it.
still would hold up, I think. Interesting.
what
I've always been
about
curious about
Nintendo?
Mist and
Being their
Ribbon because
usual
I've never
Nintendo
played,
have to be
either of them.
themselves, the company followed Sega
Let alone
in
much
creating
like,
their own
old school puzzle
proprietary
games
disc
either.
format, although they were a bit better about not making that format insanely easy to burn onto a fresh CD and pirate. I mean, for one, where the hell would you even get a blank GameCube disc? But with such unique disc formats
Fair.
and being a whole generation late to the party, they probably had some struggles
curious.
keeping content down to a single disc, right? Actually,
no.
no. Every first-party game on every Nintendo system was able to optimize down to one disc using the company's compression wizardry.
Oh.
It got a little bit dicey with games like Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Xenoblade, and in a throwback to the old days, thanks to its many pre-rendered cutscenes, Metroid Other M, which all
Yeah.
needed a custom dual-layered Wii disc, but only a single Wii game ended up needing 2 discs. That game is Dragon Quest X. If you're not familiar, Dragon Quest X
that's
is
the
a
RPG,
Japanese-only
MMORPG,
MMO
right?
that launched not only with 2 discs, but
Bro,
also
Lost
a
Odyssey.
16
Lost Odyssey
gigabyte
was so
memory stick
good.
for
I'm
the Wii
I'm still on the
because
hunt
you
for
also
it.
needed to
Like I got an
install
Xbox
the
360
discs
so I can
rather
play it
than
again.
just
I
pop 'em
really
in.
want to play that
And
through
as
again.
time went on, multiple expansions
no
dropped for
genius
this
in it.
game, as tends
It
to
has
happen with
genius in it.
MMOs,
It
leading to
ended the
separate
game.
add-on discs titled version 2 and 3. So technically, the full Dragon Quest X experience is a 4-disc Wii game. Well, not the full version,
I'm
but
right
we'll get
there.
The
More media,
GameCube
less
had
funny
a
than
good
less arcade.
handful more 2-disc games, given the tiny baby
Maybe I'll
disc
still
was
like
much
it.
smaller, 1.5
Well,
gig
you could just play
capacity
Pissed.
compared to the Wii
I'm sure
discs,
Pissed
which
is
were
funny.
essentially just
I'm sure
DVDs.
nothing's wrong with
Mainly
Pissed.
here we had a few Resident Evil titles, including RE4, which, fun fact, only ever released on the GameCube, never anywhere else, as well as Metal Gear Solid's Twin Snakes remake needing 2 discs just like the original, some Splinter Cell games, and even 2 Tiger Woods games. Yeah, at least this time he was open about having 2 discs and not just doing it behind
Shut
just one's
up.
back.
Oh my god.
The reason EA
Shut
gave
up.
was that the amount of
You
beautiful
stupid.
courses were too vast to fit on just one disc. And while we're here, the Wii U didn't have any games.
Too much golf, never enough golf.
Actually, I could end that sentence right there.
Yeah.
The Wii U didn't have any games that needed more than
Somebody
one
raid
disc.
me right now
Technically,
to make
Dragon
this
Quest
joke
X
full.
was also released on the Wii U.
played Cursed
and at
Golf
the end of
yesterday, or 2
2021,
days ago.
Version 6 of that game released, meaning that on paper that's a 6-disc Wii U game, but that obviously once again doesn't
Jeez.
count. Xenoblade Chronicles X probably should have had 2 discs, in fact the developers thought they would need to, but instead Nintendo released some optimization patches so large that you would need a bigger Wii U hard drive to even
Wow.
download them. That's because Nintendo launched that thing with only 32 gigs of storage if you bought the more expensive model. If you bought the cheaper one, it only had 8, which was actually only 3 at launch because of the firmware, and as the Wii U got updated, yeah, it wasn't even 3. It's a wonder that thing failed. I say this as an early Wii U adopter. Don't come at me like that.
What the
I
fuck?
have more Wii
Get
U
him
games
away.
than you. And speaking of systems that essentially launched without a hard drive, the Xbox 360. At least that one was far more excusable since it was, 2005 and not 2012, and also there was a
We
hard
tried to
drive
miss last year.
expansion slot and
bounced off
not
the
just
controls got rough. The
USB
controls
slots.
got
Anyway,
rough.
When
Isn't
it
that
came
point and
time
click?
to
Wait, what the
jump
fuck?
into the HD gaming era, Microsoft
bonkers.
stuck with the DVD format,
Wii U
while
4
Sony
the Wii U
bet
has
on
fans.
Blu-ray. Now, there are many more differences between the two than just the ones I'm going to go over, but the main ones I'll mention now are that Blu-rays could store far more data, up to 25 gigabytes on a single layer disc and up to 50 on a dual layer, while DVDs maxed out at just under 9 gigs even when dual layered, and when you reserve reserve space for the Xbox 360's required copy protection, that drops to just under 7 total
Sure
megs.
been around.
Additionally,
Peter
Blu-rays
Moore
are
used to
actually
be
read at
a
the same speed
staple part of our
regardless where the
lives when it
data
comes to
may be
gaming.
stored on a disc, while DVDs are read at a faster speed the closer the data is to the center of the disc, just like with CDs before.
This
This
oh, it
is
was the
part of
antiquity
why
of the
there
game.
are
Gotcha,
well over
gotcha.
100 PS3 games that require you to install at least parts of the game from the disc to your hard drive. Now, if we're being 100% honest here, not too many PS3 games actually needed all the extra space, especially the multi-platform ones, since those games would need to fit on Xbox.
Should have Peter left.
The main true reason
Also,
the
wave a
PS3
lady.
went
What's up,
Blu-ray
Freestyle
is
Kung Fu?
because Sony, just like
How
with
you
DVD
doing?
and CD before, was heavily involved in creating the disc format. When CDs first took over the world, for example, Sony made something like 1 cent per disc printed, and even more for actual disc readers. But as a format is widely adopted, the royalty costs tend to drop. By continuing to produce new, successful disc
Why is he
types,
not
they
dead
would
yet?
be able to collect more and higher royalties
There we
first
go.
on every DVD player or disc sold, and now on every Blu-ray player or disc sold, along with the rest of the companies involved in creating each of those formats. In terms
damn.
of the gaming space, it's not a lot of money individually, certainly much less than the extra money they would make by selling games digitally as they do today, but at a time when over 1 billion DVDs were still being printed every single year, and at a time where the PS2
Right,
was
something like Dead
the
Space 1 where it has
reason the
no love, your
DVD succeeded
house
as
has
well as
half
it
a
did
second
to
delay
begin
on
with,
system.
it
Jesus.
adds up. Now,
It's
one
funny how having
PS3
like what we
game
feel like,
that
hey, we
actually
have better
did need
systems
a
finally.
lot
We can
of
do
that
whatever we
extra
want.
Blu-ray space
And
was
how much
one of
problems
its
that actually
big
causes in reality.
exclusives, Final Fantasy 13,
What's coming
which
in the
ended up not being very
Look, we
exclusive
live
at
through these
all.
problems. We
Thanks to
understand.
Square Enix's industry-leading cinematic
we just
quality,
ignore
FF13's cutscenes
PS3
took up
era
over 32
ads.
gigabytes alone, leaving about 7 gigabytes left in the game files for the, you know,
And the
game.
vaguely racist
Although
squirrels,
speaking
yeah.
as somebody
The
that actually
black-coated
did play
squirrels.
13, that gameplay
Talking
is
about their
the
nuts.
most linear of pretty much any Final Fantasy, which was one of the consequences of making such a pretty game. When Square made the decision late into the game's very protracted production to bring it to Xbox 360 in order to try and bump up sales and hopefully turn a better profit,
Which is where I
it had
played
to
it on.
compress all of that significantly to get it onto a reasonable number of discs. That number landed at 3 DVDs and just under half of the overall size of the PS3 version, again thanks to aggressive compression techniques that weren't needed on the larger Blu-ray discs. It's not a coincidence that once its sequel, 13.2, was designed also with the Xbox 360 in mind from day one, it was able to release on one disc on both systems. The problem is, then you're still playing 13.2, kind of a lose-lose either way.
I thought 13.2
As
was
much
solid.
as FF13's
Maybe I just don't.
linearity
Maybe I
became
got mixed
something
up.
of a sticking point with a lot of players, purely in the context
It's
of
just- it
disc
was just
swapping
as linear
here,
as any other
I would
RPG.
prefer that to other
Are you
360
sure?
titles
Are
like
you
Star
certain
Ocean, which
about
pull a
that?
Legend of Dragoon and force you to swap discs every time
As
you
someone
wanna
who's played the
backtrack to
game,
earlier
are you
areas.
certain about that?
As we neared the end of the console generation's life, the data cost of HD
right.
development
Oh my God.
did end up growing too large for the DVD format, to the point that even Microsoft titles could end up split onto 2 discs. Halo 4 split its single-player and multiplayer onto separate DVDs, and though it's not an exclusive, Max Payne 3 got weird by doing the same, but only putting half of the campaign and all the multiplayer content onto Disc 1, and the second half of the campaign onto Disc 2. Just
It had the
kinda
best boss
interesting.
theme and best chocobo
Dragon's
theme.
Dogma
Yeah,
Dark
Heavy Metal Dead
Arisen split off
Chocobo
an optional HD
is
texture pack onto a
iconic,
separate
honestly.
disc. My favorite
It was
example
exist-
of the
exactly. It was just
360's
exists. It's
many
like-
multi-disc titles, though,
It just
are Mass
it was just
Effect
there.
2 and
Like,
3,
are you certain
specifically
that this is the
because
hill
of
that person wants to
unique,
die on?
almost throwback way they designed around this multiple disc limitation. In both games,
mean,
the
Final
very
Fantasy just
start
generally
and
has
very
God-tier
end of
music
the story
overall.
are on disc 1, with the vast majority of
There's
the
very
game
few that are
taking
really,
place
like,
on
bad
disc 2.
OSTs.
Each game was
I
designed
can't think of a
to
Final
sort
Fantasy with,
of
like, a truly
funnel
bad
you into the
OST.
second disc's freedom after walking you through the opening, getting you your
And I mean, I think that
bearings,
includes
that
side
sort of
games
thing.
too and everything
Then,
like that.
after you've played all of the story, absorbed all the side content you want, picked a favorite store on the Citadel, and made all of the countless in-game choices that defined the
Rathian's here.
series,
Shit.
you'd be funneled back into disc 1 for the game's final, more linear mission, where you'd get to see all the ramifications of the choices you'd made, or not if you're playing 3. As far as I recall, these two are the only 360 games that adjusted each game's very design
Weird hook
philosophy
ending that kills
around
off the Moogle for
multiple
no
discs.
reason.
The only one that's close to a third example
All right,
would
I'll
be
never
LA
forgive
Noire, where the
13-2.
entire
I don't need
city
to
is
play it
available to
anymore.
explore
I'm
on
upset
each
that I
disc,
killed
but
my
the developers
Moogle.
at Team Bandai attempted to split the discs
Is
based
Weird
on
13 for
which
the gameplay's better?
department and
Okay.
set of cases you had gotten to in the story.
I don't entirely
Fun
hate the
fact, that
gameplay
game was
of
almost 5 to
13,
6
honestly.
discs on
so.
360 allegedly, which is why for a long time it was intended to be a PS3 exclusive, just like with Final Fantasy
Is it worth my
13.
time? That's the problem. I have to go back
The
and play
rest
them.
of the 360
I don't think I
games,
will.
as you've seen, either asked you to swap discs when they ran out of room, or in the case of games like Forza 3 and 4, as well as GTA 5, dedicated one disc to installing content that couldn't fit on the main disc, and then gave you the other for actually playing. In
Yeah,
Grand
more
Theft
important
Auto's
things to
case,
do,
this
like
resulted
play
in some players needing
Monster
to either upgrade their
Hunter.
hard drive a month before the next-gen systems were about to come out, or buy a USB stick just to hold all of the installed discs' content. Rockstar continued adding major content updates to that game for about 2 years on the at-the-time last-gen systems, and
Goddamn.
supported the online
I didn't
on
realize they
both
lasted
via
that long.
continued
What the
smaller
fuck?
updates until the end of 2021. I
Jeez.
can only imagine how many USB sticks the final 360 players needed by the end. I mean, or you
Hey, I
could have
guess you
played
have nothing
any
better
of
to
these
do,
7th
damn.
generation games on PS3, where thanks to Blu-ray discs having a much higher storage cap, everything is always on a single disc. The only game
Nothing
that
counts,
ever
Jesus.
came close to needing a second disc on PS3, at least as far as has ever been shared, naturally brings us back to Hideo Kojima. Even with a dual-layer disc which can store twice as much
We're back.
data,
We made it back to
Metal Gear
Hideo
Solid
Kojima.
4
We did it.
still
We
almost
we went full
needed
we went full
a second
circle.
disc.
We can make MagFest
great.
now.
We're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc. Dual layered, too. No need to swap.
Damn it, Otacon! Get a grip!
Yeah.
While we're talking about Metal Gear, though, one thing the PlayStation
great.
3 did have a lot of were multi-disc collections. In MGS's case, that would be the Legacy Collection, which contained Metal Gear Solid 1,
That points to
VR
me with the
missions,
idea that
2,
stack map encounters
3,
rather than random was
4,
a good idea.
Peace Walker, some comics, and I guess Metal Gear 1 and 2 by way of those
There we go.
being on Metal Gear Solid 3, all spread across 2 discs, one of which was just Metal Gear Solid 4 on its own disc anyway. And
I guess the
other
music was
the
good, so I didn't
Metal
even
Gear
think
Solid
about that at
HD
TZN.
collection,
I just like the music, so I'm like, I don't mind getting the fights because the music's really fucking good.
different looking disc. Although I do have to note that
If you
Metal
need to
Gear
keep me
Solid
going,
1
sometimes
and
good music
VR
will do
missions
it.
were not actually on a disc, they were part of a download code.
Hmm.
By the end of the PS3's life, a number of these sorts of collections popped up, like
Two
WB
multi-disc
combining
exclusives
Arkham
was gonna run
Asylum
by
and
that?
City
I guess
into
so.
one
I
new
have no idea what
case.
Mist
My
Walker
copy's
is.
even signed
I don't
by
think
the
they
voice of
mentioned
the
it.
Penguin, Nolan North. Well, maybe. It looks pretty close to his signature, but I bought it on eBay for like $20, so it's probably fake, but that was still cheaper than buying it at GameStop, so I didn't really care. It's definitely fake. Sony made it a habit of doing this same 2-disc and download code strategy for quite a
Because I have no
few of
idea
its
what Mist
collections,
Walker is,
specifically
so
that really nice
it's up to
brand
you
of
to
re-releases
now
with
make
the
a
gold banner on
20-minute
top. I really
video
like that
or
banner.
just
God of
lightly
War's
say,
Saga
hey, this is
Collection,
Mist
for
Walker.
example, had the original HD collection on disc 1, God
It was
of War 3
it
by
was a
itself
game
on
that was
disc
an
2,
RPG
and a
or
download
something.
code for the God of
It's
War
like a Gucci
PSP
company.
Origins collection,
Oh, they
which
made
was
Blue Dragon.
also
Yeah,
on
yeah.
disc anyway,
Okay.
but it's a download
Wow,
code
I'm surprised
here
I never
because
heard about that
fuck
then.
you, that's why. The Infamous collection just has Infamous 1 and 2 on separate discs, although they were freshly printed new discs with that nice gold
I mean, I
label
guess
on the
my
front.
whole
And
thought on like
also,
the anime
Vampire
counters is like, if
Expandalone
this is
in
good,
Infamous 2 was
whatever.
provided
I'll
on
jam.
download code.
I'll just jam every
That-
time.
That actually did happen. You didn't dream that.
Good
Killzone's
stagger
collection,
class. Depending on the
same
game,
deal,
right,
although the
right.
PSP games never did come
But yeah,
to
they
PS3
usually
for
have
that one
generally bad
because,
random encounters,
the
but if the
series
music
didn't do as well
bangs,
as
it's
God
like
of
cool.
War.
I
And
don't
the only
mind
reason
getting to
I'm
hear this
still
song
talking
every
about this
like
gold banner collection line
minute and a
is
half.
because
That's
Resistance
fine.
got one as well, but only to
I
burn
really like
through
Chrono
old copies
Chrono
of the
Cross
game that
system.
never sold. Like
Not
straight
because
up, that collection is
you know
just
I'm
a
avoiding
new
any of the
cardboard
battles.
box
I go
wrapping
into the
together
battles for the
old sealed
sheer sake
greatest
of like
hits cases of 1 and
the
2,
music's really good and the
a
victory
regular
music is really
copy
good.
of 3,
So
which
I
never
want to go
got a
back. I want to
greatest
go
hits
back and fight
release.
more.
Resistance is dead and it's never coming back.
It's the brownest game that we've ever played. So many colors, all in the same shade.
So you might think that with the PS4 and Xbox One
Sometimes
following
you don't
in the
miss,
PS3's
and that's
Blu-ray
alright.
footsteps, and with even Nintendo
let's
doing
see.
its own weird
Shit.
thing and making proprietary pseudo Blu-ray
me
Wii
get
U
rid of this
discs,
last
that we've
Monster Hunter
seen
real
the
quick,
end of multiple
and then
disc
we'll go back to
releases.
daily life.
And you'd be wrong, as by 2018, some games once again got too damn big.
Damn,
Naturally,
really?
Rockstar and Square Enix
Oh,
are two of the
yeah.
first culprits, with Red Dead Redemption 2 being the first new game to bloat past one disc on either system.
Rathian
and
incoming.
Final Fantasy VII Remake followed suit in
Oh,
2020,
right, I guess I did, huh?
albeit only on PS4 because Sony backed up the truck to keep that game exclusive. However, there's a crucial difference now, because by this point, console discs no longer mean anything. They're just install codes for the people that want a box on the shelf and maybe don't want to download 100 gigabytes of game and would rather just put a disc in and have it install 100
I
gigs
wish to
of
not
game.
have to deal with this stupid thing.
Really like having 100 gigs of weight before I have to play
It's so
my
far
games.
away.
And every one of the multi-disc games on PS4 and Xbox One reflected that by having one disc be solely for installing most of the game.
Yo, what's up, Water Kirby? How you doing?
Play disc that also
I'm glad that the continued Tekken 8 hype is going for you here.
It's really wonderful.
Was there more news today on it?
That our PC Master Race is, nope, hold on, gotta take that one back and rephrase that. You players out there that are PC Master
Good cosplay,
Race
very
players
good.
are probably wondering what took consoles so long to get to the point where discs were just install fodder. And to that I say, I hope you enjoyed your 7-disc copy of GTA 5, nerd. I mean, you hopefully got it on Steam like a sane person, but still. By the end of the PlayStation 4's life, a bunch of first-party Sony games also fell into this
I thought they mentioned
strategy.
Lost Odyssey.
In fact, I'm betting there
Did they not?
One
and I just blanked it out and we just
after
talked
this
about it?
video comes out.
Is that what
The Last of
happened?
Us Part
I just
2
blanked
is
it out.
the most known and highest selling of these. Shut the hell up, I don't want to hear it, but it's not the first. That goes to a patched version of Gran Turismo Sport that got a 2-disc physical release called
Maybe
Spec 2,
something I'm missing out on.
at least in Europe. I can't really find anything about this game. It just uses the same cover as the original version as far as I can tell, but apparently it exists. I've never seen it. More recently, the cross-gen PlayStation 4 to PS5 games like
yeah, I was gonna say it just seems like it was
and GT7
longer.
also had
Seemed
2
good.
discs on
I mean,
PS4,
not seemed good.
I would
Lost
bet
Odyssey,
God of
very
War
good,
Ragnarok is
and I
going
really
want
to play it again.
And be the
Like,
final multi-disc
I have to like save up money
PS4
to be able to buy the game,
but
but
don't fret, my
when
fellow
I get
Xbox
there,
Oneers,
oh
as Red
boy.
Dead wasn't the only 2-disc game for you. Cyberpunk also had 2 discs, so if you want to play the last-gen version of that game, have fun with that.
No leaks, but I'll look forward to Tekken 8 tomorrow.
To
Okay.
future,
I'm looking forward to it too. In that case, if there's something good, I mean, I guess for me anything's good because Tekken 8 is good.
And if you're wondering that about the Switch, I am very concerned for you. The current PlayStation and Xbox are both compatible with the higher capacity Ultra HD Blu-ray.
But hopefully you've been
discs,
enjoying
which each
Evo
hold
this
up
weekend
to
and having a good one for people who have been watching it,
Now,
but
that
yourself
might
as
already
well,
sound
Water
concerning
Kirby.
when games on PS4 and Xbox One were already starting to hit 100 gigs.
Yeah, I
and
guess it's not a
also
list of
more so when
every
games like Call of
3-disc
Duty try
game.
to
It's just
take
like a
up
brief
as much
history.
space on your hard drive as possible, just
Unlike
so
the
that you
guy
can
who played
play any
every
other games. And
3DO
you know what? That's a
RPG
very
last
fair concern.
time.
One of the most fascinating things about all of the disc-based systems that we've looked at today, though, is that a lot of content has to be duplicated on different parts of the disc, since the console has to be able to read the disc in time to, in the simplest terms, show
Are they showing
the
it through
stuff
somewhere
you're playing.
else?
Even to go
I just
back
assume
to
that you have to watch it on
library
Twitch.
analogy from
Them and their
PS4
7
and Xbox
Evo
One may
channels.
have installed games to your hard drive just
Plus
because the read speed was
actual
faster
companies'
there than reading
channels
directly
as
from
well
the
if you
disc.
want to
But
watch
if I give
announcements and
you
stuff like that.
5 seconds to find one of 30 million books in a big-ass library, you're probably going to start wanting to keep copies of books all over the place just to save yourself some time.
Yeah, that's
now,
fair.
However, even though 4K Blu-rays have at least double the max space of the original
Secret Agent
Blu-rays,
Clank
the new
mentioned.
systems
Boy, it's
we're
going
playing on use
crazy.
solid-state
Also, way
drives
belatedly.
instead of
What's
hard
up, boy?
drives,
You never
which
played a
can process
multi-disc
data
game?
Much
Are you actually?
faster,
Is
dozens of
the
times
1995 the
faster,
year you were
The
born? Out of
PS5
curiosity.
reads and writes data
Because I'm like, if it's from 1995, I
55
can
faster than
see
the
that.
PS4
I can
ever
see you
could,
not playing a
meaning
multi-disc
that
game.
games can be even more
So I'm taking the
optimized
opportunity to
than
plug it.
ever
Please plug
before
it. You should
and
plug
cut
it.
down
Always
on
plug
that
Lost
duplicated
Odyssey.
asset stuff.
Like I mentioned,
For
I'm
example,
getting
the Spider-Man
a lot of the reason I'm getting
games
Xbox
are
360 or I've
25%
gotten
smaller
Xbox
on
360 is
PS5
so
than
I
they
can play
were
Lost
on
Odyssey
PlayStation
through.
4,
I
despite
really want to
containing
play
higher
it.
fidelity 4K assets and the like.
He gets depressed
So
because he can't
will
have
there
bread.
be a 2-disc
That's a reason.
PS5
That's a reason to
or
get
Xbox
depressed.
Series game one day?
I'd be sad.
God, I hope not, because you'd need to buy a whole ass extra hard drive at that point. Well, then again, I guess that's how it was on 360 too. Some things come full circle after all. Now, there are a couple other fun tidbits I could dive a little bit more into, like how there are actually a couple PSP games that use multiple UMDs. Guess what? One of them is a Final Fantasy.
Of course it's a Final
game. Take
Fantasy.
shot, but none of these ended up leaving Japan, at least physically, so there's not too much more to add other than that it's kinda neat. I'm sure there will be a couple really interesting things some of you will be able to add in the comments, and I look forward to reading them. I did try to avoid going super deep into the weeds of how all the tech works, since this is more of an overview, so obviously feel free to toss in some
Yeah,
more
we talked about
context as
Griminier,
well if
whatever
you've
his name
done
is,
game
earlier
development in
today.
the past or homebrew
Plankton
stuff or
reveal
whatever it
for.
might be.
Oh yeah, because I forgot.
Hopefully you
Nickelodeon's
found at least
All-Star
some
Brawl is
parts
getting a
of this
second chance, which
interesting.
good,
I know I found
excellent.
a lot of
That
it
game
ended
needs a
up
second chance as well.
fascinating me, and it all came
It got
because I
really
was bored
circumvented
one
by
day
things
and
like
decided to think
multiverses,
about
which was
how
unfortunate.
any of these games worked. Although I guess the phrase, I was bored and wondered how this thing was made, here's 30 plus minutes of what I found, could probably be the subtitle of this entire channel at this point. Gotta figure out a shorter way to say that. So if that sounds like something you want more of, you should definitely
Should I just get
subscribe.
some
I do have a
iPress
lot
then?
more where that came from
And
already.
Jungle, see if I can
Or
find some
don't subscribe, I'm
mining
not your dad
spots.
yet.
Yeah, I guess
Thanks
so.
as always for watching, and until next time, stay golden. I also want to give a special
I mean, it sounded like
thanks to my
Multiverses was
wonderful
very, very
Patreon
good.
supporters for
It
helping
sounded like
make
Multiverses
videos
was very,
like
very
this
good. I didn't get to play it,
possible,
but
including Goldstorm
so I'm outside
07,
looking in
Enough
on that
42,
one.
Cloudy Boy,
But I'm
Jump Rock,
surprised
Curry Guy
that
564,
everyone seems to be
Malkavio,
very hyped about it,
Mason
and then they
Hunt,
just
Billy
completely,
D360, by Rexy and
I don't
Sleeper
know,
Agent
fumbled the
Rodney
bag and said,
220,
hey,
FOE3, the Critic of
here's
Innocence,
that
Captain
was a
Switch,
beta.
Chef
Here's
Kilo,
the
Damien
official
W,
release, and here's all
Drasolite,
this stuff that we're
Eclipse
gonna add in to
2025,
make a bunch of money,
Elliot Krantz,
right?
Evo90,
Right?
Even Luck, Faisal B, Harry, Heidi, Hotzi,
And then buy 360 for VR, Steel Battalion. I played it. It's too late. I don't need to go back.
Pariah, Maxi89C, The Milkman, Philip E, Shadow Nexus, Movies,
That's
Stefan,
about 360
Debris,
as well, and I
Terminally
100%
Nerdy,
completed
Wayne's
Tekken 6.
Boss, William Bundy,
Tekken 6 is a
and Buckles
scenario
Chuckler.
campaign?
If you want
What the
early
fuck?
and ad-free access to videos, or
I
if
just
you wanna join
today I
the
learned. That's
local
great.
Discord server,
Keyboard
or
stop
you want
typing.
to
Didn't want you to
list,
talk
or a
about Steel
number of other
Battalion
cool perks,
VR.
visit patreon.com
It's like, hey Jay, I'm gonna stop you right now before you make an ass out of yourself.
Why did they do that?
Oh god,
Do they
that
really
that got
think
loud.
This is funny? Canon
That got loud and I was expecting.
Pac-Man kills everyone. Let's write a song where he has a dispute with his wife.
Of course, I have to pick this video because I collect video game music vinyls, OSTs vinyls, and this one seems very comedic and down my alley for terrible video game records as well. So I'm like, yeah, I'm in for it. Type 0. Is that the Japanese? That's a Japanese PSP Final Fantasy game, right? If I remember correctly. That's the one they were talking about. 2023 is the year of second chances. Grand Blue Fantasy, Nickelodeon Battle All-Stars, Double Dragon. A lot of games are getting chances out here. See back in Tekken 8? I mean, not really. I think the question is still, I think the answer still remains the same as before, Water Kirby. Marduk would make life easier for me, but I don't need Marduk back. I'm just like, I'll just play Tekken 8 and I will enjoy whatever. But I know you said you were happy about Claudio and Harong, which I just read your message anyway. So I do remember the conversation we had on that. So I'm just kind of like, I'm just like, whatever. Tekken 8 is Tekken 8. I just want the game to be good and I'll adapt. But Marduk will probably be back because he's very unique in his play style. But we'll see what happens. It's rollback netcode. That would also be nice. A properly implemented rollback netcode would be sick. Pac-Man family violence? Yeah. What's up, Hamlin? We're just going to talk about Pac-Man family violence as it goes. Now we got I'm obsessed with these terrible video game records, which is like completely down my alley. So I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking doing this one. When's Gon coming back? Yeah. Gon can't come back, unfortunately. Gon cannot come back. He was an actual manga character. So it's like, oh, that's going to be really hard to probably find the rights, get the rights, and make this funny little character in the game that no one's going to actually use Gon in anyway. We have to hyper-realize this dinosaur and then make him like 2 feet tall and then watch him duck under highs immediately and always be banned. When they could just spend that money making their next world tour. Oh, gosh. I'm a PSP version, but the PC PS4 remakes I would recommend. Oh, okay. Interesting. I didn't actually know they made a remake for the PC/PS4. Today I learned. Has online co-op though? Oh, damn. That's kind of cool, actually. I'd use Gon. Yeah. Gon would probably be banned. Just if he ducks under highs naturally, he'd probably be banned. Or he'd be really fucked up in the reverse direction where there's something really wrong with Gon and Gon can't fight either. And no one's going to use that. They're like, why did we spend $100,000 of development time and money to build this stupid dinosaur? We could have just made Mokujin. It would have been half the cost. Oh, gosh. All right, so yeah, I'm obsessed with these terrible video game records. You got loud, but I turned the volume down, so hopefully we're good.
Oops. In 1975, a new record label was founded called Kid Stuff Records. Their entire business model was built around this formula. License a pre-existing kids media franchise,
easy,
create some sort of original audio based on it, manufacture some vinyl records, and then put them in record shops. It was essentially the vinyl record equivalent of clickbait. Kids would go to the record store with their parents, point at the giant record with Care Bears on it, and say, I want that. That is the bottom line of Kid Stuff Records, and it totally worked. From 1975 to 1987,
make
Kid Stuff
Godzilla
Records
so
made
he's
an
regular
absolutely
size. Shut the
disgusting
fuck
amount
up.
of content. In just over a decade, they managed to produce over
Dragunov back?
600 products.
I think Dragunov should
most
come
of which
back.
consisted
Dragunov's
of,
great. I like
unsurprisingly,
character.
vinyl records
Jesus,
based on
they made
all sorts
so
of things
much.
from
What the
all over
hell?
the media spectrum.
That's
Cartoons,
so much.
comics, toys, books, games, folk tales, movies. They did stuff for Disney and Hasbro. They did educational stuff, Christmas records, Bible stories, anti-drug campaigns. They covered every topic imaginable, including this one, which I had to seek out because I love owning cursed items.
Same.
Clownphobes, genuinely, you might want to look away for this one.
Watch out,
yeah,
Clownphobes.
Here it is. This is real. This is Welcome to McDonald Land, 1983. Possibly the worst picture disc I have ever seen. Like,
This is
oh my
great.
god. So because
That's
Kid Stuff
great.
was reaching out to every single property they possibly
That's
could,
so
they
fucking
didn't
good.
shy away
Just
from
as good as
that
Morgan
modern
here
video
with the
game
raid. We got some
before the
real
video game
golfers.
crash. So this was like
Finally,
1982,
some real
1983,
golfers in this day
when
and age. This is
Pac-Man
all I've been
and
waiting
Donkey Kong
for.
were still,
Let me
like,
take a moment to
extremely
pause
hot
everything so I
topics.
can
Today I
actually
will be introducing
greet and all that sort of stuff here. So how's it going, everyone? Morgan, thank you so much for the raid. Greatly appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a good one. Let me give you a quick shout out here to the homie. There we go. We got that. Hell yeah. How did Street Fighter 6 go today? Hopefully things went pretty well and you're feeling pretty strong. Thank you for bringing your community in with mine. Hopefully you're all having a good one. Name's Ryudo, variety streamer on twitch.tv.com. Also FGC commentator at this point in my life here. Just going through my Curse 50 and trying to defeat the video game that is known as Monster Hunter. And upon completion, I'll be giving $50 and I can get rid of this fucking game. I can throw it in the trash. It'll be great. I'm looking forward to that moment. But we're watching some videos in the meantime. We'll have to do some grind in the game itself. So feel free to get some snacks, kick back and relax because we're going to max out on some video content.
Pro tip, give you dough bits.
Yo, yeah, give me 100 bits. Give me 100 pro tips. Just like Fruit Salad Kung Fu. Thank you so much for the 100 pro tips. Maybe we can spread each of these pro tips out to, we could take each one of these pro tips, give it to one person, and each person will give another 100 pro tips. And if we just keep this chain going, congratulations, we just made infinite money. Huh? What's that? What the fuck's a pyramid scheme? Nah, thank you for the 100 pro tips. Greatly appreciated. I'm going to keep it in my back pocket so I can throw out the pro tips to other folks later on and all that good stuff. I have a problem if I like clowns way too much. I need to excuse myself for a minute. God damn it. Were we replaced? Keep the moveset, but he's so boring to look at. I like Brian. I like Brian's design a lot. He was balling back in like number 3 where that was a unique design. And now he's just been kind of around for a bit. He's just a guy. But I'm glad they're leaning into his Android aspects and like actually his like super art or whatever his art, critical art, I don't know what's called in Tekken, actually utilizes like some of that point of view of like, remember, this guy's a heckin' Android robot. He's violent by program. Excuse me, when Pyramid has a wicked, evil, nasty flair. That boy thinking. What is he thinking about? Roland McDonald. Rosamuni, how you doing as well? Good to see ya.
The Pac-Man album.
Let's get back to game.
The Amazing Adventures of Pac-Man.
Oh,
and
jeez.
Donkey Kong Goes Home.
Donkey
I have
Kong
more
Goes
than
Home?
just these 3. I have McDonald's one, like I just showed you. I have the Yars' Revenge one, and I have a Bugs Bunny one. But unfortunately, they're just not very interesting, so I'll spare you the details on those and get right to the good stuff.
Fair enough.
First, I want to talk about the 1982 LP titled The Pac-Man Album. I mean, right away, this picture disc looks fantastic.
I wonder if my stream will
The
get muted
artwork
from
is
this. That'll be
very
hilarious.
clean.
I hope it
This
is.
press is just gorgeous. The only thing is, the characters have very exaggerated joints. If you look,
Yeah,
look
what
at
the
the
hell's-
elbows,
baby?
and the knees,
Baby,
like,
are you
every
okay?
Character just has like a lump on their elbows and knees, and I don't love it. So let's put it on and have a listen.
Oh no,
shall
that baby's
we?
got cancer.
Right out of the gate, the Pac-Man album greets you with a shockingly detuned rendition of the Pac-Man
Why?
theme song. It sounds like it's running out of batteries.
It does. All right, let's leave this area before I accidentally get killed.
I love that
What
they
is
started off
happening?
with that. It's just amazing. It goes on for a full minute before moving on to the next song called Pac-Man's Magic Land.
Have you ever closed your eyes and imagined you were in a faraway place?
It's the music I hear in my
do all
dreams.
the time.
My nightmares.
One of my favorite places to visit is the magic land of Pac-Man.
Okay, so with this track, we're introduced to the narrator, played by Patrick McBride. You don't know him.
Okay.
He's known for doing Kid Stuff records and nothing else. I love that the narrator presents such an open-ended question like, have you ever imagined being in a faraway place and then immediately goes to Pac-Man World. Like, he does this all the time. He loves Pac-Man World.
So close your eyes, use your imagination, and journey with me to this magic land.
What is this psychotic album? Like, as in, like, it's using psychoactive drugs, it feels like. What is going on?
I don't know much about analog synths, but the synth they chose for this song is insane. It sounds like it's drowning.
Yeah.
Pac-Man's Magic Land. Pac-Man's Magic Land.
I want to smoke to this. No, I need something tougher. I need something
The next
stronger.
track is called I'm Number One.
Yeah, exactly. I need a copy of this and like the most edibles that can be consumed.
It's a land of excitement.
I gotta stay
It's
legal.
the land of whatever you want it to be. And if you haven't figured it out by now, I'm the Pac-Man.
I'm the
Pac-Man.
So Pac-Man's voice has like a very distinct, like Midwestern American accent. I mean, it's obviously exaggerated. Like that's par for the course for cartoon.
Shut the fuck up, everybody.
But the idea
I'm the
of such a
Pac-Man.
surreal character like Pac-Man being specifically from, I don't know, Michigan. That's hysterical to me. That's like the equivalent of saying Sonic the Hedgehog is from Florida. I just think it's funny is all. That's it.
I'm the #1 guy around here.
Yo, what up, Alza Rev? How you doing?
Not that I'm
The
conceited or
freaking
anything.
Pac-Man, baby.
It's just
What's
that
up, Funbug? How you
I
doing as
am
well?
one fast yellow fellow.
What is with the music in this, though? Even
I'm
directed to
Number
kids.
One is one of the more listenable songs on the album. It's a very empty, minimalist mix.
What is happening?
I'm #1. I'm Pac-Man. I'm so much fun.
It would have helped for them to like throw in some synth arpeggios or some noodly guitar or something. but
Sonic wishes
if
he was cool
minimalism
enough to be
what they were
from
going
NorCal.
for, then fair enough. They did a good
He's
job.
from
This
Michigan,
song is
though,
very
so
catchy.
There's a
you
goofy
have to let it
bunch
go.
of ghosts. Speedy, Pokey, Bashful, and Shadow.
The
They're just
fuck?
trying to chase me
The
out
fuck?
of town.
What?
Sometimes when the rest
No!
of you like to sing.
That's not even
I
actually
kinda like 'em when
right.
they're singing.
What is happening?
Oh, I don't. Okay, the next song is the Gang of Ghosts Quartet, which is probably the most
Who are they?
intolerable song on the
Just
album.
make up.
We are the Gang of Ghosts Quartet.
All right, so you know the 4 ghosts from Pac-Man? They chase them around.
Wow.
The whole joke is that those ghosts are singing very badly, and they expect you to sit there and listen to it for like 2 full minutes.
And we love to put the Pac-Man to the test.
I fully understand that kids think annoying equals funny. I was a kid once, I get it. But the parents are the ones that own the record
Yeah,
player.
yeah. They're gonna turn that shit
Whenever I'm
off.
showing this album to people, which I do a lot, the Gang of Ghosts Quartet is the track that I skip. Because it's not even funny bad.
You just want to
there's
know where
one
you're gonna
part that's
be at
funny
like
bad,
4
actually.
p.m.
The part at the beginning where the ghosts are introducing
Tuesday through
themselves,
Thursday.
Shadow's introduction always gets a laugh.
Just a little curious, honestly.
I am Pokey.
I am bashful.
I am Shadow. I have no idea who those characters you mentioned are, Hamlin.
Okay,
I don't
the
think they're
next track
real.
is thankfully
Did you
the
mean to
best
say
song
Bashful
by
and
far.
Shadow?
It is the one that gets stuck in my
The
head all the
ultimate
time
life
because
form?
it is awesome. It's called Turning Blue. And it's the first
Oh
song
my
on the album
God.
that actually feels inspired. We gotta flip the record over.
It's already been 15, 20
I
minutes.
better get one of my energizers.
Oh.
I love to watch them turn blue. There's nothing I'd rather do.
This sounds unhinged. Why is Pac-Man so unhinged? I don't understand. Oh, hail Shadow, the ultimate life form. You wonder her name? See, Zachary?
Every
Yeah,
time
he's
I
just
play
making
this
shit
album,
up.
people
That
vibe
seems
to this
right.
track.
I've seen
It's just
I've
really
seen
good.
the 7 Dwarfs ones. Just borrow their names.
Turning Blue rules. The song is awesome, but this LP has a knack for outdoing itself.
I love
Wow.
to watch those guys turn blue. I mean it. I love racing and chasing through the mazes. I could spend all my time doing it. Every minute of every hour of every day of every week of every month of every year. It's so much fun.
What the fuck?
racing, the chasing, going down the tunnel.
What the fuck?
Through the mazes.
Okay, so it
What the
starts off with
fuck?
Pac-Man going on and on about how much he loves chasing ghosts in a maze. You know, keeping to the source material. Very nice.
Yeah.
But his voice gradually starts to fade out in favor of who else but Miss Pac-Man, played by Dana Walden. You don't know her. She was only known for this. This is her debut. This is the first album Dana ever recorded, and this is her introduction. Just listen.
All right.
It's so much fun. It's so much fun. That Pac-Man never pays any attention to me. Miss Pac-Man. He's always racing and chasing and racing and chasing. He doesn't even know I exist. He doesn't seem to know I exist.
I'm having a moment. I'm sorry. He's probably thinking about other women. Pac-Man just thinking about going through the maces. Yeah, but the pellets are just concentrated heroin. He's just fucking losing it out there. Oh my god. I want to buy this. I also want to buy this. Also, what's up, Yeti? How you doing? Good to see you.
Why did they do that? This song, He's Too Busy For Me, is what turns a kinda bad album into a legend. Lest we forget, this is the Pac-Man album. You know, Pac-Man? The yellow circle? Let's write a song where he has a dispute with his wife.
He's too busy for me.
Why don't you look at me anymore when we're having sex? Gotta think about the mazes.
I mean, it has a wholesome message they make up in the end. I was just extremely caught off guard by this song. It left me winded.
He doesn't seem I didn't know.
The duet. It's a duet. It's like the corniest thing in the world.
What is that? Who is this for? Kids?
So the next track is
They're
called
for
If It's a
kids,
Game,
Cosmic Witch.
And the narrator
This is
makes
for
an
fucking
appearance.
kids.
I heard from him in a bit. So
This is
song
for
is
kids.
a reprise of Pac-Man's Magic Land.
What's
the
up,
second
Witch?
track
Good
on
to
the
see
album.
ya.
But this time,
Hopefully
the
you're having a
narrator
good one, and
considers
hopefully
the
just doesn't
entire
dour on that.
transporting to another world in your imagination thing to be a game in itself.
they don't
that
have
he
rights
wants
to Miss
play
Pac-Man,
all
do
the
they?
time.
You
I
know, one nice
forgot.
thing about pretending is that you can go any place, anytime you want to. Some people call it a game. Well, maybe it is. But if it's a game, I want to play it over and over and over again.
Pac-Man, you're addicted. You're addicted, Pac-Man. You have to let go. You're addicted, my dude. Not
So
the
not much of
kids.
note
That's
happens in this
right.
song, except for the middle,
It's
which
for the
I
kids.
swear sounds exactly
Just like
a Jack
Wu-Tang.
Stauber song.
It's for the
Listen,
kids.
listen.
If it's a game, I want to play.
What up, Lex? How you doing? What is happening? How's your roller coaster tycoon part go? I got
Tell
to
me
pop in
that's
at the
not like
very
Jack
end,
Stauberist
and I didn't get to
thing
catch a lot of
ever.
it.
That is
but,
like the most Jack Stauberism.
It looked rad as hell. It looked better than anything I've ever made.
The wettest fart in the tub possible. That's right. It's the detuned Pac-Man theme from the first track, but for a second time. It was so good. You gotta bookend both sides with it. You know? It should be no surprise. I absolutely love the Pac-Man album. I love it so much. It is the most esoteric album I have ever encountered. You have to have some sympathy for this thing's existence. Back in 1982.
Can you imagine? All right. So you're having a dispute with your partner. Things aren't working well. You can't communicate very well, and so you go to couples therapy, and you know they ask your partner like, okay, well, what do you feel like the communication problem is? And they have to like say like you're not gonna believe me. It's honestly very, very terrible, and I don't know if I'm at liability to explain this. And like, look, we're here as a no judgment zone. I'm willing to listen to anything that you have to say. Please explain it to me so we can get to the core of the issue at hand between you and your partner. And they'll have to say, well, every time we get into a dispute, my partner tries to make up with me by putting on the Miss Pac-Man song from the children's Pac-Man album from the 1970s, and then tries to make love to it by keeping up the rhythm of the song, by timing their thrusting actions with the rhythm of the song. They're like, yeah. Leave them. Leave them. Funny asshole. The answer's no! Do you know how rare that album is, General Yeti? I had to spend a lot of money for it. Oh, fuck. This is This is bonkers.
There were 3 Pac-Man
Divorce.
games. Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Pac-Man
Divorce.
Plus, all of which are almost identical but with some graphics.
My friend is wearing a shirt at
And
Evo
that time,
today
the
that says
franchise
simply
had
just
a
says dump him.
collective 10
It's like,
seconds
damn, that's good.
of original music.
That's so good.
So it was completely off the table for them to press a vinyl of the soundtrack to Pac-Man. It didn't really have
We're just
Patrick
talking about
McBride and
Pac-Man.
Dana
Don't worry
Walden
about it.
were given a ridiculously tough task. It became their job to materialize 22 minutes of original music based on a budding game franchise that had next to no source material to work with. And by
True.
my theory,
At that
they
time,
didn't have a lot
yeah.
of time to do it either. Kid Stuff Records made a total of 53 different audio releases in 1982 alone. They were pretty much releasing a vinyl record
53.
every week for that entire year. So for Kid Stuff to maintain that schedule, they had multiple teams producing different projects simultaneously.
Yeah, so there can't be any
I have no way
consistency.
to prove how much crunch these teams were actually under because all of the release dates for Kid Stuff's LPs are lost. But I like to theorize that they banged out the whole thing in like 2 or 3 weeks because the Pac-Man album feels like
That
someone
shirt says what?
rushing
Oh,
through
she just
their
has a shirt that says
homework.
dump
A lot
him.
of the songs consist of
She
very
just-
basic
that's all it says. It
observations
just says
turned into
dump him.
music. I think it's a pretty strong theory, although it could equally just
I'm like,
be
that's
that
really good.
they're making music for kids who probably don't care what they're listening to. But Patrick and Dana were not done yet.
They
Later
weren't
that
done
same
yet.
year, they made another Pac-Man LP. It's a sequel to the Pac-Man album.
Oh no, a
It's called
sequel.
The Amazing Adventures of Pac-Man.
Look at this cool
and
rat.
Would you believe me if I told you this album is so much worse? So do you want to guess what the first track on this album
Yes,
is?
but
It's
how?
a pretty easy guess.
Oh
Why
no,
don't we find
no,
out together,
please.
eh?
No,
Yep.
why?
It's the Detune Pac-Man theme.
Why?
Okay, but
Why
really,
do you keep
why
relying
were
on
they
this?
so proud of this?
As
I mean,
you
I'm being
probably
assaulted.
already know, Packville is the home of the
Oh, I got stunned too. Son of a-
Pac-Man.
Okay, so the second track called
it's
Take
salted
the
like
Fruit
Pac-Man.
and Scoot introduces us to the narrator again, but this time, instead of him addressing the listener directly like he did
Oh, it's
in the
working like
first
me.
record,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
narrator is telling a story to a group of kids, and we just happen
I
to
guess
be
it
in
didn't
the room.
last long enough to like even like check out the sales. They just
I
said,
mean,
"Fuck
they
it,
love
do another one.
cherries,
We have
berries,
we have the rights for like
apples,
1 year.
grapes,
We gotta
bananas,
make another
pretzels.
one."
Oh, pretzels are not fruits? Well, they like pretzels anyway. You see, pretzels are especially tasty if you eat them with cherries and berries, peaches and plums. Yeah, I'm sorry. Anyway, the
God, I hate his delivery in this. It's so cringy. He does this like fake stuttering thing. It drives me nuts.
I mean, as relaxing as.
I kind of liked the narrator before. He was so weird and surreal in the Pac-Man
Yeah,
album.
he's
that
just
it, like,
he just
wrapped
you knew
around
that he at
being
least wanted to
charming.
murder you.
But in this, he's
this
just
one just
annoying.
like
Anyway, after
he's
the
like he's
narrator,
trying to
the song
hide he's the
finally
murderer.
begins with an
But we
introduction
know
of
we know the
ghosts
truth.
and
You
they
are
have
the
some dialogue
murderer.
with each other, discussing their evil plot to take over Pac-Ville.
I'm always racing and chasing, but never catching that Pac-Man. We've just got to catch him. Then we can take over
gotta catch
Pac-Ville
him.
and scare the wits out of everyone.
What if we get an evil witch to give Pac-Man a rotten apple with a magic spell on it?
Oh God. Okay, so
Shadow,
right away,
you wanna speak
there's a
up? You
noticeable
wanna speak
change
up,
in
Shadow?
scope for this LP compared to the first. Instead of going the music album route, they're trying to do more of like an audio-only cartoon.
Somebody with the story. Oh
Now,
no!
this is a huge mistake. This is a huge mistake
And the
because
you
they're
gotta
very
curse us.
bad
No,
at writing
if I'm
characters.
going down,
and unfortunately, this
just like
album has
Andrew
a
says,
lot
if
of
I'm
them.
going down,
Like
I'm
before,
taking you
the
over.
ghosts existed, but they only really showed up for one song, and they didn't have any actual dialogue. But this time, all of the ghosts are individual characters. Pokey is the leader of the gang. Bashful is a pathetic dweeb, and then you have Shadow and Speedy. So Shadow was in the Pac-Man album. Remember, he introduced himself with the whisper. We just heard him. They kept that going. You know, they gotta keep that Pac-Man album continuity.
The
problem
Pac-Man
is, Shadow
Pac-Man
has
vinyl
dialogue.
universe.
Why we could turn Pac-Man into a big yellow jawbreaker.
When it's Shadow's turn to speak, not only does he whisper, but they panned his voice to be only in the right ear. This is coming through speakers, so I can't tell from here, but when I'm wearing headphones, I don't
He's
love
thrown
it.
away its
It is not an ideal experience. The joke with Speedy is that he has a very
What if I
high
just stop
voice,
talking?
and he
What if I
talks
just
really
start
fast.
doing the
No,
shadow
wait,
thing?
No, wait, forget it. What allows you out of here. You're right. We need to build a trap. I mean, not a little trap, a big trap. I mean, a really big trap. A big trap.
He's actually my favorite character, and
What
it's
the
not
fuck?
immediately grating, and I definitely don't hate every time.
I
he
ain't that good at ASMR, unfortunately. I got a face for a radio,
The song is about how the
but
ghosts
I ain't that
wanna
good at
steal all the fruit in
ASMR.
Packville, since apparently fruit is what gives Pac-Man his strength.
We'll take the bananas.
Oh my
and
gosh.
even
Also, what's
the
up, Samurai
grapes.
Hitman? How you
Pac-Man's
doing?
gonna be in bad shape.
I mean, if they starved him, it would probably work. So,
I mean,
you know, go team.
We'll take the fruit.
I'm sure that would also work. Like trying to starve Kirby. I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
We'll take
Everything's
the fruit.
fine.
We'll take the fruit and scoot.
Occasionally, I find myself singing along to Take the Fruit and Scoot, but I would like it more if the time signature was doubled. So it's like
in that rhyme,
take the
and
fruit,
that was not.
take the fruit,
That was not
take
it.
the fruit,
That was not what I
take the fruit
expected.
And Scoot. I don't like how slow the
And
song is.
Scoot.
It feels like it's
He also
way too
keeps-
slow.
oh shit, you're
I
right.
actually wonder
We
if
can't
they make
stop them.
songs
Pac-Man
like
is going to
too
prevent you from
slow
entering your house.
intentionally to pad out the record. I would not be surprised in the slightest. Next up, we have Slightly Lazy Crazy Day, which is the third track on the album. Now, we haven't even heard from Pac-Man yet. He hasn't existed.
Pac-Man has
so
not
far.
shown
It's
up
just
to the
been
party
narrator
yet.
and the ghosts. So supposedly, the ghosts begin their plot of stealing all the fruit, and Pac-Man is
And
only just
scoot.
now waltzing in,
Motherfucker said, "And
completely
scoot."
oblivious. And this song just
And
expresses
leave.
that. It's Pac-Man casually enjoying his slow day.
The sun is up in Packville, the day is just beginning. What a day.
I don't understand the appeal of writing a song where nothing happens. Like, the point of it is that nothing's happening.
Slightly crazy, lazy day.
So it ends up being an extremely boring song.
No. I mean, Bruno Mars did the same thing, so you know what? I can't believe Bruno Mars
So
stole
this is the
from
next track,
Pac-Man.
The Chase.
That's crazy.
So all of a sudden there's a ruckus. Pac-Man notices some Packville residents very distraught as the ghosts are stealing their fruit. Pac-Man repeatedly asks the ghosts to give the fruit back.
Come back here. Give me that fruit. I mean it right now.
And when they don't respond, he uses a power pellet, starts chasing after them.
Pac-Man has swallowed one of his Energizer dots, and he's catching up to you. Drop the peel from one of those bananas you're carrying. Now hurry up, drop the peel.
One of the ghosts drops a banana peel. Pac-Man slips on it and dies. He dies.
What?
Come back here, you go.
Pac-Man's fucking dead!
Oh my
Pac-Man's
god!
fucking dead!
Pac-Man's dead! It's left me in so much suspense, but you gotta flip the record over to see what happens next. Hi-ya! Oops.
Oh, that's something.
Hi-ya! Flip the record over!
Your JP Prog Rock album, Rainbow Goblins. Oh my gosh, that is a really good album, though. I need to
So
listen to
Pac-Man
it again.
regains consciousness
Like,
and is assumed
I
to be
listened to it
kidnapped
once,
by
and then I
a
realized what was
rat. We don't
going
know who
on, like
this
through
rat
another
is. He
video
just calls
review. I'm
himself
like, okay, I need to go
the
back and listen to it
neighborhood
again, for
rat.
real, for real.
Hey, Pac-Man.
Who's that?
It's me, the neighborhood rat. Got some news to trade about a certain ghostly raid and the whereabouts of stolen fruits.
But he knows about the ghost fruit raid and where they're
Yo,
hiding
cool
the
rat
goods.
just
He'll
dropped.
give the information.
This
but
rat is
only for a
gaming.
trade.
It's King Rat from Dicey Dungeons.
I want to trade.
A trade.
I want to trade.
Me playing Monopoly,
Oh my
but
God,
I'm
this
losing.
Is the worst song on the album by a
I want to trade. Please, I want to trade.
It's just this rat that we've
It was
literally never
almost
heard
good,
of,
and they dropped the
singing,
ball.
I want to trade for like 2 full minutes. So it concludes because Pac-Man trades the rat.
I'm just gonna sing for 2
his
straight minutes
name.
anytime I want to trade an item in Monopoly.
I'll give you my name.
I'll never be the same. From now on, I'm
I
called the
did not catch you playthrough
I
of
wanna
Pac-Man World 3.
So the rat becomes
Unfortunately.
a pack rat.
A pack
rat. I got a name? A name? You mean I traded you for your name? I'm getting very bad at trading.
This character, the pack rat, exists because they wanted to make that joke so bad. Oh, look, it's
That's
the
something I would
Pac-Man
do.
and the pack
That's something
rat.
I would do,
It
and
was
they
not
received
worth
money
it.
for it.
It's not funny enough to justify creating an entire new character.
Yeah, I mean, he yells to Speedy, says, come back here, Speedy, come back here, you dropped something. But Speedy, he doesn't care about that. Speedy, he gets real mad. He said, hey, you Pokey, why don't you pick up that stuff yourself? You're always dropping everything anyway. So they get into a little bit of a fight, and they all run off and leave him. But then he yells around, he turns around, he said, Pokey, come over by where...
Oh my god, do they really think this is funny? Pack Rat is canon Pac-Man lore.
Pac Rat, it can be invited to the Pac-Man barbecue now.
Wow, you are Pac-Man from the game Pac-Man.
Anyway, so the rat divulges the secrets. He says the ghosts are hiding on the haunted house on the hill.
There it is. The haunted house on the hill.
That's the haunted house.
On the hill.
Right there on the cover. This leads us into the next song, the I Hate Fruit Blues.
This is a
Pac-Man makes
character?
his way to
No,
the
this is a
haunted
character
house.
that have
You
some
can see
sort
the
of
ghosts,
charm, at
they have
least.
the fruit. Then it goes into a musical number about how the
This-
ghosts are starting
whatever
to
fuck
hate
this
the
rat
fruit they
is,
stole
Pac Rat,
because they have way too much.
does not.
I hate fruit. I hate fruit. I got the I hate fruit blues.
This song is a lot more
Wow.
adjacent to the Pac-Man album's Ghost Quartet, where all the
Not amazing
ghosts
but
are
fun.
singing
Pac-Man War 3 has a
intentionally
different
poorly.
developer who ended up making Burger King Sneak King for game for the next. What?
Anyway, Pac-Man uses a power pellet, enters the haunted house, and
Also-
kills
I hate
everyone and
fruit.
returns the fruit to the citizens of Packville.
Oh no, he's gonna eat one of his energizers. He did it. He ate it, and he's gonna break down the door. into
I actually
our
have
haunted
Sneak King.
house. Get away!
And Big Bumpin'. Because they were giving it away for free somewhere.
Pac-Man kills everyone.
Well, our hero, Pac-Man,
Well, we know
has
Pac-Man's a
done it again.
murderer.
He has
That's just
recovered all
normal.
of
That's
the
just a normal
stolen
everyday
fruit
thing.
From that ghoulish
Cool
gang of
Pac
ghosts
murderer.
and returned it to the people of Packville. The mayor of Packville is going to present Pac-Man with the key to the city.
No, don't!
So,
He'll
I
eat
don't
it!
know why the mayor
He'll eat
of
it!
Packville isn't Pac-Man. It seems like Pac-Man would be the mayor of Packville. I don't know why he isn't.
Actually,
but
why isn't
anyway,
he?
he gets the key to the
That's
city.
probably for the better, honestly.
And the mayor, you're never gonna believe this. He has a very irritating voice because this album just cannot get enough of those.
It is my privilege and honor to present to our
Oh my god.
Pac-Man
They could just
our
do.
ultimate
You could just
symbol of
do.
gratitude.
Oh my god, it sounds like a
You just do
a
the
Joker
voice.
that Germa would do.
You don't have to add
Thanks,
more
Mayor,
to it.
But it was no big
Pac-Man is
deal.
anti-authority.
I was just doing my job.
Honestly,
Pac-Man
accurate.
says he's just doing his job, which leads us into the final song, It's My Job.
I do what I do, and I do
Me
it.
at work. It's my job.
Once again, the BPM is way too low for what is essentially a victory song.
Just any hero with the keys to the city.
My
I mean, I guess
And they were
ones who
gonna
would
finish the
already
song
just
to
be able
Sword
to
of the
enter
Kids,
my house
and they clap
anyway
and
because
cheer
they're
for
just more
Pac-Man.
powerful than everyone else. So at this point, just like fucking take the
And it
keys
shouldn't
then.
be a surprise at this point. It really shouldn't. But the last song on the album, you know,
No! No!
At least it's the last time we'll ever have to hear it. I
Okay.
can easily say that the Pac-Man album is far more enjoyable because at least you have some songs like I'm Number One and Turning Blue. Those get stuck in my head all the time. But I don't think any of the songs.
He gets this note for his gluttony and exorcisms. Yeah.
Like, at best, they're boring.
He's just the
and at worst,
Ghostbusters.
they're
We don't give the
annoying.
Ghostbusters
Even
the
though
key to the
story
city.
ended up being kind of dumb and bad.
Did they
I
give
think
the Ghostbusters the
ultimately
key to the
choosing
city? They
to
might
focus
have.
on
I don't
narrative was the
remember.
right move. If it was just terrible song after terrible song after terrible song, it would have been a lot harder to sit through. At least the story was weird. The whole Pac Rat thing, that was insane. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea.
I
but At least
agree.
it was entertaining.
Why did they
Unlike
create the Pac
third
Rat?
and final Pac-Man LP titled The
The
Pac-Man
third.
Christmas Album.
The
Which is
third.
nothing more than a ridiculously milquetoast Christmas record. Just so you know, there are a lot of kid stuff releases that are just not interesting. There's a reason I cherry-picked these three in particular. I've scrubbed through the entire kid stuff catalog. Most of them are boring, and these three are not. Please take my word for it. The third kid stuff album I'm going to talk about is the Donkey Kong one. So let me set the scene, right? In
I'm wearing
1981,
Donkey Kong pants
Kong
right
released in
now.
arcades.
I'm ready.
You play as Jumpman.
The
and you
third.
rescue Pauline from Donkey Kong.
Yo,
Everyone
get-
knows that.
yo,
The game
bust
was a
up those
smash
speakers.
hit.
We're gonna
In
get the third
1982, They
one.
released Donkey Kong Jr., where Jumpman's name was officially changed to Mario. That is literally all of the information that was available about Donkey Kong.
That's fair,
When
that's
Kid
fair.
Stuff started producing Donkey Kong Goes Home in 1983. And of course, Patrick and Dana are behind this.
Oh, of
They did
course.
source vocalists, so you have more singers this time around, but Patrick and Dana still wrote and produced everything, so this is a very similar situation to the Pac-Man albums, but for Donkey Kong, and it is just as golden as you'd expect. So right there, smack dab on the cover, you got a big old sticker that says, an exciting adventure story. They're really trying to sell the narrative, and it's presented in a similar way to the Pac-Man album.
The
thing
Donkey
is,
Kong narrative.
At the time, Donkey Kong didn't have a canon story,
No,
aside
he was
from
just
what
a
you
guy.
can
He just
infer from
stole
looking at the game.
the lady
so Kid Stuff just
and
made it up.
climbed.
They just made it all up.
Just made up a story.
And the idea of Nintendo letting some random record company have creative influence on their IP seems unthinkable. But keep in in mind, at this point in history, Mario was just a character
Right.
from
Hey,
Donkey
that's fair,
Kong.
that's fair,
This
but also,
record
I'm still
entirely
shocked.
predates the Super Mario franchise. Nintendo was kind of a nobody at this point, like compared where they are now, at least. So when Kid Stuff came to them, offering them essentially free money and free promotion in exchange for a licensing deal, Nintendo was just like,
Whatever.
okay,
Yeah.
so Donkey Kong
Look, if
goes
anyone wants
home
to make
is
a vinyl of
licensed
my
by
likeness and give me
Nintendo
some
of
money
America.
for
I mean,
my rights,
the
fuck
Pac-Man
it.
album was licensed by Namco as well. It's just
I'm a cheap
ironic
date.
because
I'm also a
Nintendo
cheap
went on to be
vinyl,
way
so, you
stingier
know,
about
just go ahead and,
licensing than Namco ever was.
forward that check my way.
Okay, enough messing around with
Forward
all
that
the
check for
preamble. Let's
420
get
my
this
way.
record
That'd
on
be
the
great.
player. Wow, it's really
Yeah.
sorry.
Hell is
this? Oh no.
Oh no, it's one of those. I'm
wow,
screaming.
It was really in there for some reason.
I'm screaming.
All right, let's get this thing started.
Where the cover is too thick for like the actual box itself. I hate that shit.
Big old gorilla.
Okay, so the record starts off with the Donkey Kong theme.
Donkey Kong.
What do you mean hate? This is a gift from my heart to
It may
all
not be the
y'all,
most creative
and
thing
you get to
ever,
live
but
with
it's
this
much better than the
extended
Pac-Man
universal knowledge, so you can tell all your friends about it. This is a great opportunity for you to be the life of any party.
Well,
What do you
surely
mean no one
would
wants
be
to hear about the
talking
Donkey Kong album?
King Kong, right? You would be talking Godzilla. You know, the thing Donkey Kong is based on. King Kong.
The circus is here. Yay! Look at the elephants. They're so big.
Okay, so the next track gives us a setting. There's a mother and her two kids, and they're at the circus.
Thank you.
They're having a
Thank you,
blast. They're seeing all the animals,
I
but they notice
I opt to stay
the
smooth
world's
in this
biggest
workaday world.
gorilla.
Speaking of, the
Donkey Kong.
King of Smooth is out here, and the Master of Donkey Kong at the same time. What's up, Dubs? Good to see you, family.
Monkey kids? That's Donkey Kong.
That's
the world's biggest gorilla.
Their mom delivers all of the exposition about her personal history with Donkey Kong. The zoo that Donkey Kong grew up in was right across the street from the candy shop she worked at. The candy shop was also right next to Mario's Pizza Parlor, and she was very close friends with Mario and Pauline. The three of them used to visit Donkey Kong at the zoo every day after work.
I used to visit him every day along with my friend Mario and his delivery girl Pauline, who used to bring him food.
I mean, if a place that I worked at had a zoo across the street, I would probably say hello to the
Yeah,
animals
Mario's
every day
Pizza.
too.
The
But the zoo
Mario's
ended up closing,
two-fisted
and they sold
pizza.
off their animals to the
It's
circus.
great.
So
It's
the
pretty
mom and
good.
the kids only get
Oh,
to
shit,
see
I-
the
I'm
animals
slowing
once
down.
a year.
Whoops, I need to kill
and then it goes
some
into a
enemies
musical
and
number
not
called
laugh while
No
Donkey Kong.
More Zoo for You, where the mom reminisces about how much she misses Donkey Kong.
Damn, she kind of have a thing for Donkey
Sure
Kong.
miss you. All of us. We sure wish the zoo was over there. Now it's gone.
What
No, the
do
Instagram
you
more
mean? What a bizarre setup.
Yo, can
What
we
a bizarre
find these people?
song.
Can we find these
I'm
singers
having
and get some
so
interviews?
much trouble picturing
I want to
like
interview
a
them.
regular person getting this personally attached to a gorilla. Oh yeah, remember that thing that I said about
Look,
how they outsourced vocalists?
Let
vocals in this
the
song are
lady
really
love the
good.
gorilla, all right? If she wants to think about the gorilla in her spare time, she can do it. It's fair.
The mom tells us that where the zoo used to be is now
Makes
just
it
a
right.
big construction
It's
site.
their pizza
She
pole, right?
somehow
Yeah,
interprets
exactly.
that Donkey Kong is
It's a
feeling
labor.
homesick
You're
for
right,
the zoo
though.
he used to live
That's the
in.
first 4 levels on the
Poor
GB
Donkey
version. It's still a
Kong's
master to
face.
me.
He looks so homesick.
You just
And
don't
of
want to go through the
course,
rest of it
right as she
because
does
you're
so,
afraid you'll
Donkey Kong
reveal
starts
all your
breaking out of
secrets about
circus
the
cage
game.
and goes right for the construction site.
Oh no! He's breaking out of his cage and he's heading right for the construction
Oh
site.
damn, that's literal.
Leading us into the next song, The Climber.
The Climber. Okay. It's actually kind of jamming a
Wow,
little bit.
this song is very 80s.
It's very 80s,
Like, it
but
could not get more 80s.
It kind of works. You know what? Yeah, that was kind of not bad. They're going a little bit crazy with the synth,
Man,
but
that is some ambitious sounds for this record. It's so
Yeah,
experimental.
it is
and weird. I
kind of
like it.
experimental.
They do, like,
What the
this
fuck's going
feedback
on?
Loop. Man, that sounds cool. So the climber just fades out, and then you
Oh.
gotta flip the record over to find out what happens
Oh.
next.
yeah.
Okay, so once
come
you
on,
flip
that
the
was
record over,
slapping.
you're greeted with a scene that is so funny that I semi-animated it. Enjoy.
Hello, this is a Mario's Pizza Parlor. Can I help you?
Hello, Mario. Yeah, this is Jake the Watchman from the construction site across the street. Can you make me one of your super duper pizzas and have Pauline bring it over as soon as possible?
Jake, my friend, you are in the luck. I just took one out of the oven, and I'll have Pauline to bring it over right now. Pauline, I have a pizza for you to deliver across the street, so hurry and take it over while it's hot.
Okay, Mario. I'm leaving right now.
Hello, this is Mario's Pizza Parlor. I love his voice. I wish that was his voice forever. And the part where he's talking to Pauline like
Charles,
she's all the way at the other side of the restaurant
you're gotten too
yelling at him.
expensive. We
Okay,
gotta.
Mario, I'm leaving right now.
We gotta
Perfect.
hire this guy.
Perfect. I don't even know if they intentionally struck comedy gold. It might have been a freak accident. The first time I heard
This
that,
whole thing's
I
a freak accident.
lost my mind laughing. Wait, why did Jake call Mario's Pizza Parlor on the phone? It's across the street. Just walk there. Regardless, Pauline is out for delivery. She's heading to the construction site, but so is Donkey Kong. The paths converge. Donkey Kong recognizes Pauline from his old days at the
actually
zoo.
the Frog and Frogger.
He grabs her and, with her in hand, races to the top of the construction site. And this leads us into the next song, On Top of the World.
Don't worry about it, Tom.
The vocals are amazing.
We're learning about
song.
the true
They're just
lore of
really
Donkey
good.
Kong.
Oh, yes, I'm sitting on top of my world.
Yo, what's up, Mo? How you doing? It's going good. We're
I think
learning
the lower
about
BPM of these
terrible video
songs
game
work a lot
records of
better
the
because they're
mid to
supposed
late
be kinda
80s.
somber.
How you
Like
doing,
the
Mo?
first one was
Disconnected
the
the
mom
pizza
reminiscing
tower.
about missing Donkey Kong, and then this one is about the loneliness
come full
of
circle.
being homesick. I know it's kind of goofy and silly to like touch on these melancholy feelings in a stupid video game record for kids, but it's something to grab onto instead of the non-stop barrage of annoying voices like the Amazing Adventures of Pac-Man has. At least this is trying to do
I'm gonna
something
say, this actually has, like,
experimental.
music
I like
values,
it. And
has
now
different
here comes
singers who
Mario.
are
He's gonna go save
better.
Pauline, and Donkey Kong starts throwing barrels. They phrase it as Donkey Kong thinks Mario is wanting to play catch.
Donkey Kong is throwing barrels of oil down towards Mario. Donkey Kong
Wait, he
thinks
doesn't-
Mario is wanting to play catch.
I think because it's a kid's record, they're really trying to double
they
down on the
can't
idea
make
that
it a
Donkey Kong
monster.
isn't dangerous.
Yeah,
and
he's
so,
just a
like,
funny
they
little
made
monkey guy.
This like story where they're
You
old
just
friends.
gotta go all the way to
Anyway,
crosswalk.
now
You
we
may
have
still get
a
hit.
complete
True,
Donkey Kong
true.
scenario.
You're right,
Donkey
Candace. You're
Kong,
right. You're
Pauline,
right.
the
We gotta be
barrels,
safe
and
from
the
these parts
construction
here.
site. We made it. We're here.
Oh, it's Orbos. The Orbos were stationary. They were just on fire, and we know Donkey Kong didn't do that. So
This song "Jump Up" has some pretty cool synth work. I love
Jump
the
Up?
beat machine they're using.
You mean Odyssey
it's really punchy and I like it.
We better.
that's crazy. Kept ordering food from 3 places very close by the we have COVID. Don't judge. Don't judge us.
I know I'm not playing a lot of these songs.
I'm glad that they
but it's
ordered,
because
though,
they're
and kept it a little
generally
bit safer.
pretty good, so I don't have a ton to say about them.
Yeah, it sounds like they got
the
better.
music is too good is not a problem I'm used to having when it comes to kid stuff. As Mario gets close to the top, Donkey Kong starts to recognize him.
I
He
match
remembered his
train them
old
no
friend
steel
Mario,
beams.
because now he stopped throwing the barrels down. Mario has saved Pauline. He should be treated like a hero.
And Mario has saved Pauline. And that leads us into the final song, Mario Delivers.
Mario delivers.
No, he doesn't. He literally doesn't. He literally doesn't deliver.
Get it? Because he runs a pizza place.
Pauline
and
delivers.
Also completes his objectives. Some representative of the city asks Mario if there's anything he wants in return for his heroic deed.
You may have whatever you want for your heroic deeds.
Well, I really wasn't being a hero because the Donkey Kong isn't really dangerous. It suggested that Donkey Kong is a homesick for the zoo. So I'm asking that the very top of the building be used as the Donkey Kong Zoo.
I speak for everyone when I say that it's a fine idea, and we all agree. The top 20 floors will become Donkey Kong Zoo.
The top
20 floors? 20 floors of zoo? Why the top floors? The idea of having to go upstairs to see a zoo feels very dystopian to me.
Can
And then
you
there's a
imagine
reprise of the introduction
any
song,
number of
and then it
elephants
ends.
being
This is
hosted
it. This is
20
Mario's
floors
first ever
above where
official
you're
voice
at?
role. And as far as I'm aware, this is undocumented. When you look up what Mario's first voice was, people point to the 90s cartoons or Mario's Game Gallery or something, but this predates both of them. It predates the Super Mario franchise, it predates Charles Martinet by almost a decade. This is Mario's first voice. This is his first voice, 1983, and he's voiced by the guy that did the Pac-Man albums. It's really strange how quality of a product Donkey Kong Goes Home is. Like, all the songs are pretty good. The story is weird, but it all makes sense. The acting is fine. I don't have a lot of bad things to say about it, aside from that I'm shocked it exists. The Pac-Man album is still my favorite, though. Thanks for watching. YouTube.com/clip. If you want to listen to any of these vinyls in their entirety, most of them are preserved here on YouTube. You should be able to slam it right into the search bar and find it, but maybe I'll preserve these records on my own and upload them to my personal channel. I don't know. Maybe. I'll see you next time.
Oh my gosh. Hurry up, have you seen the movie? we gotta make sure he can be able to climb back up to his home state zoo. He misses the zoo. He just misses the zoo. Yeah, I mean, Dad, gravity is real. Look, the elf is just gonna fall on you, and you're just gonna come out from under it, like in an accordion fashion, and you're gonna make some accordion noises, and it's gonna be like wonk, 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 and you know it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. You're gonna be fine. Don't worry, Kindest. You'll be good. God, that fucking theme. What is going on? All right, that was a 20 out of 10 video. All right, next video is Mario Kart items and how have they evolved over the Mario Kart games, which is a lot more sane by comparison to the last video. I don't have all unhinged videos. Just trying to beat the heat. He's just trying to get back to the zoo.
Mario.
Can't carve anything off. What?
Everyone's favorite non-violent 30-year-old franchise. Not many game series have had that sort of longevity, let alone have been able to change, adapt, and refine their core gameplay over those decades to make their current iteration more popular.
Yes, nobody about the albums. They'll never tell you about it. Just like Star Wars will never tell you about their Christmas album or Christmas show.
And its success comes down to its dedication to two things: quality tracks and fun items. We did a video on Mario Kart's track evolution over the years, so now it's time to give the same treatment to its items. Every game in the series has tweaked the item roster a little.
Mario Party makes it different.
Little tweaks get you a lot of big changes from the beginning to now. Let's talk about the evolution of items in Mario Kart.
Mario Party isn't the vines itself. It's just the vines.
Hell is that?
That is incorporated after the math.
It just takes me to a website. Ooh. Look at how tastefully it's organized. Today's sponsor, Milnote, is a C-tier Mario Kart item and an S-tier
So great is the item balance. Interesting.
You've got a game idea in your head right now.
As someone who's never actually played 8 all that much, I'm kind of like, ooh. I'm curious to see what the later games items are, because I stopped very significantly at Wii. I capped out at Wii, and then I was like, all right, I can't. I can't do this again.
Lets you make beautiful storyboards and mood boards. Notes,
nice seg.
Inspiration.
His segues are pretty good, honestly. This is Design Doc. His segues are usually pretty funny and well fitting with everything that's going on.
Any type of project you have.
He's got that FTC segue.
We use it for organizing Design Doc videos. Drop in text, images, notes, links, anything you can think of. And Milnote will keep it organized and let you work on all of it together with anyone you want. Its modern drag and drop interface makes it dead simple to use and very powerful to help keep everyone on your team on the same page, whether it's one person or 50. Best of all, you can sign up for free. Click the link in the description and let
I should probably
Milnote
get
help you
Milnote,
take
honestly.
your project from
That would help
dream
me
to
a
plan.
lot more with
Thanks,
my organization
Milnote.
about writing and trying to make videos again.
Super Mario Kart is the start, not just for the series, but for kart racers as a genre. Mario Kart isn't a sim, obviously, but it's also not really an arcade racer like Cruising USA,
lightning bolt
Virtual Racing, or
won't
San
knock you out of the
Francisco
air.
Rush Island.
Oh,
So what
and the
separates
inclusion
a kart
of coins
racer
make
from
bananas
an
more
arcade
useful.
racer?
Oh,
Turns out it's items.
they actually have
You
coins.
saw the video title. Items give racers an edge and sabotage the competition. They add a huge layer of strategy, chaos, replayability, and skill balancing to a genre whose similar
Green
side
shells are
sometimes
interesting
shies
because
away
there's like
from
almost
in
no
favor of
walls in like most of
realism,
these stages, so
precision,
green shells just
and
gonna
a
go
high
anywhere.
skill
Huh?
ceiling. Items make a kart racer a totally unique branch.
I do like
of the
lightning
genre,
bolts not
and
completely
Super
screwing you
Mario
over
Kart was
if
the
you're
first
in
real
a
crack at
bad
making
position.
gameplay system like this.
Because that's
what
like a
makes
game
up the
ruiner.
foundation of Mario Kart's
Especially
items?
when you're like already in last
Super
place.
Mario Kart kicks it off with 9 basic items: green and red shells, banana peels, coins, mushrooms, the feather, lightning, the star, and the boo. Lots of the classics, and most of them have stuck around in game after game with their original function intact. Green shells, red shells, and bananas form the bread and butter of the series' common projectiles.
Godbug, hell
Green
yeah.
shells can be fired forward or drop behind you and ricochet off walls until they collide with an item, or preferably, a racer. You,
Oh, can
unfortunately,
negate
count
both
as a
blue and
racer,
red shells?
and so
Oh,
the green
shit.
shell
A
can backfire
counterplay?
on you if it bounces the wrong way. Red
That's
shells will
crazy.
home in on the closest racer ahead of you. They're way easier to aim, though they will disappear if they hit anything at all. The homing logic in this game isn't very smart yet, so this
Yeah,
game's red
Mode
shell
7
will
can
just
only do
make a
so much.
beeline for the next racer, even if there's a wall between there and here. It's a great close
Yeah, it doesn't have any
quarters option,
pathing.
best
Oh my
used
God.
on straightaways and gentle turns. The banana is a more defensive-minded weapon that you leave behind for your opponents to slip on. Hitting a banana will spin your card out rather than exploding it like the shells do, which is a less powerful but still effective way to get a close player off of your tail. Pressing up on the D-pad while using a banana will fire it forward instead of leaving it
Oh,
behind.
I thought that was in
It's very difficult to aim a thrown
64
banana,
first.
as
Never
you can
mind, I was
easily
very
throw it
wrong.
off track. But if you're a real Mode 7 aiming superstar, you can use the banana to bring a leading opponent back to the pack. Just don't slip on it yourself. Mushrooms are very
Don't tell me what
common
to do.
and very useful. They give you a quick speed boost, which is great in general, but really, really great for creating your own off-road shortcuts. If you know what you're doing, you can cut seconds off a lap time with just one mushroom. If you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna find some trouble. The coin is a Grand Prix
Accurate.
mode exclusive. Super Mario Kart's coin system lets you gather coins on the track to raise your max speed, to pay off Lakitu for his services, and do a vaguely Sonic Rings adjacent thing where if you get plonked with an item or run into by another racer, you'll lose some coins, but it'll be less bad than getting spun out if you're hit while broke. The coin item just gives you 2 more
I
coins.
did not
Simple
know
enough.
that. I'm not gonna lie.
The
I didn't know having
feather
0
is
coins was
very
different from having some
situational.
coins
All it does
Sonic-wise.
is leap you into
Today
the
I
air.
learned.
You can use it to dodge stuff. Expert Mario Karticians can also use the feather to create the most bonkers shortcuts you can think up. You can leap over any wall or obstacle with a feather. Super Mario Kart's tracks are designed to be very compact, so leaping over one wall can cut a lap in half
Bananas and
if you
Donkey
find
Kong
the right place
Racing.
to do it. The next two are the much rarer
Does that
and
also do
more
it in Donkey Kong
powerful
Racing?
Star and Lightning.
That if you have no
The Star
bananas, you
works
get
very
spun out?
similarly to how it does
Is that
in Mario
also a function in Donkey Kong
platforms.
Racing?
It makes you faster, invincible to other objects, lets you drive off-road without
Oh,
losing
that no.
any
Oh,
speed,
okay, okay.
lets you destroy
I was just like,
obstacles in your
holy
way,
shit! Did I
and
learn
blows
2
up
things in one
anyone
go?
you happen to bump into. And the song is
The
fun.
speed stuff, yeah.
Lightning
That's at least
is
what I
only
knew, the speed
multi-target
stuff.
item in the game, causing anyone not invincible or being picked up by Lakitu to shrink and slow down for a time. Anyone shrunk will get flattened if they're run over by a normal-sized player, which will lose you a ton of time as you drift back down to the track before returning to normal.
Feather was a cool
Unless you're
idea, but
CPU,
it's hard to
in which
design
case
around
you'll
Feather.
Just spin out. Computers get all the breaks. More on
Yeah.
that later.
They're gonna
Both
talk about
the
computer
Lightning
items,
and
hell
the
yeah.
Star are way more likely to appear if you're stuck in the back of the pack. More on that later too. And the Boo is appropriately the most elusive item in the game. You have to be playing a 2-player mode for it to show up at all, and it'll let you steal their item while turning you both invisible
Someone's
to
jumping
players
off ramp.
and
That's it,
untouchable
Al's
by
Rev. I'm gonna
items.
pre-fight
Very
you
fun.
instead. I'm gonna
This is the
pre-fight you.
foundation for Mario
Get ready
Kart
to fight
items.
for when we
We've
play
got
Mario
things
Kart in
that
the
make you
future.
faster, things to slow down racers ahead of you, things to slow down racers behind you, and things to make you immune to being targeted.
Yeah,
No
like
matter
he's
the
about like,
game,
yeah, that's fair.
Every new item winds up falling
Understandable.
in at least one of those
See you in the
categories.
streets.
A new item might mix and match abilities.
I would never
Maybe
fight
it does a
Alzareth.
couple of
Alzareth's
different things at once.
wonderful.
Maybe it tweaks the look and behavior a little bit. But those are really the only fundamental categories for Mario Kart items. And that's been true since the beginning.
He's leaving
How the
bananas on
CPU
blue
gets
ramps.
items, however, that's completely off the
Or
wall,
right
broken
behind
and crazy
item
in
blocks so
Super
you
Mario
can't
Kart.
see it there very
CPUs
well.
don't have to do things like run over an item box to get an item. They don't even have to have the item be available for the player to get. There's no rules. Instead of getting items from item boxes, CPU players each have an assigned item that's theirs. They can use their item whenever and wherever they want. DK Jr. can fire off bananas in front of your cart all day. Yoshi
that
can
was
use
so
Meg that acts
bullshit.
just like a stationary shell. Koopa can just literally leave behind a shell. Bowser can leave behind a fireball, which acts like a moving stationary shell. Look, I know those words don't make sense together, but that's what it does. Toad and Peach get a unique poison mushroom that will shrink you if you run into it. Mario and Luigi get unlimited stars. They can just use
They can just
infinity
use stars. It's so
It's not a
bullshit.
speed boosting star, but they still get the rest of the star parts. Oh, and every CPU also gets infinite
Jump.
feathers.
Yeah, they can always
Whenever you
jump.
fire off a shell at a CPU, or if they're about to hit a banana peel, there's a pretty decent chance that they'll perfect dodge by firing off a feather. Don't tell them about the feather shortcuts, or you'd never win. There's a reason none of the other games work like this. Can you imagine if Mario Kart?
Yeah, just
8 had
casually just go
CPUs
invincible.
with
Just DP
infinite
through your
stars?
problems. It's fine.
Super Mario Kart is basic by
Suddenly you're
modern
in danger.
standards, but sets a very solid foundation that the series built off of, and is
Can
still
we-
easily playable and fun to
Oh,
this
shit.
day. This wouldn't be an evolution video
I was hoping I
without
could
some
slash
item
it and
change, though,
leave,
and
but
that change
not
starts
happening.
with Mario Kart 64. Mario Kart 64's tracks are completely different from the original game. They're much bigger, fully 3D, and have tons more alternate paths for players to drive down. Mario Kart 64 removed the coins completely, so say goodbye to the coin item. The feather was playtested in early versions of the game, and found to be way too situational now that the tracks were so much larger.
Yeah,
so
that's
that's
fair.
gone too.
That's fair.
The game's track shortcuts are more dependent on speed rather
Which
than
I like that
jumping
change a
over
lot.
obstacles.
More speed,
Though if you're
which means you can
creative,
kind of like
you can find a few ways to
do
jump
be
over
creative,
stuff.
be more creative with your
The
stuff.
item boxes went from flat tiles on the track surface to 3D boxes you crash into to grab an item.
Oh my
They're
God.
spread out in multiple places on the larger tracks, sometimes lined up, sometimes in messy clusters, and sometimes you can find a one-off box tucked away to the side. Psych, that's one of the game's new additions, the fake item box. It's a track hazard that looks just like a normal box, but with an upside-down question mark. Hitting it will stop you dead in your tracks.
God, I could
It
used to
looks
see that
pretty
back in the day,
convincing,
but
and
nowadays
clever
I
players
look
can
at those,
hide
I'm
one
like,
in
I
a
can't
group
see
of
it
real
anymore.
item
It's
boxes
over.
to
I
trick
can't
their friends.
look at low
If it's a
fidelity
normal item
anything
box,
and
though, you might
discern
get one of a
details that I
few
need
new
to survive.
things. One item is okay, but how about 3 items? Several of the basics get triple upgrades.
It
Triple
removed them,
mushrooms,
really?
Triple green shells, triple red shells, and quintuple.
Yeah, say goodbye to coins forever,
triple
probably.
mushroom is
We
just
just
like the single one,
Mario Kart
but
defeated
there's 3 of
capitalism
them.
in one fell swoop.
The
Hell
shells
yeah!
form a circle around
What's
your
up,
cart,
cat? How you
bringing up
doing?
your item slot to grab another thing, but also
Happy
giving you
Saturday to you. I
shield
hope you're
block
having a good
into the
one.
Shells and other track hazards. And the bananas
Give
are
it-
in a
There we
conga
go.
line. The bananas are weird in this game. I don't know. Throwing is still impossible.
Bitch.
What if 3 mushrooms aren't enough? Why not infinity mushrooms? The golden mushroom lets you hammer on the Z button and boost as many times
You're
as
finally
you
feeling
want for a
better?
few
Because
seconds.
Thursday you said,
The
I'm
camera
feeling better. And then Friday
Then
said, I'm
there's the
trying to
big
recover.
This one's important.
I was like, oh no.
Mario Kart has always had a
It
leader
started
button.
off so good.
If first place gets out too far ahead of the pack, it can be very hard to reel them back in.
I'm
Second
glad
place
I'm
gets
glad you're
brought back
feeling
with
better
shells
maybe for
and
real
stuff,
this
and the
time.
gap to
Sorry
first
about that
keeps
because it helps the
increasing.
player in the second place
To
more than it
combat
helps.
this,
Yeah, the person you
Mario
fired.
Kart
Yeah, second player just
64
gets to
introduced
coast.
the most important
And so like
and
first
most
player has to
controversial
deal with
item
both
of them
red
all.
shells coming at them
The
and a
blue
potential blue shell coming at them as
Technically the
well.
spiny
It's just like,
shell, but the rest of them
it's a
have
double
color
Jeopardy
names,
moment that
so
this
it's
kind of
the blue
sucks.
shell. This one is a heat-seeking
So,
missile for
because he was driving
whoever is
terribly,
in
probably.
first place.
I mean,
If someone
not
in
everyone
seventh
can be
fires
good
one
at
off, they'll
games.
lock onto the
I don't know what
tracks
to say
and
about
zoom
that,
towards
Cuttlefish
first
man.
place, plowing
Not
through
everyone will
anyone
be
in its
always
way.
good at every
If someone
video
gets
game.
one while in first place,
If Arcade
well,
Pit
they've
has
got
taught
a
us anything.
self-sabotage option ready to go. Look for these super elusive.
I think there's like
sideways
5
item
bananas on that
boxes.
tail thing. Yeah.
You'll always get a blue shell.
Blah, 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 blah,
Triple
blah.
shells
I think it's
aren't
5.
the
Yeah,
only
yeah,
way
yeah.
to play defense in Mario Kart 64. Single shells, bananas, and fake
been a
item boxes
whirlwind.
can be held
Yeah.
behind you to let you line up your
For
shot.
real, I was
but
feeling enough to
also
stream.
shield you
Okay,
from
instead of
ultimate
I wasn't
attacks.
feeling well
You
enough to
lose the
stream,
item,
but I streamed
that's
anyway.
better than getting blown up.
Gotcha.
Plus, holding an item
No, I'm
behind
seriously
you
glad you
frees
are
up
feeling
the
better.
item slot to collect another one.
We have to spend
If
20 minutes
someone's
mashing
right
this
on your
game.
tail, you can also
That'd be
swoop
so
in
nice.
front and make them run into the item themselves.
I do remember playing
Or
this game
just
with
fire
my
a shell
friends in the
backward by
neighborhood as
holding down
well.
before using it. The holding system
Never
really
owned
helps
it.
make bananas more valuable as
But
a
I borrowed it from a
defensive
friend
tool
and I got
and makes
decent
green
at it.
shells more likely to be useful. Even
Yeah,
if
you don't need good at
can't
games to do videos on them.
The game's
Exactly.
sound design has changed
Exactly.
too.
That's
Now
a
you can
perfect
hear
example.
chirps
You all
whenever
saw
hit
the
other
video.
drivers with something you
Me
use,
complaining about Street
even
Fighter
if they're
6, and
way
I'm just
off
terrible
screen.
at it. So, you know, you don't really have to work that hard.
They even
I
add
like
a little
that.
Doppler effect when you drive by. One thing that hasn't changed is the number of unfair advantages CPU drivers get. Mario Kart 64 is notorious for having different rules for human and CPU drivers. Everyone knows about the game's rubber banding that
Yeah,
massively
know about
boosts
the
the
rubber
speed
banding.
of computers behind you, and sometimes the computers ahead of you. Look at this.
Jesus, fuck.
But they get bonuses with items too. If a CPU hits a shell or a fake item box, they're not knocked around for nearly as long as a human player would be. Blue shells fired at first place computer players seem like they should be great at bringing them back to the pack, but it it actually doesn't slow them down all that much. Not like how the blue shell will slow down your friends when it hits them. The way the CPU gains
And the blue
items
shell
in
could
this
also
game
not
is
work, I guess.
also completely nuts. Triclon and Micro 500 did a write-up on exactly how the item system works for computers.
Oh, wow.
You see them hitting the item boxes? Yeah, they don't even get items from that. After every 20
Oh, they
seconds,
just destroy
every
it?
CPU gets a chance to be granted an item, all at the same time. with a chance for each item determined by an item drop table that's completely different from the one that human players get. It's mostly going to give the CPU a banana towards the front and mix in some speed boosting mushrooms and stars toward the back, with the occasional fake item box dropped in for flavor. It'll never get any red shells, blue shells, banana bunches, triple or golden mushrooms, but there's a roughly 1 in 4 chance, give or take, that any CPU racer will wind up getting a green shell, and another 1 in 5 chance for trailing racers to get a triple green shell. So what?
Interesting.
Well, the CPU doesn't know how to use it. No CPU in this game will ever fire off a shell. The shell will just sit there in the CPU item box and keep them from getting any more items for the rest of the race.
What?
Oh, and if you ever get hit by lightning in Grand Prix mode, the computer has a 1% chance of grabbing a lightning, but only if they're in 8th place. You know exactly who to blame. There's your suspect.
It's Mario. Mario's a murderer.
Introduced new series staple items.
Goes in second place,
but
yeah,
the game
because
is
the bell
more
show's not your
important
problem
how
anymore.
it's
And they might try to
set
slow
the
down and make it your
rules for
problem, but it's like, cool.
and defensive
This is our
behaviors,
problem, but I
collection, and
still
how items
get to
interact with
outrace
each
you from
other
this
in
point on
3D
now.
space. So of course, now that we've established the norms, it's time to throw out half of them and go back to 2D.
Oh, right,
Mario
Super
Kart
Circuit.
Super Circuit is a jazzed up take on Super
Oh,
Mario
yeah,
Kart for
stream
the
anyways,
Game
I
Boy
had a 45
Advance.
stream movie. Oh, it was
Kinda
that
like they
short?
took the
Okay.
lessons
I
learned
saw
from
you streaming. I
64
was
and
like,
shoved them
why
back
are you
into the
streaming?
Item tiles are
Didn't swing
gone,
by,
but
but
the
it's like,
coins are
why are you
back.
streaming? And I think
Still
by
no
the time I
coin
looked, you
item,
were already
though.
gone.
The
Then in
item
that case.
boxes are more like they are in 64, showing up in a few tidy rows along the track. But the big story
Crying this game is so
the
is
new
iconic.
items.
Toad in 64
We've
is
got
iconic as a whole.
Nothing.
Oh.
There are no new
Oh.
items. And they took out some of
Like,
the
there's
old
something new?
items.
Oh.
No fake item boxes, no banana bunch, no golden mushroom, and you better believe they kept out the feather. Instead, the rest of the items changed to look and act way more like they do
You gonna
in
do another video after
64,
this one?
with a few tweaks here and
It's
there.
12:40.
Dragging items to free up a slot is here to stay.
Let's see. How
Single
far am
red
I? Let me
shells
see how
can be
far I
dropped
am.
behind,
This is
but
about
they
30
won't move,
minutes.
just like dropping
Let's
a
say
green
yes.
shell
Let's
or
say
a
yes.
banana.
I'm probably gonna do one
Can you
more
imagine
video.
if you could
I have
fire
no
a
idea how
homing
long
red
it
shell
is, but I'll probably do one
backwards?
more video.
Game breaking. Especially because in Super Circuit, the red shell homing now actually works.
Oh.
You can navigate towards
They
its
actually
target,
fixed it.
around corners even. Throwing a banana forward works better too. Now that it doesn't go as far.
Double dash
You
CPU
can
cars
kinda
get no
aim it
collision
now.
with obstacles on the
Most
road?
Of the other items
Was
just
there a
have
certain
grapple
distance from
look,
player character?
but
What?
the blue actually got a few good changes.
Then why even put
It
them on the
still
road? I
steals
feel
things,
like, god damn,
still
that's
makes
just
you
gonna
invisible,
hurt you.
But Super Circuit stole an idea from the best kart racer, Snowboard Kid.
Yeah!
The boo now scares the hell out of whoever gets targeted, slowing them down and lowering their coin count. When you see it laid out like that, it makes
Snowboard
way more
Kid is
sense.
the
It's a
absolute
ghost.
goat.
It should be scary.
Legitimately a
This is
really
the
good
first
game.
And last time in the series that the boo will be scary.
Mm.
The CPU racers now actually use items normally, more or less. They can fire off shells now. Big upgrade.
Wow.
When you're targeted,
sucks.
you'll see a little shell icon before you get hit, so you can defend yourself. That's nice. Super Circuit is a middle child. Not as raw as Super, not as daring as 64, just a solid middle ground. Strap in though. The fourth one is gonna be crazy.
Because this is where Double Dash comes in,
Was
right?
Super Circuit's item play too boring for you? Yeah, I know. But now, we're shifting in a radical new direction, with an item system so bizarre you'll never see it coming. It's Mario Kart Double Dash. This game's whole deal revolves
Yeah,
around
this
the
one has
pair of
so
drivers
much
you
shit.
control. 2 drivers mean a few fundamental changes. Now there are 2 item slots, and you even get the switch
Giving Double Dash to
between
you,
the two.
cowards.
This lets you save strategic
Mario
items for
Kart
later,
on the
or
bus.
change to something defensive if
You
you're
pick
about
up
to get
3 of
blasted.
your favorite Mario
Each
friends and
item
you put
is
them on a
actually
bus.
physically held by one of the
And you can
characters,
hold 4
and
items.
Switching items means swapping drivers. The cart won't change
Actually,
how it handles
hold on a
or
sec.
anything,
You might be onto
but
something
it's
kind of
still
weapon. That kind of
important
rules.
and
I like that
very
idea a
dynamic
lot.
extra. Your drivers physically holding stuff isn't just for looks though. If you crash or get hit by a strong item, you can drop your stuff directly onto the track. You can lose some important weapons if you're hit by
Baby
lightning
Park,
at the wrong
Jordan's
time.
favorite
If it's something
stage.
like a banana, it just deploys like you dropped it
For the
yourself.
Zelda collection
If
that
it's
came
something
with
like a
it.
star, though,
Is that
someone else
was
is
that the
gonna
only way you get the
benefit
Zelda
from your misfortune.
collection?
For tracks like Baby Park and Luigi Circuit, where there isn't
We're
a
talking about the
ton
Zelda
of space
64
to
one where
spread
it's like
out,
it had the
the
Master
track
Quest one,
gets
right? Or is
littered
that
with
something else?
dropped
Or am I
items
thinking something
and
else?
Contributes to the total chaos those tracks are known for. If you run into a box, you only get an item if the cart backseat driver doesn't already have one. If you want to hold 2, you've got to swap. Unless you happen to run into the next new thing.
Monsters.
With 2
It's
drivers
me.
and 2
I'm
item
Monsters. I need
slots
all the
comes
luck
the
I can
new
get.
double item box. At random, a normal box
1,
will
1, 2.
sometimes
Okay.
respawn
Was that
to
the only
be
way
a
you could get
double
it?
box,
Is that why
which
I
can
had
make
it?
2
I know I
carts fight
had
for
it. I just
position. Now that
could not
there's
remember
a
the reason
to
why
aim
I
for
ended up
one
with with
box
it.
over
Besides
another.
that, I guess I
If you
wanted
can't
it
get
to
a
some
double
degree.
box, you can cobble one together if you're quick about it. The item boxes are laid out on tracks more like they were in Mario Kart 64 with some clusters. So you can hit one.
Maybe it was a
swap
Europe
positions
that would make
quickly,
sense too.
and
Yeah, if
hit
it was a
second to get
European
2
collection
things the
or
long
copy,
way.
it would do
this
that.
whole system is an interesting way to add a little more technical skill to the process of getting items. The game's
Wait, yours came with a
changes
demo
also include
disc.
a
Yeah, I think
major
mine came with
overhaul
a demo
to the
disc.
game's
I think
item
the
box.
Zelda collection was like
Coin
separate.
Out. Feather,
Oh, nothing else
absolutely
here.
not. Boo is a driver now
It-
and was elected king. Fake item box, yeah, no one's falling for that one. Lightning, you can't squish people anymore. Mushroom and Star takes the stuff of whoever you collide with now. Blue shell,
Actually, that's a pretty cool
now
change.
it's from a paratrooper, I guess, and it just flies above everyone straight to first place and explodes. Items are now split in 2 categories: 9 standard ones and 10 specials.
Those are good too, but
The
you know,
standard
yeah, you had
items
your
are all
priorities. You knew
series
what you were looking
staples,
for in this Wicked
available
World.
for anyone to get.
And don't just want to like at a
Bananas,
friend's place.
single shells of all colors,
That's
basic
also fair. I don't feel like a
mushrooms,
lot of people
stars,
own this one.
lightning,
Strangely
and
enough,
fake item box.
I feel like I was the only one who had this
Special items,
game.
though, remember how Super Mario Kart had items dedicated
Who's
to
the new
specific
server?
drivers? Of all things, that's fact.
I didn't
But
vote for
with
him,
real
or we're
items
coming in like, all right, this is
Each
this is
racer has a
injustice.
special item that
I didn't
only
vote for
they
that
can
asshole.
get. Well, them and their
Fuck that
Mario
guy.
twin. Triple shells are now property of the Koopas only.
What's up,
Mario
Oro?
and
How you
Luigi
doing, by
get
the
to
way?
introduce
Hopefully you're having a
everyone
good
to the
one.
Bob-omb.
Oh my
It's kind of
God,
like if
no
you
one
put
votes for
explosives
kings.
inside a banana and stuck a proximity sensor in there for fun.
Frames.
Seems on brand. Golden
Everything's
mushrooms
wrong?
are for Toad
Something's
and
wrong?
Toadette. Mario and
We
Luigi
good?
get a fireball, which shoots a spread of projectiles in front of
My
them.
dolphin
and
is
ricochet around for a
my
bit.
GameCube.
Yoshi and Birdo
Yeah, that's
get
right.
Colored eggs that act like
I
red
really
shells.
love hearing about
Once
your
they hit
GameCube,
someone,
Petty.
the eggs
You're
crack
very
and
real
3
GameCube.
Random items get dropped onto
You
the
could.
track.
You should.
Maybe
Not
you'll
even you
get that
could.
free
You
stock.
you should.
The
You
babies
just
get a
should.
chain chomp, the series' first
Oh,
big catch-up item.
the chain chomp
It'll
item is so
automatically
fun.
drag you along the track
Because
flying
they're the babies
through
the only one who can
anything
have
in
it.
the way, then break off and keep going for a bit.
That's so cool.
DK
I
and
love
Diddy
that a
get
lot.
a giant banana, which splits into 3 little ones after being hit, because that's how bananas work.
Yeah.
Bowser and Son get the Bowser shell, essentially a really big green shell that takes a few hits. Peach and Daisy get a new defensive item, the heart. 2 shielding hearts surround the cart and will let you catch the next 2 things that you get hit by, so you can use them.
I never
for
used them,
yourself.
so I actually didn't know what.
And
I forgot
Petey
about that
and
one.
King Boo can randomly get any of the special
Oh.
items. The special item system is the first time the series gave a gameplay reason
I did not
to
know
pick
what they had.
specific characters beyond
Banana
the
is
class.
stored in the banana.
Double
Prove
Dash
me.
isn't
Don't
only
prove me
about
wrong.
new
Actually.
additions, though. Despite how important it is in the last
Like
2
$20
games,
ever.
Double Dash takes out your ability to drag items for defense.
That'd be great.
Blocking
Maybe
homing
I would
items
actually play
requires
more
better
Mortal
timing.
Kombat. I almost said
Triple
Mortal Kombat.
shells
God damn
don't
it.
protect
Mario
you
Kart 8.
anymore either,
In
now
that
the
case.
Koopas learned how to juggle.
What
And it's
quest
a
am I
lot
doing
easier
again?
to lose your triple items
Okay.
if you get hit. You do sometimes get to keep one of the 3 though. The level of item chaos in this game is much higher than in the last 3.
Yeah, hence Baby Park
This
being
is
such
the
a fucking
start of
nightmare.
The idea of getting carded, where you're robbed of a victory by getting comboed by items. Not that the earlier games didn't have that, but in this game
You could get
will
comboed.
get womboed and comboed. Double Dash is fun, experimental, and modernized
And
a lot
it's a
of the
lot of
item play
people's
you
out
recognize
loud
today.
favorite, I guess is the best way to
Though
put
it
it.
sold pretty terribly compared to the others.
A
thanks
lot
to
of people
it
are
being
like,
stuck in
no,
the
Double
game.
Dash is
Go
the
back
best
and mess
one.
around
And
with it.
every time I
Granted,
ask,
it's
like,
a
well,
little
what makes it
clunky.
better than the rest
It's
of
got a
them? It's just
unique
like,
charm.
it's just better. And it's like, I need more to work with. I'm
TikTok,
sorry.
It's time to go back to the handhelds again.
Yes,
for
this is the
Mario
one I
Kart
played the most,
DS,
though.
The first fully
I played this
3D
one a lot,
portable
and
game in
I-
the series.
you
We're
had-
starting to get into a rhythm.
The
of
high level
handheld
technique in this game is
releases
snaking,
being
and God,
designed as
that ruined my
refinements of the
thumb.
more experimental console game released right before. It takes a little bit from everywhere, but it feels like a toned down
Can't keep
version
eyes
of Double
behind.
Dash in a
Am I
lot
crazy? I
of
remember
ways.
different-
The limited power of the DS is reflected in the game's much
Maybe
calmer
the
item
games
play.
blend together. I mean,
The
the games are
items
probably
rendered
blended
as
together.
flat,
There's just some stuff we're
unanimated
just kind of used to at this
which I
point,
don't
right?
think ever gelled quite right with the rest of the game's look.
By the Wii
We're
version,
tossing
I
out the
feel
part where
burned to
characters
buy the
physically
Switch version
hold
at full
items,
price.
and we're back to how they work
Nintendo,
in
you have to make things
64.
right. You
But
have to
hitting
wreck.
some obstacles or weapons can still cause them to
You
spill
gotta
onto
make
the
things
track for
right by
everyone else to
putting
grab and trip
Mario
over.
Kart 8
It's
on
not
sale.
as hectic
It's been
as
like
Double Dash, though.
40 years since the game's
Item
released.
roster had much less turnover
Where's the
in
games? I'm not
this.
so now we're
It's
driving
pretty standard
NFP
stuff,
games
with just
that.
a few additions and tweaks here and there.
Science stuff. What
We're
do you
bringing
mean this is the
back
last
RGB
time they
shells,
did it?
bananas, mushrooms, lightning, star, feather. Wait, never mind.
Never
and the fake
Feather.
item
Feather's
bonus.
never coming back.
Now deposed from his throne, Boo returns as an item that works just like the Boo from
Deposed from his
64.
throne. He's
You
been
can
usurped.
actually react to the Boo this time. It can
Says
only
we're
steal an
snaking,
item
yeah.
while it's in the item slot. There's a short
called
window
Mario Kart
after it
Die
appears on your
Snaking.
screen before it steals, so you
It was
can
hella
deny it
broken.
if you're quick enough.
And broke my
the Banana
DS.
Bunch is back, rebranded as the Triple Banana, with only 3 in the conga line. It will block 3 incoming shells now, which is very useful. But if someone runs into the line, they'll probably all disappear. The special items
I
from
still put my
Double
Switch
Dash
in
are
bed
almost
regularly. A
all
few
gone,
online shells
except
were
the golden
there. Yeah.
mushrooms, triple shells, and
Yeah, there's no
bob-ombs,
Sonic
which seem to be
All
gaining
Stars
more
Racing.
traction
God, that'd
as
be
a series
great
staple at this
to
point.
have a
The
resurgence
bob-omb
of
can
that
be
one,
grabbed
but
between
it
second
probably
and fifth
will not
place,
happen.
and still has
because they
that
have
timer
Sonic
and
and all
explosion from Double Dash,
Sonic
or proximity
Racers,
sensor
whatever
that
version
will
they made
blow it
after
up
that,
when it's near another cart.
which
Red Shell
probably is
homing
fine. I
now
just
a little driftier. On big
I don't know. I like
turns,
Sega.
it
The
might
Sega All
start to
Stars
home in
one.
from the side, which sometimes makes
Now
it
picture
skip
Mario
over
Kart,
all
but
those
2, but the
precious
second
defensive
one. Yeah, remember the second
the
Mario
lightning
Kart.
now has a staggered
You probably
effect,
forgot the third
where
Mario
the further
Kart.
ahead you are, the longer the shrink will last. Yet another way to help keep everyone bunched together. Mario Kart DS adds 2 new items. The blooper, which is bad, and the bullet bill. The bullet bill is a streamlined take on the chain chomp, which was originally back in this game, but scrapped.
Yeah,
and
Sonic Team
sorta
Racing came out.
replaced.
I just
It's the ultimate
it
no-brainer
doesn't appeal.
catch-up play, where the game will
I don't care about
autopilot you
Sonic. I
straight
care
ahead
about
at bullet
Sega.
speed and barrel over anyone
I did
in
not
the
use
way.
a singular Sonic
Really,
character.
most of the game's item play is sensible
I just wanted
tweaks and minor
to
changes,
use my
but the DS's
cool
second screen
crazy
does make
taxi
one
driver
fundamental change. There's a lot more info on that thing than
and
you've ever
drive
had
through
before.
the
It
Golden
defaults
Axe and
to a
Afterburner
zoomed-in
stages.
minimap with drivers and their active items shown in real time.
So when
The
they just
map
said,
is
"Hey, now it's just
detailed enough
Sonic," I'm
that
like,
you
"Well,
could just
I've
play
lost
the game
interest.
by only looking at the bottom screen if you
I don't want to play it
really,
anymore."
really wanted to.
Online
The
still
left
works, it's
side has
true.
each character's
I have played an
position and
online
item slot
friend
ready,
session
which makes using the boo a little
during
less
lockdown
random
years,
and a little more strategic.
and they were just
You
as
can try
surprised to learn
time
that the
it
game
right to
actually
grab that
does whip
golden
super
mushroom
hard.
when
It's
the odds
not
are in your
some
favor. Or at least you can save it
lazy
if no one has
rip-off
anything good
game
to
or anything
steal.
like that.
The
No,
second
it
screen makes the
legitimately is
fake
built
item
super
boxes
well
even
for
less useful,
everything it
as
does.
each one is
We
clearly
could
marked
play
red on the
online,
map.
Cat. This is
I
true.
mean, it was pretty
And
dead
by this
obvious
is true,
by
I mean
now
we should
what
just
ones are the fake
fucking
item
play
boxes,
online.
But sure, let's add one more way to tell.
They,
No one's
the
falling for
internet
this
cannot
anymore.
stop us, Cat. We're too
The item
powerful.
drop tables are overhauled, with the power items getting way more stuck to the players in the nosebleed section. The lightning, bullet bill, and golden shrooms are handed out like candy back there. And I'll make this feel like one of the more rubber band
The
games in the
creators in
series.
prison.
Oh, and why not? Let's crank up the blue shell frequency while we're
No,
at it.
he's not.
That's fine, right?
Damn, fake prison.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We might need to do something about that. This is where the blue shell discourse starts to reach a tipping point. With no way to avoid it, blue shells can show up right at the end of a race and pull the rug out from under first place. And that's it. Really, there isn't much crazy here. It's not as hectic
You
as
were to
Double
say,
Dash,
BK,
and more
do
varied and
crimes.
refined than Super Circuit or 64.
That is
It's
what
super
the people
popular,
say
and
out
if you
there.
love
So I'm
snaking
playing
everywhere,
Knights.
It's still pretty popular.
I
but
hope
that's
you
not
have
the
a
item's
good
fault.
night with Knights.
Time for another console entry. Time for you. Mario
you take
Kart
that
Wii
back.
is the most divisive game in the series. As much
It's
as
my
I love
favorite,
things
so
like the
I know it's
track
bad.
roster and the addition of bikes, there's
But
a
it has
big reason
Coconut
why you'll
Mall
see such drastically
and one of the
different
best
takes with
renditions
this
of
one.
Rainbow Road.
The item play goes off the rails completely. Double Dash and DS could get too hectic and even unfair sometimes.
Can you just tell your
but
Discord?
if
I don't have a
those
Discord.
games started the conversation
I don't even have a
about getting
Discord.
carded, Mario Kart Wii made
So
it
it's
inescapable.
very easy.
First off, the
I'm
player
done.
count went
I'm
up from
already
8
done.
to 12. That's 50% more players, which means 50% more competition, and 50% more items shooting off all over the place. The item
Yeah,
box
this
works
is
just
the
like it did
Discord.
in
We
DS or
meet
64.
we meet 3
No
times a
doubles or
week
anything.
here
We're
on
off the DS,
twitch.tv.com.
so there's no bottom screen, and we don't get to see what everyone's packing anymore. We do have a few quirky additions though. The Double Dash style item warning is back, and so is the backup camera. Last seen
Oh
in
right, yeah, it
Super
does have the
Mario
backup
Kart.
camera. I kind of forgot that.
The item roster has nearly everything that appeared on the DS, with the functionality more or less the same, without many item-specific tweaks. Squishing players is back, not with lightning though. Believe it or not, the feather missed the boat. The king has returned from exile, long may he reign.
King's
Unlike
back,
Double
baby.
Dash, there's just no way to steal items at all in Wii. If we aren't
It
going
does
to
have
change how
Funky
most of
Kong.
the
It
items
does
work,
have
let's
Funky
bring
Kong,
some
so
new
that's
ones for
fine.
fun.
And Funky Kong
We've
was
got 3.
way
The
good.
Mega Mushroom,
He was
the
always
Pow
using the
Block,
speed
and
run.
the Thunderclap.
Or speed runs.
The Mega
course.
Mushroom is like
time trials.
3/4
That's what
of
I'm
a
looking
star,
for.
where you get big, can squish anyone, get a speed boost, can go off-road, but you're you're still vulnerable to some items and obstacles, which can make you lose the effect early. It shows up for players a little further ahead than those who might get a star, so those tweaks feel about right. The POW block
Are we
is a
online?
nerf
I still
to
occasionally talk to you.
lightning,
Wow,
where
you still
middle of the
talk to
pack
them.
drivers can
Wow.
send a POW
I didn't meet
block hovering
anyone
over
on
anyone ahead
Mario
of
Kart
them.
Online.
A little animation
Wii.
plays and will spin everyone out and make them drop their items.
But I did meet
You've got
folks
some
on Uno,
counters,
so on
If you
Xbox,
hit the
so
trip
there's also
button
that.
Or shake the controller as the effect goes off, you won't spin out as hard and won't lose as much speed.
I
If
like
you're
that a lot.
airborne, you can avoid the effect entirely and there are ramps and air things all over the place in this game. It's a little redundant, but it's not the worst item. The Thundercloud is the worst item. Debuting here, and definitely not Mario Kart Arcade GP. This is a hot potato. When you get one,
Mini-Mat summoned.
You get a speed boost. All
My
upside.
Discord
Don't
rotate,
worry
dumps
about
his
the
Mini-Mats,
cloud.
and
If
I'm
you
just
bump
like,
into
this
someone else,
Mini-Mat.
they get the cloud.
Matt
Aw,
rumbles out of
that's too
bed,
bad.
immediately logs on.
Whoever has the cloud last gets hit by a single-player bolt of lightning. It's a weird one, and can lead to some fun chaos, but not being able to decide when to set it off can make it very punishing and annoying to get rid of, especially in online matches where the lag makes it much harder to bump into someone else. Would it
That's
shock
fair.
you to know that none of these new items have come back in any of the future mainline games?
Also, what's up, Matt? How you doing?
With all the extra items and all the
Good
new
morning
ones
to you.
made
Hopefully
for
you're having a
middle
good
of the pack
one.
Players, races devolve
guess
into
you
total
mean a
chaos.
happy chaos.
Crashing and getting flipped over
Believe
by
there's a
items
term
in
for
Wii
this
is
one?
much more punishing than in Double
gosh,
Dash
I
and
can't see
even
shit.
in DS, where you're losing all of your speed, like what happened in Super Mario Kart
There we
and
go.
64. Recovery takes longer, and with all the new players hunting you down with items in tow, you can easily get comboed by multiple items in a row and shoot down the charts. They cranked up how many blue shells there are now too. It's not
Great.
uncommon to
Give you
have
the power
five
to
get
summon
used in
him,
a single
yeah.
race, and someone's
I'll
gonna
just
save
never
one
show
for
up.
the
I
end.
just lurk everywhere.
You can try to dodge it by slipping back to second or by using
I'm just
a
a
mushroom at just
perpetual
the right
lurker.
time, but
No
if
one
you
knows I
can't,
exist. I'm
you
just
might
I'm
be
just an
looking at
enigma.
fifth place finishes. I did some blue shell math. There's a 5% chance that 6th through 9th place.
You're playing
gets a blue
VGM
shell
in the
on any
hardcore
given
room,
boxing Grand
having
Prix,
a great time.
plus
Are you having a
2.5%
great
for
time?
fifth
Or are you
place.
just listening to
If
songs and
all
going
five
and
of
just
those
nodding,
races
saying,
grab a box from a
"Yep,
cluster, there's roughly a 20%
yep, that's a
chance at
song.
least one
That
of
there
them will get a blue
is
shell.
a song."
And that's 20% every time you go through some boxes. For the entire
Or do you
race.
actually know some of them?
Even
Because
with
I
a
barely knew
cooldown
any of them
between
when I was in the
blue
hardcore
shells,
room. Mind
it's
you, when they
way
first
too
launched the website about.
Mario Kart Wii
Hey, I
does
hear
have a
some
big
cool
competitive
music.
scene, so it's not
Yo,
impossible
four
to get a
combo. Oh
handle
shit!
on the item play,
Even
but for
without the
casual
combo, you
players,
are cool,
the
smart, and
extreme
handsome.
item frequency can
So
start to make the game
don't let the
feel
combo
like a
dictate that for you.
box. Like I said, Mario Kart Wii is divisive. If you love to play Mario Kart with a touch of items, it's tough to get into. If you love to play Mario Kart because of the items, well, this is about as good as it can get. But this isn't the end of the line. We need one more refining step before the big finale. Like every other handheld entry,
And that's where I
Mario
ended,
Kart
so I don't know
7's
what the new
gameplay
games
takes
have.
a step back from the experiments in the most recent console game.
A
We're down
lot
to
of Sonic
8
music.
races
Oh,
again,
Sonic,
and that
yeah.
alone comes a lot
I'm
of
weak to
chaos
Sonic,
for Wii.
ironically.
Item boxes, the
I'm like,
same.
it sounds like Sonic,
Item
but I can't tell you
slots,
what game it's
we aren't
from.
going back to doubles. They're also the same.
And there's too many
Coins,
Sonic games to guess all of
triumphant
them.
Return. Now you can grab 10 to get up to max speed. That can be more important than you think in this one. Getting hit with items saps your coin count by 3 and stops you dead in your
Good.
tracks.
Be
Getting
carried.
back
You
up
deserve
to
to be
speed
carried.
can be a chore if you're down
After
to
the
just a
beatdown you got in
couple
that easy
coins.
room, unfortunately,
Sometimes
you need to
getting
have
hit will actually
a
flip you
redeeming arc.
backwards.
You're gonna be ready
That
next
can be
time.
tricky to deal with.
Yeah, you dose
Can't
know
get
one of those
launched in
days.
the air by explosions anymore in 7, so that's a plus. Since we're back on a dual screen handheld, the map system returns from DS, though it's way less detailed. Item boxes, coins, and track obstacles aren't marked anymore, so I wouldn't recommend staring at the bottom screen while driving. I mean, it was never a great idea, but now it's really not.
Whoa!
Nintendo made some
That's
deep
actually
cuts to the item
physical?
roster
Oh,
for
that's
7.
insane.
Now the Wii's newcomers are back. The fake item box is gone. Rest in peace. The feather might be gone still. Don't quote me on that. There's no Boo.
Hardcore is
He's
probably
been
like
exiled to Luigi's
everything
Mansion.
though, like from
Who's
the
in
easy
charge of
room
this
to like their
boobless
hard
game of
room
Mario
and just
Kart?
combining all of
No,
it in
I'm
one
not
go.
getting ruled over by a blooper just because it's hanging around. The rest of the pack made it though. All the
Really does
basics,
not like that blooper.
all the triples,
Does
all
not
the
like the
power
blooper.
items, and the bullet bill made the cut. And they all work mostly like you'd expect. The lightning lets you squish people again, and the blue shell is back to hugging the track like it did in 64. No wings and no safety for those driving in the center lane. I like
Alright,
it
I'm gonna
better
try
this
to do
way.
this once more and
The
see if I
red
get more
shell homing is more
malachite
predictable
ores.
and lost that little bit of driftiness from DS, so it won't skip over your defensive bananas anymore. We've got 3 new, well, 2.5 new items. Inarguably new are the Fire Flower and the Super Leaf. Did you like jamming on Z to fire off the golden mushroom? Now you can do that with some more firepower. The Fire Flower is a rapid fire projectile weapon.
Was in
that
7
shoots
this
up
video
to
is wrong.
10
This video is wrong.
bouncing
Oh shit.
fireballs
Did
one
he
at
say
a
that
time
feather
along
didn't
the
come
track,
back?
causing drivers
Already
to
then?
spin out on contact. It's kind of like the Mario and Luigi Fireball special from Double Dash, but now for everyone.
Plus Constant
You can hit
Hunter
lots of
going.
people, but be careful.
The Constant
Only
Hunter
4
is
fireballs
going
can
good.
exist at once, so firing a fifth
It's
will make the
constant.
oldest one disappear.
It is consistent.
Having only shells for projectiles was getting a little stale, so this is a nice twist. The Super Leaf is a new defensive melee item. Your car gets a tail that you can use to deflect or destroy nearby items, or whack your neighbors a little.
Oh, interesting.
It's pretty strong in the right hands, and you can even get it if you're one of the front runners.
That
You
actually
can
sounds like a
stand the
cool
button
item.
To get a little bit of extra air while gliding. Both the Super Leaf and the Fire Flower are stuck in your item box until the timer expires, so don't hold on to them for too long.
Oh, that's the feather now. Ah, I see
Also
what you're
new
saying.
is the very weird Lucky 7, where you get a royal sampler of 7 items rotating around
Oh,
your car,
wow.
just like the triple
What the
shells
fuck?
do. Red and green shells, a banana, a mushroom, a star, a blooper, and a
It's-
bob-omb.
Is
When
that
you fire
good?
one off, it
That seems
grabs
bad,
whichever
actually. I'm
item
not
is
gonna lie.
closest to the front
Yeah,
of
that
your
seems
car.
really
And
bad.
with 7 of them
That seems-
zooming around, it can be very tricky to time.
Yeah,
things
that seems
right.
not good,
Good luck with that
honestly.
green shell. Worse yet, other racers can crash into your spinning buffet and snag the star or mushroom, crash into shells or
What?
bananas, or ruin your day by exploding the bob-omb and making you lose everything you had. The Lucky 7 is interesting, but it's very tough to use
That
right. More
seems like they
often,
said,
players
"Hey,
just fire
no
off
fouls from
everything
Guilty
at
Gear?
once.
I
At
have an
least you get
idea."
a star out of it. Believe it or not, even with all those
That sounds
changes, the
awful.
level
But you know
of
what
item
sounds
chaos
good?
is
Seeing
pretty
Tina
reasonable
Hacks and
compared to
Minimat in the
Wii or
same
even
room.
Double
What's
Dash.
going on,
Even
Tina?
online, there
This
can
is
be
now a
long
Final
stretches
Fantasy
of
6
play
stream.
without tons of items on the field.
How you
It's
doing?
a
Good to
considerably
see
more
ya.
fair game.
Oh,
You
well, if
can
you're
still
gonna be
get
here.
carded, don't get me wrong, but it's nothing like it was before. That might sound refreshing, or it might sound boring to you.
It's time for me to
Depends on
do
what
Final
you're
Fantasy
looking
6. That's
for.
right.
I made an opinion poll.
Gonna have
and it
a-
seems
I'm gonna
like
have
most
a
of you
80-hour
would
speed
say
run.
Boring. Mario Kart 7 isn't a terrible
What do you mean the
item
game's
system.
40 hours?
It's fine.
On normal play.
It's there. Mario Kart 7. It's there.
It's there. Seems like it's very
And
this
that
there because
takes
no
us
one
to
talks about
modern
7,
day.
I feel like.
Mario Kart 8
Oh
and
my
8
god,
Deluxe.
I'm in danger.
The past decade of Mario Kart has been a
My
series
God.
of small improvements not only from the Wii U to the Switch, but also from update to update. Even Deluxe's Booster Course DLC waves have made real adjustments to the game's item play. So don't be
For
surprised if there
Kirby's
are a few
block
new tweaks
ball.
that come out after this video. Even
You know.
before Mario Kart 9 gets
You know,
released.
Kirby's
We're
block
grouping
ball
both
from
8 and 8 Deluxe
Kirby's Air
together, but
Ride.
let's start with Phase 8. This was the Wii U's killer app, by far the console's best seller. The vanilla version of 8 is a true successor in the mold of the other console releases. This isn't a refining step like the handhelds, even though they did get the port over a lower screen thanks to the Wii U's gamepad. With this new power,
Yeah,
it went
like
in
one hell of a
bold
counterplay,
new
like in
direction.
amidst of
No
everything. Like
longer
this seems,
will we have a zoomed-in
it
map
just
in the
seems a
lower screen.
little bit
Now
bonkers,
we
just a bit
have
bonkers.
A horn.
What?
Items and item boxes are
They really did not know what to do with the Wii U. I didn't realize it was that bad. Fuck, what do we put in the middle? Just make it a horn.
If you could drag an item for defense, it would clear the spot for you to pick up something else. In 8, you can't, and you're gonna hold on to that shell until you set it free.
That's fair.
With that change, it's harder
the-
for
I thought
leaders
it
to
ran
get
away.
several shielding items, and
Did
it
it
can
not?
make it a little easier to bring them back to the pack and overtake. Not only that, but the coin is back again, and really likes to give itself to the leaders as an item. Having lots of coins is still important, but you can't defend with a coin, so it's pretty common for the lead racer to be defenseless. You don't have to rely on a blue shell or a triple red to slow them down anymore. This defensive
Yeah, I haven't
change
seen any.
also
Well, I mean,
just
mind you, I
reduces
had
the
like
number
all
of
of like
items in play in total, which lowers the item
one
chaos in base 8
month
by a
of playing the
lot.
Wii
Despite
or the
going
Wii
back
U because
to
I got
12
it like on
racers,
sale
the
for
game isn't
refurbished,
nearly
but
as chaotic as Wii. It's more than 7, but that's
I did not get to see
probably
those
a good
creative
thing.
actual uses.
So let's make things a
3DS
little
we're
more
still supporting Mario
chaotic
Kart
in 8
Wii
Deluxe.
and then being supported
It brought back
supplanted
the
immediately by
double
8.
item
Yeah,
box.
7 felt like it
So
was
are
a
we
throwaway by
getting 2
comparison.
drivers? Nah. While there are 2 item slots again, you can't switch between the 2. 8 Deluxe proves the less items
Shantae,
means
Zelda
less chaos theory.
makes sense,
If
I
you
guess.
jump from 8 to
Splatoon,
Deluxe,
though. But
you can right
Shantae,
away
goddamn.
feel the impact of everyone having 2 items. Leaders will probably
Oh, was
get
the
a
port
coin and
trash?
something
I was
for
gonna play
defense,
one for 101
which
on the
does nerf
port.
the rubber
I have
banding
to
a
use
little
my
bit.
Wii U now?
Mario Kart 8's item roster is full of new and tweaked things. Only the Super Leaf didn't make the cut. Goodbye, Super Leaf. The Lucky 7 is now the Crazy 8, which
Oh.
is just a rich man's Lucky 7. Everything else from 7 is back. With
That
some
seems bad.
changes.
That seems still
Every
bad. That still
triple
seems
item now
bad.
circles
Why does
the
that
cart like
exist?
shells do. That means no more conga line, and yes, that means your triple mushrooms are sitting out there in the open. You can crash into some someone
You
with
just
a
make your mini
triple
Sonoma
mushroom
Horizon.
and zip
Oh,
ahead of
right,
them.
right. You could just
don't
access
even
your
steal it from
transformations
them.
at that point then, and it's like not a
just
problem.
free mushroom. The Fire Flower can use more than 4 fireballs at once, so it can be a little spammier. The blooper, okay, I've skipped it for long enough. I can't avoid talking about it
The blooper
anymore.
was nothing in,
The
like,
Thunder
Wii, at
Cloud
least.
isn't the worst item. It's the blooper. It's terrible in DS, it's terrible in Wii, it's terrible in 7, and guess what? It's terrible in 8. If you're unlucky enough to get one, all it
How do I know
does
the
is
crazy
block the
existed?
screen of the players
Do they allow
ahead.
you to use it
It
online,
doesn't even
maybe?
block all of the screen, just like a third of it.
You get it
It's
and
not
it's
hard
a
to keep
star.
driving
Oh,
without
you just
seeing
throw
for
away
a few
everything until you get to your
seconds,
star.
so it's not
I guess
all
that makes
impactful.
sense.
And the blooper is only
And it
gettable
won't
in one
affect
of
you
those
because
mid
you're
to back of the
invulnerable.
pack positions where you should be gaining some of the best power items in the game. Instead of a star or triple reds, please have garbage.
We drew a circle that reads
Anyway,
line. We draw a
the
line.
blooper in 8
And it reads
got
lines one
tough.
direction. We literally draw
Your
anything. It reads
opponents now
nothing.
skid around a little. It's
What if you
also
just can't do
easier than
anything?
ever
That'd be
to get
great.
rid of the ink with a speed boost, a zipper, or diving underwater.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Endless trash.
It just
It's
doesn't do
really just
anything.
here to ruin my footage. Okay, give me something new. Mario Kart 8 has 3 brand
This
new
is Super
items.
Way 3 pretty far behind.
The boomerang
Fair.
flower, the piranha plant, and the super horn. Lots of flowers all of a sudden. The boomerang flower is interesting. You throw a boomerang forward or behind 3 times. The first 2 have a medium range and can hit a cart on the way out or the way back. The third toss doesn't come back.
Oh.
The item slot frees up while the
Oh.
boomerang
That's
is
actually kinda
out on
cool.
tour. So if you pick up another item while it's away or have one in reserve, the boomerang will put itself in your second item slot. If you don't want it at all anymore, toss it out and pick up a double box, and the boomerang will disappear. The piranha plant is like the third flower we've got now. This puts, guess what, a piranha plant in front of your cart, and automatically chomps at other racers. And it'll even grab coins and items. Every time it lunges, you get a little mini turbo and the timer ticks down a bit faster. You can spam the button to chomp manually and burn through the timer if you want.
Keyboard and mouse,
It's a
which
fairly
might be fine to
automatic way to
control. Oh,
combine
okay, I
a
see what
little
you're saying.
offense and a little speed. The
Well, I
super
got a
horn
Wii U.
is for the blue shell
I don't
package
have
up there,
the game.
effectively replacing the super
But if
Leaf,
the way to
it's a
play is
melee
on the Wii
ranged
U, then I
defensive
at least
item
have the
that gives
Wii
you
U.
a
So,
one-time
you know,
shockwave that will
something
blow
it's
up
not
anything
it's
around
not
it,
preventing me from
racers,
playing it.
objects, or otherwise.
God damn it.
It's a direct counter to the blue shell. And for players in first, it can be a lifesaver. In
Oh,
theory.
that's the horn
In
thing,
the
right.
original 8, it works as advertised. With 8 Deluxe's changes, though, it's much tougher to have on hand at the right time. It's not a common thing to get, and saving it for a blue shell might mean you drop it from a lightning, or someone steals it. The Boo is back. He'll steal your stuff like before.
Oh.
8 Deluxe also adds Boo as
He's both.
a driver. We've got a pretender to the throne situation. The kingdom is in shambles.
He's not voted in. He's a usurper.
More new item,
He's the king
but
now.
I don't see it. Let
The
me
king
see.
is a thief. Crazy.
No. It's been decades. Could it be? The feather.
The feather returns.
It's back. In battle mode.
Oh.
It's still very situational.
The one mode
drought
that
is over.
it really
Mario Kart 8 overhauled the
sucked
item drop
in
tables.
even the original
The other
game.
games have your chance
You
to
see, you get
something
the
based on what
feather, and
place
you
you're
immediately try to
8
rid of the
changes
feather.
it to how far away you are from first place. Park
Or you just
everyone
jump
at
over
the
a wall,
start,
I guess,
and
so you're a little
everyone
bit
from
safer,
second to
but-
last can get amazing stuff if the leader is way ahead of the pack. The bullet bill's distribution table is a little silly. It's not unheard of to get one in the middle or even near the front.
Oh, wow.
One bullet bill can jump you right to a top position for absolutely free. Mario Kart Wii had a vague item rule customizer, but in 8, there's now a more
Oh,
fine
yeah,
grained
trying to
one
draw
for
with
private
the
lobbies.
arrow keys.
You can
Oh
set
my
up item
God.
class modes,
Yeah.
like only
What's the
mushrooms,
criteria to tell you
only
that the Wii is
shells,
better than
only
others? I don't do
bananas for
consoles.
some
Fair
reason.
enough.
Frantic mode if you love fun, or as of Wave 3 of the booster course, fully
We'll never
custom
get the
items
kingdom
if
back.
you
The
love a
kingdom of
very
booze is over.
specific kind of fun.
Get out the booze, because the
Mario
kingdom
Kart
of
8
booze
has a
is
fully
done
featured,
for.
Robust, sensible, and
They're
fun
for
items.
succession on the
New
battlefield.
stuff and old. The balance
And
is
then the king
pretty
has to
good.
continue to
The game
maintain
is
it on
very
the battlefield.
popular, and you can make it your own experience.
So that's why you
if
turn them
want.
all into items.
Mario Kart 8
So you never have to
has
worry
it all.
about it. It's just me getting 3 months in
And
last
that's
place.
all of Mario Kart.
That feels like me.
If
That
you're
feels like
thinking
my
about
luck,
Mario Kart
honestly.
Arcade GP, GP2, GPVR, GPDX, Mario Kart Tour, or Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, no, those don't exist. There's definitely not dozens of new items in those games. I don't know where this footage is coming from. Ooh, what's that? If you'd like to see us tackle these games that definitely don't exist, let us know, and tell us where we can find a Mario Kart GP cabinet. Let's talk in the comments about your best Mario Kart items.
Only fans, wait, was that last one? Wait, who said that last one?
What items
Who the
would
fuck
you
said
like
that?
to see in Mario Kart 9? Mario Kart is iconic, thanks in no small part to its items shaping how each game feels. The evolution game to game has
Missed a
been
hole.
subtle, but the changes have added up to create a whole new branch of racing.
Change the lightning bolt patch. I don't know. Because I just wasn't paying that much attention in terms of like, are we talking about like the scaling, I guess, where if you're in last place, it doesn't affect you nearly as much, or was there another patch, I guess, in that regard? I don't remember hearing anything extra about the not lightning bolt. All right, what comes next? What do I have next? Oh yeah, why do Japanese games handle trans
Happy
characters so
Pride
differently?
Month, everyone.
That was one I've been curious about. But yeah, I mean, Space Trash 2.8. No, I don't think they said anything about 8, right? In Wave 3, they changed it so it doesn't knock you out of the air. Oh, okay. No, they didn't mention that in 8. They did mention it in 7 or whatever. Oh, there's a Rathian here. Shit. I guess I'll leave. Yeah, I don't think they said anything about it in terms of, like, the patch. But I guess it also depends when the video came out. Like, let me go back here for a second. Because if that was recent, for example, well, it was 4 weeks ago, actually, when they did this. So I guess there is that in that case. I guess it was probably not more recent than that. Oh, cool. Here's the monster I couldn't hit earlier because there was a Rathian in the way. But this kind of stuff was good chance to get on with my day. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I think it'll be more of an explanation of like why they're the way they are and whatnot. And yeah, if you definitely don't care to hear why things the way they are, then yeah, this might not be a great subject. But they did do Brisket. That's true. And Testament as well. Budget. Biscuits. Sorry, hold on. I'm just going to get this thing out of the way before it runs away once more. Hopefully. Oh, God. But yeah, I'm the person who's like, I want to understand the reasons why they are the way things they are. And, you know, there's a lot more examples outside of just my fighting game scene stuff. Which is like all I kind of know. Bisquick. Some very good trans. Really? Okay. I did not know that. I didn't know that was a subject that was really hit on in Japan or not, or how much is hit on in Japan or not. Because I'm very outside looking in once again. So it's like, cool. I would like to educate myself on this sort of thing. Okay, get back here so I stop having to chase you. Please and thank you. Just once I kill this monster, I should. Okay. I'm like, I shouldn't be that long. I was just thinking. I'm like, I've been fighting this thing. I should be able to just finish it off and then I can go on with my life. You have a caveat about this video? All right. Tell me the caveat about this video just to be certain and sure. Because if it's not purely educational and explains stuff pretty well and you've seen it before, then I do not want to play it. Because I'm going in blind to a lot of these videos as well. So I'm willing to cut mid-video if I'm like, okay, this ain't vibing with me. I ain't happy with it. All right, let me get out of here for a second so I don't have to keep hearing the chirping of these weird monsters behind me. All right. I survived the quest. Oh gosh, I got one malachite ore. I think that's how we said we're supposed to be pronounced. I got one malachite ore. So I know I can get the ores here. I know I can. I just don't understand why I can't get like more than one per like 20 runs. Like, is that insanely rare? He's a major Japanese scholar and teaches Japanese studies at university stuff. He says guys' vids are kind of inaccurate. All right. Then I have a solution.
The massively
Oh, well, it's apparently the same guy I apparently pulled from. I just went through my sidebar and I just picked a lot of videos. All right, let's go to someone who is probably pretty accurate about the stuff they talk about. Or, let's see, what do I have left on my list here? Maybe I'll just go through this list and I'll skip Moon Channel in that case. Let's see. The Vanderbilt Ball of 1883 and the Dumb Rich People. I can't read the rest of it. Dumb Rich People drama, and that caused it. There will never ever be another Melee player like Hungrybox. Rube Wadal, because I was told to watch this video. Literally one of history's weirdest guys. And another Super Eye Patch Wolf video, Shenmue and the Fall of Sega. Yeah, more Kazro feels like it's never wrong. But I'm also asking for a reason too, because it's going to deem what I do in my next mission as well, in terms of timing. Because if we say like, if people are like, oh, I would like to watch like effectively what's going to be the Hungry Box Smash Brothers documentary, that's like, cool, I'll do a Rathian fight then, a Rathalos or Rathian fight. If we're going to do the Vanderbilt Ball, then I'll just continue trying to get more Malachite ores, for example. Super Eye Patch Wolf is good shit. We started off with Super Eye Patch Wolf, actually. So we already had one Super Eye Patch Wolf today. He's like, his heart's in the right place, but it's very wrong. All right. I don't want to give... When it comes to something like, I guess, a specific human identity, it's important to be correct in my eyes. More factually correct as you possibly can. Their opinion on good MMORPGs... that can be their opinion, I guess, because I assume it's not going to be built in like side of like a cultural aspect or a human aspect, and maybe just more of their own opinion of why they think this thing doesn't exist. So I'm a little less worried about that in the future. But for right now, I'm like, I'm just gonna skip their videos. Then in that case, I'm not gonna bother. If I was not broken, worthy of thought. He's just a good storyteller. So like at the end of it, I'm like, all right, you told your story, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. You've backed yourself up. I understand everything. All right, let's do Kazro then. Hasn't heard Final Fantasy 14 for the MMORPG that has a free trial and everything else and all that sort of stuff. What's up, Vanarchy? How you doing? All right, let's watch.
Long before rich people
the
used their
Vanderbilt
millions
Ball
or
of
billions to buy
1883.
social media platforms and have the biggest, most humiliating public meltdown anyone has ever seen. Rich people instead used their wealth to throw lavish balls where you came dressed up like cars or ate dinner on horseback.
Actually, give me half a second here. I realize I need to use the bathroom. I've been doing this for quite a few hours, and I need to expulse my liquids from within to an exported location designated by Social Mores. I'll be right back. Where is my break time? There it is.
It's time to talk about the Hammer Brothers. It probably goes without saying that if this happens in a run, it's an immediate reset.
All right, I'm back. Hopefully y'all are back too. Or not, I don't know. You can do whatever you want. But yeah, you can tell someone's good at crap when I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'm glad I watched it all the same. Yeah, exactly. But I don't mind back increase. Yeah, if you have a problem coming from an academic standpoint, then it's like, you are literally wrong. That's why I turned that salt. I mean, that's why I turned to that salt pillar yesterday, right? Because when it's like, yeah, I know you have an opinion on this thing, but you know, here's actual factuals from someone who's experienced this for a long period of time, and here's how Faust actually works, and everyone's just like, no, you're wrong. It's like, I don't mind if you have like a thought that's like, I don't think it's, you know, this or that, but it's like, no, you're wrong straight out. It's like, okay. I literally cannot engage with you all anymore because you are collectively saying that the guy who has the most experience between all of y'all is legitimately wrong. It's like, I can't engage anymore. It's over. But you should know, her complaint was based on that video specifically. His other videos, since you didn't watch them. Oh, I didn't know if that also included his why we fight gods in JRPGs, but that was like an 1.5 hour long video, so it was at least very thorough. So even if it's, I guess, a little bit wrong, at least it was a lot more than what I knew in the first place. Even if there's maybe some like incorrect inconsistency in there about Japanese history, but it at least made a fully fleshed story. Is all I can say. General horseback would be hella metal, but also I wouldn't eat. That would be a time I wouldn't eat. Stepson. Oh my gosh, yeah, he never skips leg day. In fact, he's still doing leg day to this day, some people say. Yeah, we need to finish. Me and Mini Matt need to finish Super Mario World or Super Mario World. Super Mario Brothers 3. We got to World 8, and we just never finished it. And it's like, damn it. Also, Matt, I think there might be something wrong on my end with the Steam Remote Play. Because I tried doing Steam Remote Play last night with another friend when I was playing Ship of Fools for their stream. And I was having the exact same problem. So I don't know what's going on with my Steam Remote Play or whatever. Or if more people are experiencing this problem or whatnot. I haven't researched it yet. But it's so much of a pain. People were looking at items when the full crime is Faust 2K. They were saying the crime was Faust 5D. That was the thing. Also, what's up, Vivian? How you doing? Yeah, they were saying Faust 5D was the crime. And I'm just like, you realize that it being invincible from frame 1 to 11 and then having like a 20 frame gap where it's not invincible afterwards is like, you can do a lot of stuff. Also, it's only strike invincible. You can throw it. You can also throw a very meaty move before the move comes out and cover both options. They just, I don't know. I wanted to explain it, but they did not want to hear it. So I don't know. There's only so much I can do. There's still only so much I can do. Once again, like I said, it's not my problem anymore. In fact, it's my solution. I'm just going to use 5D on Wake Up a lot and just force them to engage with it so that they eventually have to be like, all right, I have to figure out an answer. What do you do against them? Like, oh, here's your what's your character? Blank? Okay, here's your setup for it. I know which characters' setups, what they look like, because I played against so many characters who do this. I know the anti-Faust tag. So that's his own thing. That's why you don't see it at higher levels anymore, because it's not the greatest option, and it's an expensive option if you really want to make it work. Also, don't mind me. I grabbed some snacks. I had some dried kiwi, and I'm like, Yeah, but I'm at the point finally, Matt, where I'm like, look, any problem that happens to you, you deserve it. When it comes to fighting games, I'm just like, whatever. Any problem you have, it's over for you. You've earned a problem. There we go. You've earned a problem. Only one, but you've earned a problem. All right. So, video's what, 34 minutes? Okay. I'm just going to try to get more Malachite ores then, in that case. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I love having a problem. Yeah, exactly. Even if it's a terrible option, if your opponent hates that option, fuck it, keep doing it. That's their problem. Even if you tried to save them, that's their problem now. I will just say I will not be losing Well, not that I lose X-Art tournaments here anyway, but I will definitely not be losing X-Art tournaments here for a long time. And I will probably continue to do decently well at Plus R tournaments, despite not really practicing it, but I should because it's a fun game, but I'm really enjoying Street Fighter 6 right now. All right. Let's get some gaming. Well, I guess it's not gaming. This is anti-game. This is actual literal history.
Back, or even better, had
I'll
everyone
start over because
long before
I
rich
stopped at a
people
weird
used
spot.
their millions or billions to buy social media platforms and have the biggest, most humiliating public meltdown anyone has ever seen. Rich people instead used their wealth to throw lavish balls where you came dressed up like cars, or ate dinner on horseback, or even better, had everyone come in costumes that would put all of the Met Galas combined to shame. One example of this is the infamous Ball of the Century from 1951, thrown by silver mining millionaire Don Carlos de Bestegui at the Palazzo Labia in Venice, a party that cost over $6 million in today's money. But long before that ball was an even more infamous ball, one that shook New York City's high society to its core. Alva Vanderbilt's fancy costume ball of spring 1883. During the Gilded Age, high society was experiencing internal turmoil between the old money families who had long ruled the roost and the new money families who had recently made their riches and sought to be seen as equal to everyone else. So it went in the world of New York wealth, which at the time was lorded over by the prestigious Astor family. Rising in the ranks was the nouveau riche Vanderbilts, and the Astors very, very much did not want to let them into the world of high society, and pointedly did not invite the Vanderbilts to their coveted seasonal balls, or anything else for that matter. Enter Alva Vanderbilt, who thought, what better way to outdo the
BGM is
doer
crazy.
than
Baby
to
Felix,
throw
it's
an
a Halloween.
even
Of
bigger,
course,
grander
you didn't grow up
ball
with
than the
Baby
ones
Felix
you were
Halloween.
kept out
Oh,
of?
how embarrassing!
Well,
Why would you admit that in
that's
front of an
one angle
audience,
of the
Mini
story,
Matt?
the
That's
one
crazy.
popularized by the press at the time
I sure
anyway.
wouldn't say
But
that
as
I didn't
we'll
grow
see,
up on
there's
Baby
actually
Felix
more
Halloween
to all
out
this
loud.
than meets the eye. Come learn with me about some
Palazzo Labia, yeah.
rich people
Don't worry
drama.
about
But
it.
first, let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor, Wondershare PDF Element. As an artist, I often need
Don't
to put
worry
together
about
PDF
it.
files on an almost weekly basis, whether it be putting
Shut
drafts
up,
together for my
fuck
graphic
up.
novel, or compiling my comic pages into digital editions
That's
for
what
my
Mini
online
Matt sounds
storefront,
like.
or just my everyday research for these videos. It's vital
love
to have
Mini
an
Matt.
easy-to-use PDF program like PDF Element.
Have
that
you
makes
ever
the process
seen
as
Mini Matt on
streamlined as possible.
twitch.tv.com?
Wondershare PDF Element is a fast, affordable, and
Can I get
easy
a
PDF program to
a
help
show
you
of
manage
hands
PDF
of people who have
documents
seen
across
Mini
desktop,
Matt
mobile, and
on
web, giving you the most
twitch.tv.com
flexible
and
way to
enjoy
edit,
his
convert,
content?
annotate, organize, sign, and fill PDF forms and
I ain't
documents
getting
at a
crickets from this one,
50%
goddamn.
lower price than other common programs.
'Cause
PDF Element
if
boasts a
no
wide
one's raising their
variety of useful
hands,
features, such
that
as
means that I need to do a
Annotate
shout
PDF,
out for
which allows
Mini
you to
Matt,
highlight text, add notes
because
and
that clearly
corrections,
means
which
that
is
there's
super
people out
useful for
here
when I'm reading essays
not
and articles for
loving the
videos.
Mini
And
Matt.
there's also Protect PDF, which lets you put a password lock on PDFs to protect your
Handpicks
files,
cost
and
extra
OCR
kindness weapon
PDF, which
knows
allows
their
you to
value.
scan and edit PDF
She
file,
knows her
editable
fucking
and
value.
searchable text, a function that we
Nah,
really
nah.
use for my Mod
You got
Hours
the
video
the
because I have
shark
an
picture
original
for
copy
free.
from
Now
Home
for the
Journal
hand pick,
biography that I
you ain't
really
getting
wanted
shit.
people to search digitally. PDF Element made that
Pull out the
process
wallet.
super fast
It's
and
time.
simple. Head on down to the link in the description below to get Wondershare PDF
There's no
Element at a
hand emote.
huge
There's no hand
discount
emote?
while their holiday sale is
Damn, that's
running. It works with
crazy.
Mac, Windows,
Yeah,
and
crazy.
iOS,
Ah,
so whatever device
that is
you
crazy.
use,
I missed
you're
that.
good. Thank you so much to Wondershare PDF Element for sponsoring this video, and now let's get back to learning about the Vanderbilt Ball of 1883.
Oh my god, I can't hit anything. Old money versus new alpha reach.
The story
That pisses
begins,
me
of
off.
course, with the Astor family, the kings and
Van
queens
Arky's
of
like,
New
I
York
got
high
this. I got the
society.
hand raising
In
emote.
particular,
Here it is.
This is Caroline Schermerhorn Astor.
Free hand
Mrs.
picks as a
Astor,
joke.
along with Ward McAllister, was the essential overseer of the famous 400 list, which was a carefully
I'm like thinking
curated
about it.
list
Like
of
if
the
someone sent
400
me
people who
money
made
for
up
a
New York's
hand
high
picture,
society. You were judged
would
heavily
I
on your
pay
bloodline,
for? Would I
surname,
accept money for that?
respectability, and behavior
Knowing the
to
fact
make
that
the
it is
list,
probably being used
or be excluded
sexually.
from it. Up and coming in New York society was
answer
a new
is
group of nouveau
yes,
riche families who had made their
because I just
fortunes
had a
after
memory
the
come back in
Civil
my
War.
head.
One of these new tycoons was railroad
I don't know if
and
it's going to be
shipping magnate
TMI or anything like
Cornelius
that, but
Commodore
I mean,
Vanderbilt.
it's
Cornelius
no
was
one that
rightly
anyone's
seen
connected to in
as
this chat
crass
here.
and unpleasant,
But
which
there was
served
a
to
at the
exclude
time
him for
a
reasons other than his new
it was
money
kind of like my
status.
first
But this exclusion
direct
then
message
trickled
of
down to his son son William,
a
and
lady just
William's
messaged
new
me and
wife,
just saying, you know, I
Alva
want to jump your bones. And I thought it was like a
Erskine
joke or some sort of
That's
reference.
where
Like,
the
no,
drama
she was
begins.
straight out
Alva
down bad.
Vanderbilt
And I was
had
like, I don't know what to do with
fairly
this
humble
information.
beginnings
I've
in
never
Mobile,
really
Alabama,
had that
born in
happen in my life before.
1853.
But
Her
one thing she did ask, like
ex-Confederate
specifically, she's like, it's a
family
little bit
later
weird, but could
relocated
you
to
send me a
New York
picture of your
just before
hands?
the
I
Civil
just
War,
really like the
and
idea
then
of kind of
to
like
Paris,
big
where they
hands
managed to
caressing
start
me.
rubbing
And so I
elbows
sent
with
her pictures of
real
my hands. I didn't know what to do with them.
Upon returning to New York, the family
But
takes their
apparently it
summer
was the
holidays
right.
to
I
the popular
did good enough,
destination
I
of
guess. The
Newport,
best way to
Rhode
put that.
Island, which exposes them to the East Coast high society even
Just
more.
don't tell me what you
One
did
thing
with
leads to
them.
another, and Alva
I'll
and her
take the
sisters
money
all
and
end
we
up
can
marrying
reconvene
rich.
at a later
Alva,
date
of course,
for
marries
further
into
deals.
The Vanderbilt family.
Got a hand
And she
for
wasn't
you for
really
that
satisfied
one.
with the Vanderbilt status at the time of her
What's up,
marriage.
boys?
She spent her whole life
That's
social
my
climbing
boy.
and felt that they all
Boys.
could climb higher. And
Hey, welcome back to the
so
grocery
Alva
store.
made it her goal
Yep,
to
we're
get
knowing about
Vanderbilt
the
name on Mrs.
rich
Astor's
Victorian
prestigious 400
money now.
list.
Old
Alva and Mrs. Astor had by
old
this point
money versus
already
new
had
money.
a widely publicized
My favorite
rivalry, which
crossover game after
honestly
Marvel
was
vs.
made out to
Capcom
be much
3.
more catty in
It'll
the
make into
media
Evo
than
next
it
year.
actually was. Alva didn't really
Catch these hands
hate
affectionate.
Mrs. Astor the person, and vice versa.
That's
but
really
she
good.
despised the way that the system prevented her
So it's like,
family
I
from the
technically
social
did it for
status that she
free.
believed they were
I
owed.
technically did it for
So
free.
she began
So
concocting plans
would I do it for
to
money?
prove
The answer is
Vanderbilt name
ultimately
to
yeah.
all of New
Fuck it.
York. This was a mission she had
I'm still
competition
a part of the
in.
corporate
Competition from her
gulag,
sister-in-law,
and
Alice Vanderbilt
I wish to have
But
money
as
to
recalled by
live
Anderson
well,
Cooper, yes,
or live
CNN
better.
Anderson Cooper, who himself is a Vanderbilt descendant, Alice was so snobbish and removed that later in her life, people would say she'd rather be driven around the city for hours than condescend to speak to her chauffeur to give him the exact address for where she was headed. Alva, by contrast, was brilliant, witty, cunning, and utterly ruthless.
Wow.
And, no kidding, because Alva was an awful person.
Watching a horror movie about
She
a
openly
table
admitted
hand.
to enjoying abusing the children that her family enslaved.
Enjoy
for
your
instance, and
hands,
she
Mini
was
Matt.
horrible to her
Make sure you
husband
give
and
them a
daughter.
round
She
of
was a
applause
huge
and say,
piece
does
of
no one
shit,
realize
but
the
that
irony
means that
of this
she
one?
didn't
Anybody?
care what she had to do to get what she wanted. And she always did. First, they completed construction on their new 660 Fifth Avenue
In
house,
exchange for
which
goods
they
and services,
called
which is good.
Petit
Unfortunately, goods and services must be
Chateau,
obtained
which
by
I'll be honest, I don't
exchanging
call it a
money,
house
which
because
is
it was
bad.
literally a castle.
That's right.
Like, look at this. Alva invited
Goddamn.
the media in there to take pictures so she could show it off, but good lord. I will say, though, I am a huge fan of turrets and spires, so. It was designed by famous architect Richard Morris Hunt. And what do you
How
do
you doing,
when
boys?
you move into
What's
a new
going on
house?
this Saturday
You have
for
a
ya?
housewarming party, of course. But Alva didn't want just any housewarming party. She wanted a ball like no one had ever seen before. She sent off hundreds of servants dressed in uniform to deliver invitations to guests.
It's no
and the
chateau,
game
yes,
was
you
on. The New
pretender.
York Times reported, amid the rush and
Don't
excitement
tell her
of
that. She's gonna
business,
get really
men have found their
upset.
minds haunted by
I mean, the truth sounds like she's gonna
uncontrollable
get
thoughts as
upset
to whether
by
they should
either
appear
way.
as Robert Le Diable, Cardinal Richelieu,
Spires.
Otho the Barbarian, or the Count
Shut
of
up,
Monte
boys.
Cristo, while the ladies have been driven to the verge of distraction in the effort to settle the comparative advantages of ancient, medieval, and modern costumes. The fantastical costume element of this party wasn't something new.
Uh-oh.
In fact, it was an increasing factor of society
All right, let's
balls
just
in the
run past
post-Civil
it.
War era. Amelia Muller writes, "High society cherished costume balls because of their playful requirements, and every detail was thoroughly calculated, especially the designs of fanciful gowns. At fancy dress balls, the guests had the chance to transform themselves through their costumes and characters they were not in real life, thus playing with their appearances and identities as they wished, at least
Yeah,
for
that's
one
still a
night.
thing that happens
However,
today.
these had to be respectable private entertainments and followed certain rules in an
What if you had a
established
college
order. Only a
college
chosen
redneck
group of people
party?
were
Cool.
invited,
Let's
America's
emulate
rich and privileged,
being
and the costumes
of
had
a
to be
lower
fashionable and
economic
never too
class,
creative. Other
only
guests
for a
had to
night,
always
just so we
discern what
can
those fantastic
poke
liquefied
fun at it.
bodies were impersonating. These fancy costume
We also call it
balls were
cosplay.
an
Yes, that's
opportunity
the
for
positive
rich
side of it.
to,
I
in
should
a
not be
strange
just
way,
straight out negative.
actually escape their normal personas for one night. But the fact that most of these guests would impersonate old European monarchs is no coincidence. It was a direct symptom of America's newly budding social monarchy impersonating its foreign
I guess that's
predecessors,
true. I
symbolically
didn't think about
staking a
that.
claim on that prestige amid America's rise as a world power. Alva's ball would in total cost around $250,000,
Oof.
which is somewhere between $6 to $8 million in today's money, with a champagne catering
God,
and
if I could have a
cigar
$6
budget
million
of
party, I don't know if I could. I don't know if I literally could. I don't think I could spend that much money for a party.
Themselves
I don't know how I would.
$155,000. The party was scheduled to begin on Monday, March 26 at 11:30 p.m., which was keeping with European tradition, but crowds started gathering on the street as early as 8 o'clock to see what was going on. The rooms were filled with pure gold baskets carrying roses. The ceiling was covered with
like, I'm not even smart enough to think, like, where would I spend money? If I had to spend money, where would I spend it? Gold baskets. I can't get that far. My brain just does not conceive that as an idea.
There was no set theme for the ball's costumes, so the guests were free
I
to
guess,
run wild.
but even then,
and run
that's
wild
like
they did. Most of them stuck with the general
200,000 at best.
vibe, but others arrived dressed as
I'm
witches
barely
or
a fraction of
Egyptian
the way
princesses,
there.
or, most
That's
famously,
so insane.
The goddess of electric light. The dinner menu, featuring food prepared by the popular restaurant Delmonico's, was controversial. Bouillon, fried oysters, chicken croquettes, Maryland-style terrapin, salmon a la Rothschild, truffled boned fowl, jellied beef, ham and chicken, chaud-froid of red birds, foie gras, chicken and celery salad, lettuce and lobster mayo, Windsor sandwiches,
so
londe
fucking
roulette,
good.
baba au rhum, and iced desserts. All of this was served after the quadrille dancing at
2 a.m.
In all, about
I
1,500
can't make it to 2
people
a.m.
were
either.
invited to the party,
I'm gonna
but
spend all my
one
money on
person
coffee.
was notably
That's where the
left
rest of the
out.
millions go.
Carrie Astor, the daughter of Mrs. Astor.
I would have to buy
Carrie
an
had
island,
assumed that
basically,
she would be
Tina.
invited and
That's
had
like
already been preparing
the
for the
only
ball
way.
for
If I had to
weeks,
spend
so,
$6 million
as
or
you can
die,
imagine, this
I
was a
might die.
devastating blow. Frank Crown
I
and
would have to
Shield
like
wrote
own
in
an
Vogue in
island, and then I would
1941,
like give it back because I'm like, I don't want this island. I just want to die. I'm sorry.
Mrs. William Astor's daughter, Caroline,
Take it back.
under the illusion that she would be one of Mrs. Vanderbilt's guests, had begun regularly
Convention
with her
money. That's
support
Evo 2
quadrille
money.
designed
Yeah, it's like there's 2
especially for
Evos in
that
a
much
year
heralded
money.
revel. But Mrs. Vanderbilt, hearing what was brewing, was
I didn't
quick
want
to
to pick that up.
point
Why'd I pick
out
that up?
that since Mrs. Astor had never left so much as a pasteboard at her gates, the inclusion of her daughter at the gala was, most regrettably, inconceivable. And that was how Mrs. Astor, finding herself neatly trapped, first called at Mrs. Vanderbilt's chateau, thereby establishing something like amity between the Montagues and the Capulets.
That's $6 million for a party. I would throw a party
almost.
for 6 of my
The
closest friends,
rivalry
give them $1 million
between
each, and
Mrs.
there we
Astor
go.
and
Yeah,
Vanderbilt was heated,
it would just be a
yes,
money
but
giving
more
away
of a
party.
simmer
It
than
would
the
not be
rolling
like any
boil
sort of
that
like
the media
actual
made it out to be.
party
High
event.
society of the Gilded Age had long established its own insular, complicated
Rum
rules
is really good.
that
How the
they
hell does it
didn't
end up on a
find
high
easy
society
to
menu? Well, I
change.
mean,
And
it's like the
Mrs.
same way like
Astor
other
felt a
things
lot
end
of
up on high
pressure
society
with these
menus, like
decisions as
lobster
society changed with
and
the arrival of
oxtails,
the
and
Nouveau Riche during the Industrial Revolution.
it's like,
and
oh, the
especially
poor people
following
like
Civil
this.
War.
Oh,
She
the
faced
poor people
pressure
finally figured out how to
from
make it
many
good.
avenues,
Well,
and it
now
wasn't
that's
a
a
personal
rich
beef with
item,
Alva.
baby. Let's
Actually,
go.
the
I'm gonna
Vanderbilt
charge
ball kinda solved
$100
this
billion
problem for both
dues.
parties in the most amicable possible way. It
Pay
proved
even though I was
the
on the-
new parties'
Yeah.
force to rule society and showing that they can play their game.
Do I really
just
want
as
to curse
well,
someone with
and
having
it
that
gave
much
the
money, though?
Astors an
Is that
easy
something I want to
solution by
happen?
providing them with
Is
an
that mean?
option so much more
Probably
worse than
not
just accepting the
overall, but
Vanderbilts. It risked making them unfashionable
at the same
and
time, it kind of
nigh
is.
obsolete.
It's like
No
now it's
one
your
now
problem.
could
The millions are
possibly
your
blame
problem
Mrs.
now.
Astor for changing the system. She had no choice. And Alva had also crafted a careful excuse to protect her own image. She said she couldn't send Carrie Astor an invitation because Mrs. Astor had never called upon the Vanderbilts to formally introduce herself. So Alva didn't have the address to send the invitation.
I don't know where to send
After
it.
Mrs. Astor
I have no
finally
idea where
arrived
these
at the
other
tea
extremely
chateau
rich
to
people
leave her
live.
calling card, an invitation for Carrie was delivered the next day. After all, according to the rules of polite society, the first call must be made from the older, higher status woman. So Alva couldn't have just shown up to the Astors herself first. Mrs. Astor was, by her own world's rules, forced to make that first move. Of course, 1,500 guests wouldn't cover every socialite in New York City. Many were left out and attempted to gain entrance into the ball disguised as the maids and footmen of invited guests, only to find out that no
Party
domestics were allowed inside and they were ordered to wait out in the cold in the carriages.
Wow.
The New York Sun published this completely unreadable joke column, apparently interviewing a nearby German barber who had a lot to say about the ball. Chimney hooky. Thankfully, my friend Wilder decided to translate this for me. Thank you so much, Wilder. The Sun newspaper quipped, "The Vanderbilt Ball was a very expensive entertainment given to people who are just as much tired and worn out by entertaining as by being entertained. Apart from that, the idea of the ball was conceived and carried out by 3 or 4 of the most charming, accomplished, and
my
rich
say something
young
that makes me
ladies
go,
of this
damn, I've ended up with the highest
country.
quality
It
people
is
for my friends.
therefore needless to
He really
say
gets
that
classes was one
everything
of
was
those
tasteful
points.
and delightful. But there is a
I'm
reverse
just
to
glad
every
that you're
medal.
around, Tina.
Old
You You continue to be a
Sober-minded
very
men
positive
asked
force in
themselves
my
whether it
life.
was advisable to make such a
Never
display
stop
of
being
wealth
you,
and
Tina.
luxurious living
Never stop being
at a time when the
semi-AFK
working
either.
classes
So I can say
are
something
in a
head
state
ass
of
and you miss
serious
it instead.
fermentation all over the world. The needy
The
American
Rungays,
working
drink
men
of sailors,
and
and
working
other
women do not make a
Yeah,
cent by the
that sounds like the
importation of
perfect
dresses,
kind of thing
purchase of new
that would
diamond
be
activities,
high
or the
society taking
resetting
over.
of old
We can
family
class this up
jewels. So,
and use something more expensive
the verdict
for it.
on whether the ball was good or bad was mixed in the public. Much like today, when people watch events where
When
rich
you
people
say
get
something
dressed
like
up,
that
some
word
people
you just
enjoy the
mentioned.
spectacle, and
No, you won't.
others grimace at the
No,
gross
you won't.
displays of wealth while the poor suffer. Some other papers compared the ball to
Yo, we
people
partnered
in
the new
circus,
follower.
which
You
had
love to
events
see
happening
it.
as well that
Yo, thank you for the
maxed out
follow.
its
Greatly
audience.
appreciate it. Follows here
I
always
figured,
anonymous. You just
yeah,
want to
the
follow
Vanderbilt
away and
ball was
lurk. Feel
cool,
free. But otherwise, hey,
but
happy to
Pizza
have you
Barnum
on
has
board. Thank you for hanging out.
elephants, so-
Happy to have you here.
But
Ouch.
in the end,
Hey.
Alva had won the battle. Even better, Mrs. Astor herself had attended in costume.
Ranking the costumes. All right, I'm in.
So I thought it would be fun to
I'm
actually
in.
make a tier list of just a few of the costumes from the Vanderbilt Ball. So luckily the Museum of the City of New York does actually have a archived photo album that includes some of the portraits of the guests taken at the ball. They had a number of photo opportunities around because obviously people spent so much money on these costumes that they wanted to get nice pictures of them. So,
Fair.
and some of the newspapers even reported that for hours and hours and hours after the ball ended, people were still lining up to get pictures.
Jeez.
So let's see what kind of costumes people were wearing to the Vanderbilt
Yeah, fuck the cost
Ball.
by the way in the
I've
first
got
sentence.
5 tiers here, just the
Let me just throw this out there
typical
real
SABCD,
quickly.
but I've made
Shit
it
sucks. Fuck the
S
cops.
for Simply Marvelous,
If you
A
need
for
me, I'm at
Amazing,
Barber
B
Street.
for
I don't know
Ballworthy,
why the German
C
barber
for Could Be Better,
going
and D
real
for
street for a second there, but
I
all
also
right.
have not done any in-depth research on any of these people. There are
I'm still thinking about that
them
cake
that
though.
I know
I haven't
who
had
they
cake in
are
forever.
a little bit and a little bit
I
of
swore off most
background
sugar for the
behind
month of
costume
July.
itself, but I have
I'm kind
not
of jonesing for
gone
something like
through
a slice of cake right
pains
now.
to try and find out who the people are wearing these costumes because I don't want it to influence my decision
sell
for
some of
what
my
tier
items
they
so I can
go
get rid
in
of some
because I
shit.
know that if I know that like some of these people are like particularly huge pieces of shit, I'm gonna want to put them in the D section, and I just want to judge it.
That's fair.
Based off of
That's
the
fair. I
costumes
understand. You're trying to be objective. Oh. Oh
So
no.
when I say in this part that I did this section a long time ago, like I filmed the main talking part of this video like today and the ranking part before I did all of my research because I wanted to just judge the outfits based off of just the outfits and not the people. I don't know anything about these people. I really, really mean it. Alva Vanderbilt was a huge piece of shit and I didn't know that when I filmed this part, so keep that in mind. I'm just judging this based off of her dress. Just her dress. Just her dress. So, let's get into it. So the first one
You know what? We fuck
here
up.
is
We fuck
a
up sometimes.
Mr. Alan
Can I get an I
Thorndike
fucked up
Rice.
for
Now,
Poor Cas Road?
it looks
Because
like
they
he's
fucked up
wearing,
and I
like,
understand
a kind
entirely.
Of medieval
Happens to me
inspired outfit.
all the
There's
time.
like an Arthurian sort of element. I'm really into whatever belt he's got going on, but I think we'll put Mr. Allen.
That's decent, but it's not, you know,
This
not
next
crazy.
person
Thank you,
is
Tina.
Mrs. Buchanan Winthrop, or Sarah Helen Townsend. Now, a lot of the women who went to the Vanderbilt Ball, it kind of seemed like they were trying to
I got a
channel
lot
like
of things. Jesus
a
Christ.
little bit of like old provincial folkwear type of situation, which kind of reminds me of how Marie Antoinette used to like sort of LARP being a peasant girl.
Oh my
That's kind
God.
of the vibe that some of these costumes are giving off. I gotta say, her veil is gorgeous. How interesting do I think this is? You know what?
I think it's interesting. I think it's just pretty.
But it's also kind of giving Little Bo Peep.
Yeah,
I feel like it could be better.
Yeah, I could agree with
C
that.
tier. So Mr. James Otis over here, fantastic.
True, yeah, the
mustache, I
people
will
who
say. He's
created
going
it deserves
for
that
a
attention.
sort
Too bad they
of military
probably
look.
don't
That's interesting.
have the attention
I do
that
respect
they
a
deserve.
thigh-high boot. I really do. You know, I'm a little bummed. I'm not entirely sure.
Kind of looks like
how
that dude on the
common
Quaker box.
thigh-high boots were in this
He's gonna sell me
era,
some
but I'll have to
oats.
look into that.
Give me that
because I'm a
oatmeal.
little obsessed. Could be
Do you
better.
like oatmeal?
Like it's just not like wowing.
So an entire
Ooh,
reproduction of a
Mr.
Victorian
William
outfit.
J.
Oh.
Now,
Oofa
this
doofa.
is
That's
right up
rough.
my alley.
My
See,
partner
I'm
is
loving
very
the,
interested in doing a lot of
squire
like
element to
1920s and
this. I love the
1950s
shoes.
sewing
I
and,
love
and
that-
creation
first
and
of all,
clothes
this dude has
projects,
great
and that
legs,
by
and he
itself
is
seems like a
not afraid to show
nightmare.
them
And
off.
then
He's got a nice
everything
hood,
else I
he's
see
got
on the
the,
videos
like,
that she
asymmetrical
watches is
belt.
like,
I am obsessed with
that
this.
seems so
He's got a
wild.
sword too. He's got a sword, you guys. He's got a sword.
He's adorable.
I
I
mean,
like
can't
him.
Not put
Yeah.
him in Simply
S for
Marvelous. I can't say
Smarvelous.
no to that. Thank you, William.
Sword.
Okay, Mr. Pierre Marie. Another great mustache. Unfortunately, the photos in these are a little blurry. You know, he's looking good. I mean, it's more than the other.
He's looking clean.
Like,
He's
18th
clean.
Century
He's
French
like B.
inspired
Like
one
he's
that we saw
clean.
before. He is
He's old
giving,
fashioned
like,
style. He's
ball
clean.
energy here. So I'm going to put him in ball-worthy. Ooh, we have a couple. Miss Agnes Binse and Mr. Reginald Fracklin. He is looking fantastic, though. Look at his hair. You know what? I'll put them in ball-worthy. Okay, Miss Amy Townsend. Okay, I love when historical outfits have
Lots of
like a
drink-
very high
Lots of
contrast
drinking.
in
People who
them.
never
So
face
look at the, like,
consequences.
contrast details in
Must
his
be
outfit.
nice.
I
God,
love
there's sometimes people who just say
pointed,
stuff, and I was like, you have never had to
sleeves.
deal
It's
with
really,
like
it
real
reminds
life.
me a lot
Clearly,
of, like, the women in those pre-Raphaelite paintings who
Open
would
up
be
some
like
stuff here, so now I
swooning
have a
over
little
the
bit more
knights. You know
room.
what I mean? I'll
Got
put
a
some
lot of women
examples up on
claws and
screen, but like
fangs, though.
that's
Jesus
kind of the
Christ.
vibe that this is giving me. This is
got a
absolutely
lot
the
of Mr. Bones, too.
puffed elbow on the sleeve. I'm gonna put this in amazing. Mrs. William Douglas. Wow,
takes too
look
much
at
to apart
her.
for
Ooh,
lots of drinking.
is
Nothing
that
going
like a
wrong.
staff?
Look, you can just
Does she have a
parry stuff.
staff?
Honestly,
It's very like almost.
once the
court
brawl breaks out, you
gestury.
take out the
That's
sword and you
fun.
start
I'm gonna
parrying
put
shit. You don't
her
actually use it for weapon. You
under
just parry
amazing.
stuff.
So, Mrs. Arthur Paget or Mary Perron Stevens. This is what's really upsetting to me about a few of the costumes from this ball.
Oh.
Some of them were not made with culturally sensitive direction.
What?
And it's really
Rich
sad
people
because you
not
can tell that a
having
lot of
culturally
beautiful
sensitive
craftsmanship
direction?
went
I
into this piece.
say
The
it ain't
problem
so,
is, I know
Kaz.
this
Say
woman
it ain't
is not
so.
Egyptian. As I talked
Please
about a lot
explain
in my
yourself.
video on
I
ancient
am
artifacts, this was the time
floored
period,
to hear
the
this
1880s.
information.
This was when Egyptomania started really ramping up. This was when imperialism was really starting to take a toll on Egypt, and Egyptian tourism was
I
steadily
don't
on the
think I
rise.
believe
So
you.
people really did see Egypt and its culture as well as its history as something they could consume. A lot of rich people
A lot of
saw
you,
it as an
a lot of you will
opportunity,
die out there, but
to
that's a
compare
sacrifice
themselves to
I'm
the
willing to
great
make.
pharaohs and basically cosplay what they assumed they might have looked like, or just like drawing inspiration from them.
A parry themed party sounds like a fun. That's where my 6th movie is gonna go. Everyone gets a sword, and the rest of it goes to medical bills.
Okay, Mrs. Arthur Eepter. So I can't see her whole outfit, so I feel bad judging her just on like a bust portrait, but like it's pretty basic.
I almost feel like if she only
I'm
has a
gonna
bust
put her
portrait, then the
under
rest of her
dastardly
outfit's got to be pretty
Mr. Perry
lame.
Belmont. Ooh, this is a guy you can tell he has confidence. Look at his pose. Okay, he's also.
This dude's been waiting for this shit all his
Fantastic mustache. I
motherfucking
know
life.
the
This dude has
1880s
been
was kind of
waiting
like
for this
the
moment.
golden
He's
age of
finally
mustaches,
ready.
But this guy, and he
He's
has a
got that
sword.
coat over the shoulder. He's
so
ready.
predictable.
He's
But his costume
he's
really does look
waited for this
fantastic. I'm
moment.
gonna put him under amazing. Mr. Charles
He was
Ross.
born
Oh my
ready.
God.
This
I
is his
wonder if he
life
showed up with
calling.
the other guy, like the other medieval guy. Now this one isn't.
This guy's
as,
also
like,
pretty up there,
bombastic,
too.
But he has a sword. It's
He's
still
kind of
just,
leaning
like,
into it, looking at his sword.
slightly
He's like
too
he's
basic. I'm gonna
he's
put-
considering battle. He's
Because
considering
of the sword,
battle.
I'm gonna put him under amazing. Lady Mandeville or Consuelo
Damn.
Iznaga.
Her hair game,
Okay,
though,
another
on
one was
point.
just a bust. So I don't know what the rest of her outfit looked like.
A lot of swords in this party. Yeah,
However,
once
she
again, where
does have a
possibly
lot
go wrong if
going
you
on
bring a
at
sword to a
top,
party.
so, I love the pearls around her neck. She's got kind of like a.
I mean, Dark Souls Fire, and then fighting in characters and just running around and parrying each other, just pulling their own death battles and saying, "No, my parry wouldn't go against your parry because your parry."
Mrs. E.J. Woosley. Fanny Smythe or Fanny Smith? I think it's Fanny Smith. She's hiding from us.
She's hiding from
See,
us.
the train is giving it more points for me. I was gonna put her under could be better, but I love a trained skirt.
Heavy
so I'm
drinking
gonna
and
put her
bladed weapons.
ball-worthy. Okay, Miss
The most simple
Mayberg.
mix of all
Ooh,
time.
Her dress isn't the most elaborate I've ever seen. Maybe not like a ball gown, but it's like it's pretty and cute, and I love the
Victoria's
little, like,
specializing
star
in
thing she
Egypt?
has
Huh?
on her hair.
What?
Put her
This is so much
in
fucking
ball-worthy.
1900.
Mrs. Henry Levitt. The fact that she's
Wonderful.
wearing like what, like a leopard, a cheetah,
Oh
a tiger.
god damn, that's showing off your riches.
Not a fan of the poaching element.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
the
put her
most
in
like the
depths
ultimate
more, I think,
showing
about
off
it.
your
Mr.
your
John
richness.
Whipple. Oh, John.
This
I'm
bullfighter
positive
looking
this is
ass!
supposed to be emulating some kind of culture, but I don't know which one it is, and that is a failure on my part. If you know what he's supposed to be dressed up as, please let me know.
Probably something I should know as well, but
I'm gonna put him under could be better because I'm really not sure about that one. Mrs. Frederick Kernishing.
Oh shit!
This is what I've been.
Oh
waiting for.
shit!
Oh my god!
Just a straight up witch. Hell yeah.
The background matches her whole situation. I can tell that skirt would.
Which is Evo 2, yeah. You're right. You're right, Kindness Weapon. Whatever party I make with my 6 to 8 million, it's just gonna be Evo 2.
Another one. Oh my god.
Ooh,
Yo,
holy shit.
Amazing, outstanding, bombastic, never been done before, show-stopping. Like what this is, Miss Frederica.
Royalty,
Belmont,
using
later
royalty on
Mrs.
royalty.
SS
Whoever made that
Hopkins.
dress, though, 10 out of 10.
I just know this was probably really.
But some people are like, you know, they're you can see some people here are really feeling it. They didn't say just dress me up. They said, I really want to feel my outfit. I want to be this. This is what I want to be.
One of the few costumes we still
Belmont.
have from this ball is the electric light costume, which we'll get to later. I think it's last on this list. I would have killed to have seen this in person. And her shoes are cute too. Oh my god, honey, you're in simply marvelous. Mr. Frederick Harrison
Which
Baldwin.
mode is
I think
on?
his
Which
wig
mode
looks
is
like
now
shit,
off?
I'll be honest.
Which mode has immediately been turned off?
Really bad. His mustache is great. Okay, he has a sword.
Which
But
is
I
our
can't-
queer
I can't
culture.
let
Hell
swords
yeah.
Get to me every time. Like that's not fair. That's too easy. I'm gonna put him under could be better, even though he has a sword. I'm so sorry.
The sword's
Mr.
saving
William
him.
Bayard Cutting at the bottom of his pants. I've got nothing to say.
He got them Jinkos on. He got that his hammer
I think
pants.
she's supposed to be channeling like Spanish folkwear here. I wish I could get more detail on that skirt though. It looks
Oh
really
my god,
pretty.
yes,
I'm gonna
thank you,
say
game.
She
It's
looks
4.
She looks ball worthy. Mr. Isaac Bell.
Jinkos with the SNES in them. That's right.
Oh my god. Oh my, see, I'm really
Wow,
critical.
yo.
It's really embarrassing. You put a little court jester in front of me. I'm not gonna say no to that. Mr. Isaac Bell. Look at his pose.
Look at him. He's been waiting for this moment. He's born ready.
I think this video is revealing
Don't worry,
some things
Tina.
about
We're here.
Miss Whiting.
And
Well,
the
I always
clownery
say this,
has
but names are
continued.
processed.
That said,
You
the
guys already know
clownery has continued.
Oh, here we are.
But for a
the woman
completely different
herself,
reason.
Mrs. William K. Vanderbilt
Wow.
or Alva Erskine.
Game, you've been holding out to
as
me. I've
the
just gotten
hostess of the
4
party herself.
malachite ores. I've been looking for like 4
And she
hours.
does. I mean, look,
5,
she's got
6,
the headpiece.
no, 8
She's got
hours.
the
And now they
ducks.
just found like, hey,
She's
here's
got
like
this
4 of them.
Beautiful like arm capes. She's got this train. I mean,
Yeah,
okay,
holy shit.
She looks marvelous. Mrs. Peters. Okay.
Oh my god, that's just Marge
This lady
Simpson.
understood the assignment. She was like, ball, what do I know about balls? Big hair, big jewels, maybe a little beauty mark. Nothing to say about it. Mr. H. Duncan Wood. Oh, you know what this guy reminds me of? He reminds me of Mr. Collins from Pride and Prejudice. What marvelous.
He kind of does, actually.
Exemplary vegetable. I love the
What do I know
sort
about
of
balls?
cartooniness
I
of
know
this,
that
but
I
here's
like
the
big
thing.
balls.
It's very much
You like
reminding
big
me
balls.
of-
But who has
here's a
the biggest
little personal
balls
tangent.
of them
when I
all?
was in 5th grade in California in 5th grade. I don't
That
know
song
if this is
still
the way
lives
it
a
is
little
for
bit
the rest of
rent-free in
the
my
US.
head.
In 5th grade, you learned about the 13 colonies and the
like a
American
little
Revolution,
lad.
right? So we had a
Excuse me,
5th
sir,
grade
can I have a little bit
play.
more
There was some drama
porridge?
involved, and I
I'm not
ended
hungry.
Up,
I just want to
asking
fill
to
the
be
role
switched
of having to ask for more
this minor
food.
part where I literally my whole job in the play
I
was to dress up
apologize.
literally like this and stand there reading off the
He
names
tries to
of the
desire says,
colonies
yeah.
so that we could say that
It's
they
like,
were
what? What do you mean you're desiring over the
Congress.
funny witch
So,
clown
I literally
costumes
looked like
instead of
this
paying
guy,
attention to
and I
me?
was
Pay
like,
attention to me, goddammit! I need
Delaware,
attention.
Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, Virginia, Rhode Island. That was my whole role in the play. So he's giving me 5th grade flashbacks a little bit. I'm not judging him based on that. I can't judge him based off of my
Nice clear trauma. No, you can't. This is his fault.
I'm gonna put him amazing. I admire the gumption it takes for somebody with enough money to look better than this to show up looking like a cartoon. Mr. Thorne. I can
Cardies
tell
didn't
that this
exist
was a
though.
very opulent,
He didn't
like,
know.
ornate outfit. I love puff sleeves. He looks simply marvelous. Mrs. Sam Pennyman. She's got like 5 things going on with her hair. I don't know. She looks amazing. I'm gonna put her under amazing. Mr. William Douglas.
Oh, damn.
Okay, finally somebody shows up. Almost certainly repping their own culture.
Yeah, that's
So, I
crazy.
just know this guy is friends with like everybody.
Self-culture representation with the money that you have instead of pretending that you're another culture, a fragment of another culture. Crazy.
Everyone's his friend.
It's
I mean,
possible.
He just kind of gives off that vibe. So you know what? Amazing. Miss. Ooh. That's a name. Miss Schermerhorn and Mr. Thorne. Oh wait, this is the same guy from before. I can't believe this.
Oh, yeah, it is.
So I put him in Simply Marvelous, and now here he is again with Bird Girl.
Damn.
I can't put him in another category, and I would put her,
Yeah.
if she was by herself, I'd put her in Simply Marvelous because I love the bird on her head. Mrs.
Look,
August
they're just a power
Belmont.
couple now. There's just double
A
S.
lady with a sword.
A lady with a
Say
sword?
no
Oh
more.
shit. She can go to my party.
Say no
It's
more.
fine.
Mr. Buchanan Winthrop. Again, could he be of Middle Eastern descent? Maybe. Is he?
He just
though?
looks
Probably not.
so
No,
uncomfortable.
he's gonna
I'm
put him
sorry.
in
He's
Could Be
looking off
Better.
to the side.
I don't know,
That's like a
but
face I would
he
make
is
if I was
Middle
trying to pose all
Eastern.
tough.
Just make a mental note that I actually want him to be under.
Another belt.
I was waiting for this lady to pop up.
Oh my
Miss
god.
Kate Fearing Strong. Now,
All
she
right.
is actually one
Where's
of
the
most
double S
famous,
here? I'm not joking
costumes from
anymore.
this party. I think for obvious reasons, and I
The
actually
reason
know
why he's
a little bit about
looking
her
ass.
background.
The
You
only
might
wise
be able
about
to
him is him
see
being a
on her
wise
neck there's a
ass.
choker that says puss
And
on
replace the
it.
wise with
That's because everybody in her
dumb.
life called her Puss. Like that was her nickname.
Oh, okay.
Her friends called her Puss. So obviously,
Hey,
when she
y'all,
goes to this
do not give me the
costume party,
nickname
she's
Puss. I
like,
know I
"What am
say
gonna dress
I don't
up
really
as?"
care what name you call me, but do not
Now,
call me
here's
Puss.
the problem.
Please and thank
I
you.
actually have absolutely no idea how she sourced.
Yeah, fuck Cat in a Hat.
real
We got
cats
Cat
that
Hat.
are
We
part of
cut
her
we
dress.
cut the
It's a little
middle
fucked
men
up.
out.
These are real cats.
Men spelled
There's-
in.
And a lot of her dress has like cat tails, like real cat tails on it. So I don't know how that was sourced, knowing it's the 1880s. Probably not great.
Oh.
I don't think she had cats murdered for this. I mean, this is camp, so I can't put it in the bottom tier. I just know everybody was talking
Ew.
about this.
Ew.
After. To go to a ball
Even
like
if
this
it's
and be
for
the
what
person
it can be
everybody's
said
talking
about as far as this
we're up there
goes.
and ball-worthy. Now, the last
Ethically sourced, and I'm putting a bunch of quotations
famous
around this, mind you.
electric light dress worn
Gross.
by- it was worn
Ew.
by Alice
No.
Claypool Vanderbilt, who was kind of a infamous figure a little bit. She was the sister.
Put it in minus SS tier.
This
Put
is
it
one of the few
below
gowns
the
that actually
bottom.
still exist today, so we can see how gorgeous it is.
I
Of course,
retract
a
my
gown
excitement as
surviving
well.
Over 100 years
Feels
doesn't,
awful. What's my
have
quest again?
the
What am I doing?
same,
Oh, I'm killing a
look
lot of
that it
lost
would have
praise. Whoops.
had when it was
Should be
originally
killing
made,
them.
so it would have looked even better originally. But I mean, she looks incredible. I would be remiss if I didn't put her in Simply
No, she nailed it.
Marvelous.
I'm not gonna lie.
So that's
She nailed it.
all the ones that I could find from this album. Plus, I already knew about the electric light dress, so I included her myself. Hilariously, it's actually like an even downward distribution. Thanks for coming to my
I
TED
mean,
Talk.
if you have money, you should be able to do a pretty decently good job of your clothes.
The days and weeks after the ball saw a lot of comical stories hit the media. One incident involved a Wall Street party on the 27th where
The
the
aftermath.
organizers
Yeah, you
catered
ready?
it using the leftover food from the Vanderbilt ball.
Ugh.
Another paper mentioned how the cleanup crews at the mansion were scouring the floor for rumored dropped jewels and gems from guests, and one worker found one under a rug. He sprinted immediately to a pawn shop to sell it, being followed by the police, only to find out that it was just a piece of worthless glass. But overall, Alva's plan had worked. She and her family were now accepted
I would've
on
done the same thing, I'm not gonna lie.
list, which was now no longer only 400 people. William and Alva
Nice try, buddy.
shockingly divorced in
Yeah,
1895.
legitimately, nice try.
It was a huge scandal in high
Respectable
society.
attempt.
And later in 1925, their chateau-esque home was torn down and replaced with a skyscraper. If you watch the show The Gilded Age, you may remember a key conflict between the Astors and the new money family, the
Because
Russells.
people wearing the outfits
where
after
the
learning about
daughter, Carrie
you know, that'd be
Astor,
great
is
if they did
dropped
that.
from
If they
Gladys
did that, that would be
Russell's
so
debutante
fucking
because
good.
her mother, Mrs. Astor, refuses to accept the Russells into society. The Russells are an obvious stand-in for the Vanderbilts here. While the ball in the show isn't remotely close in any way to the grandeur of the Vanderbilt ball, and therefore makes the stakes less realistic to 1880s high society, it's still a nice nod to true history. So, what do we have to learn from all this? I don't really like anybody. Alva was a shithead.
I don't know if we
Mrs.
learned
Astor,
anything in that case. Then
I just don't
I
care
think I
for
already
her.
knew that part.
Mostly, I just enjoy oogling at the spectacle and
Yeah,
fancy costumes.
that's-
Anyway, so
from a
let's
historic
move on to
standpoint, that's
something
fine.
more important. Me. No, I'm kidding. This is my last video of 2022, so I just wanted to take a quick aside and say thank you all so much for all the love and support this year. I hit some really great milestones. I hit 200k subs, and I'm
Jeez.
about to hit 300k.
And yeah,
I
so
had a video
they're
hit 1 million
definitely
views for the first
way
time.
above that now.
I finished making my graphic novel about Claude Cahun, which will be coming out
Oh
from
right,
GitHub
I forgot they
next
did
fall,
that.
so
Holy
keep an eye
shit,
out for
I actually
that.
forgot about that.
And I got to
Saw one of their
travel,
previous
revisit
videos.
some old friends.
We saw
All
some
great
cool
things,
stories and a
but
Scott.
if I'm being honest, this has also been.
We got
I
excited
think,
for
one
a
of the
cat,
most
and then we got
difficult years
immediately
of my life.
disappointed by the
My health has
inclusion
never
of
been
technically more
worse.
cats.
I've never been to the ER before, but I went twice this year,
That's-
so that's great. My wonderful grandpa passed
Okay.
away in June,
Need to
and
actually
it's
kill a lot more of these
been
things here as well.
really hard. I'm doing my best to try and set myself up for a much better year next year, but
I hope it's
know
been good
most things
so
are out
far.
of my
I hope you've been
control.
doing
But
okay.
putting all that aside, thank you to you. Yes, you, for being here.
I'm a little bit
Because
late.
you all are the
I'm a little
reason
bit
that I
late,
get
but
to
you're
have
welcome.
this job that I love
I
doing,
discovered you
and
very
sharing
late, but
knowledge
I'm
with you all
here.
is the best
Can I
thing
get
that
like
I can
full
ask
credit
for.
anyway?
So, thank you for coming to learn with me. I hope you all enjoyed the holidays safely, and I'll see you next year for some more adventures, but till then, wash thy hands, wear thy mask, and have a very happy new year.
Thank you. I'm more than halfway throughout the year, but nonetheless. God, Kaz Rowe's so fucking good. Like, we've watched it multiple times on channel because I feel like it's just the right amount of energy to like say, here's something to like listen to, while at the same time, it's something to listen to without too many we need to look at the screen aspects. And you know, I'm kind of, you know, gauging like information and opinions and responses to certain things as well as we kind of go along. And like that was a really good point last time that, you know, we watched the was it Gecko Squirrel? I think it might have been Gecko Squirrel. One of my fighting game people who I watched that are from Europe, you know, someone noted that they have this is a very gamer edited video. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. There is a lot to pay attention to. While the information there is good and the speed that they talk at is really, really fast, it was Leon. Yeah, Leon Massey. It was like, yeah, you know what? I think that's why Kaz works so well for these, you know, MonHun and Chill streams, because it's just listening. They have a very good soft cadence. They speak at a good pace, so you know you can just like listen in on the information and not miss out on too much stuff. Because of that, the closed captions work very, very well, and there's no visual gags, so you don't have to pay attention to it as well to really get like the full flex of the video. I can't see shit. Merry Christmas to you too, boys. I'm also just finishing this quest here really quickly. So I have to look at the time. Oh, wow, it's 2? It's 2? How's it 2? How have I been playing this for this long? Wait a second, how have I been doing this for this long? That's crazy. That's OD. But also, Ducky's Delivery Service is a great OST anyway, and you should definitely support the game. If not the OST. If not, just tell a friend to play it, because it's actually a legitimately really good game, and more people should be able to explore and enjoy that. Ow. How go the continued escapades of K-Blasting? K-Blasting is... Today was just a material grabbing day. I just try to grab as much materials as I can, between the mix of like paintballs, honey, blue mushrooms, doing a lot more mining and hopefully getting a few more malachite ores, which I just got a bunch on this quest for some reason. Like the game's just like, hey, have 4 malachite ores, here you go. So I'm like, well, that's cool. Where did that all come from? Why did you not give me like any over the last 8 hours of me searching for it over multiple days? That would have been nice. I did finish the quest, right? Okay. I was like, the quest isn't ended yet. Why is that? I just made it here really fast, I guess. So I've just been collecting a lot of items because I'm just like, at this point, like if I just need to become more prepared. I need to collect more items so I can actually make more stuff, because I would like to go more Rathian hunting, but I need the ores anyway. So really just doing that just didn't make any sense. Jesus Christ. It's turning out that, you know, they gave me a lot of Velociprey stuff here, which I don't need anymore. So I can just sell those off for more money as well. So money's becoming a less of a problem too after all this. Like I'm almost up to 10K again. Or yeah, I was up to 10K because I sold the Elder Sword, which was kept in my backyard for ages. And he wanted to pass it down to me, the most valuable hunter in the city, where I immediately sold it to the shop. So, you know, he'll never trust me again. But you know what? I wouldn't be in this fucking problem if the Elder didn't send me out there. So, really, who's to blame? Me? But fuck you, Elder, at the same time. Like, look at all these fangs that I got here. This is one quest worth of fangs. Wait, you can't see it. It's 42. I have 42 Velocipede fangs from this one quest I did. So I can sell those off for, like, not a lot of money, mind you. But just enough money to, like, just kind of, you know, chop my coffers a little bit here. That's a real word that I said out loud. So, like, if I even sell 50 of these, that's $750, which, you know, is insanely good. I'm getting scales from it. I'm getting hides from it. The claws can also be sold for $240 a pop. And if I need to do IO-Prey stuff as well, IO-Prey stuff is also very well worth it. And I'm getting a lot of scales as well that I don't need as much. So, I don't know. I'm just kind of figuring it out. Like, this is a little bit more valuable money-wise. It's like 750 there. So I have a lot of money now. Yeah, well, thanks, Chops and Sword and Josh. It was worse. It was worse than my sword at that time. And I got a better sword because I had the money to make a better sword. So it's like, well, didn't matter anyway. Didn't matter in the long run anyway. All right, so I have a Rathian helm, okay? I don't have a Rathian torso, right? Yeah. But now I have Malachite, I don't know how to pronounce it. I already forgot. It's gone. Stuff as well. So now I can actually start making some of these too. So I can stop making. Oh wait. All right. Who could do me a quick favor? Just write down the list of. Just say scale, shell, malachite ore. Just put ore and iron ore. Oh yeah. Put malachite and iron. So scale, shell, malachite, and iron. And then if I have that in a list so I can remember when I need to pick up from the stupid box, then I can actually make some extra armor, which would be very, very nice. I would love that for me. But otherwise, yeah, we've just been kind of watching videos throughout the day and everything like that. It's been 4 hours to my surprise, and I do need to leave soon-ish. So, Monster Hunter, but content-esque Monster Hunter. We've been watching videos like all day today. You hear about this? you hear about this Monster Hunter thing? It's absolute bullshit. All right, I guess I'll write it down. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate it, Ty. Ty coming in from the top rope and immediately elbow dropping me with a shopping list. This is the roommate that you need in your life. Absolutely says, hey, if your shit under control, I'll help you get there, but you gotta take care of your own shit. What's up, Ty? How you doing? Happy Saturday to you. Hopefully you're having a good one. What you got going on today? Evo watching? Are you just Evo watching all day today? Okay, so I need the scale. Rathian scale, excuse me. Okay, scale. There we go. Let's grab all of them. Shells. I don't have a lot of them, but that should be enough. Iron. Yeah, Mocholite, and that's Earth Crystal. I need iron ores. God, I have 99 iron ores. Jeez. I mean, I think it's going to be always needed, but jeez, that's a lot of them. Snapshot your screen or that break information. It'd be a pain in the ass, honestly. By the time I, mouse into the game, mouse out of the game, because mouse inputs, the game does take mouse inputs. Like, this is me moving the mouse right now, and it takes mouse inputs, so it's like, that's just so annoying. I hate that. So, but problem solved either way. I appreciate that. Ty fucking nailed it. No, I didn't find anything new. The game just decided, hey, here's 4 Mocholite ores for no good reason. I know you've been looking for 8 hours in the exact same areas, but today we decided here's just 4 of them. On the little last quest I was just doing while we were finishing up that last Hasbro video, that just gave me 4. Like, just straight out from one source, the one I've been hunting this entire time, all 4 hours of the stream. Just decided this time, here's a bunch of them. And I got 1 otherwise throughout this whole stream. So it's just like, That's me making noises, frustration noises. But yes. And I'm not gonna sell my cut Q stuff yet. because I want to be just in case I do need to have different resistances. I'm going to keep that safe next time. All right, so what am I lacking for you right now? Oh, money. Broke. Right, I'm broke. Right. Things cost goods and services. Part and ore drop rates, yeah. And then money amounts, and then... the absolute moment that I ever hear someone in my vicinity say, new Monster Hunter games are so easy, we need to go back to the old Monster Hunter, I am going to make them lose it right in front of them. And they're gonna be like, oh, well, you never played the old one. I'm like, motherfucker, that's the only one I've played for more than like 100 hours. I know this game. I've played it. And unless you're someone who I know who's played through it recently, and that's only one person right now, Dino Please is the only person I've seen play through it recently and finished in 3 days because he's damn good at the game and played it before. It's like, no one gets to say that. And I don't think even Dino would say it's a good game. Dino knows video games in the sense of, yeah, that's not a good game, but whatever. All right, what can I sell? The Great Depression after living through an incredible economic boom. I'm a little bit fortunate that I haven't played more newer games, honestly, just for the sheer sake of, like, I don't sit there groaning, like, oh, I wish I had this, and I wish I had this. I just don't know what I don't have. So that's the only thing that's really probably keeping me more sane than it probably should be. Let me get rid of these Velocipede Franks. There's no reason to keep these, or the scales, honestly, either. In fact, I don't need Velocipede anything, I hope. And if not, if I do, I can get more. I can always get more. The claws might be the only thing I keep. But I don't need Velocipede stuff, honestly. Rubber frames and claws. Let's see, Gimprey stuff. I have over 50 scales. Like, for example, I don't think I can need Gimprey anything. Sell it! God damn it. If I do need more Gimprey stuff, I can get more. That's not a problem. I got 50s hides. Like I have a lot of stuff that I've gotten from just grinding out for this last bit. More Ioprey stuff because I was hunting some Ioprey stuff for a while there. I don't think I need anything for it, but let me just sell 20 something of these. In fact, let me switch this out because I can do this. Assuming it doesn't break. Sweet. All right. Except that's still on. But beyond that, let me turn that off real quick here. There. I can just do this for now. So you can just see what I'm selling and how much money I'm like messing around with. And like scales, I can always get more scales. Like scales are easily findable, so I'm not worried about that. And that's why I've been grinding out as well, picking up stuff along the way. Like this is why the grind session was kind of necessary because I needed more stuff so I could build more stuff. So like this is all really, really good. Tries like 10 times softer than Monster Hunter. Yeah, like tries the one that my first Monster Hunter, and it was very accessible for me while still being like fairly tough, honestly. Take a few months and we should play Rise. Yeah, I should go back to Rise, and I'm just crying. Every time I swing my sword, I just cry a little bit. I'm like, it's just so beautiful. It does damage, and I can have more options. It's good as that I got people hooked on the idea. Yeah, I will say, the idea is really, really cool. If I quit where I would have if I was playing this game, you know, I would be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. I get the idea, and I would play another one of these if they, you know, tightened it up a bit. But ultimately, it would just be like, if they never made another one again, I would just be like, that's understandable. This is rough. Okay, I don't have that one yet. Is it 13 on that, 10 on that? Nope. 10 on that, 13 on that. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, so I'll just go ahead and grab this. Sweet. Okay, now, yes, please. This song is stuck in my head because I used it for that video I made. That Street Fighter 6 video I made. Alright, so I need one more Rathian shell and then more Machilite ores. Those are the two things I'm missing, and then I have a full Rathian set. I believe. I can probably just look at my equipment, huh? Yeah. Oh, the Greaves! Oh, I thought I had... Oh god, I thought I had the Greaves already. Whoops! Okay. Well then. I have have no skills anymore because I unequipped a lot of stuff, but alright. So I need 2 sets of stuff then. If I knew I didn't have the greaves, I would have gone for that first. I thought I had that for some reason. Maybe I quit out of a game that I did have it at and I just never went back. Okay, but Rathian stuff's easier to get. Let's be clear here. Easier to get than a Rathlos anything. So that's, you know, a thing. Back to Shades Rock Rays. I feel like, yeah, that feels like obvious to me, right? But I guess this is around the period of time where people were really jonesing on MMORPG stuff, so maybe they were just kind of like, that's just the way it is, so they can make you play the game longer and stuff like that, you know? It's like, yeah, but in the long run, it's not a positive thing. That's just not a positive thing. So it's like, I kind of understand to a degree. She drives a mouse. Yeah, is that I want that? Yeah, some people are, is a thing. Say progression in the starting game is not very good. I've never heard such a negative remark from a Dino stream. Yeah, that's the most negative thing Dino's probably ever said in one of his streams. You're right. But also, what's up, Sonic? What's up, Adamant? Hopefully you both are doing well, belatedly. Yeah, this is just a sign of the times. It's just very of the times thing. And it's just like, I understand. I get it. But that's me. Sighing in exasperation. All right, shit. I really thought I had the boots. I mean, at this point, though, which is fine. At this point, it's just completely going to be worthwhile for me to just do, you know, get the leggings next time, or the greaves next time, I should say. I have the money, so I'm not too worried about the money. I just need to get more Machilite ores. If I can get the Machilite ores, I'm good to go. I'm like seriously good to go, because the Rathian shit, easy enough to find. I can kill Rathian decently fast. I just need to not die in the fucking battle, that's all. And then we should be good to go to fight maybe a more Rathlos. We're actually making some headway. I think this is what is exciting me right now. I'm actually making some headway. I've gone so long without making any headway. I'm making this stupid red wing thing. So I need one more. I need the claws. So I need to actually fight Rathlos a lot more times. But I need more paintballs, which I can't find any paint berries. So I just have to steal them from the starting chest of that quest I was doing over and over today. And then go from there. How much time do I have? It's 2:14. I need to leave around like 3:15 or so. All right, I'm gonna do one more run and see if my luck on the Malcolite ores holds out for a bit longer. I just wanted to hold out. I feel I got rewarded, and now my brain's just like, get more reward. You know, here's the alternative. What if I can't access the quest that I want to access? Then what? Then what would I do? What I would do is save my game and then go back in. A little bit of unique characters. I have not heard the character name. I saw it this morning while I was in bed. I was under morning in bed. But since, you know, my partner was sleeping next to me and all that sort of stuff, I was just like, let me just try to save that for later. And then I forgot because I have terrible memory. I assume it's a certified banger though. Tell me it's a certified banger. Just like playing Paladin because I fucking love Astoria and my Paladin background won't let me. You just broke your... Yeah, what did you just said? Fuck it. I'm breaking my oath. Completely defeating the purpose of ever being a Paladin in anything. Velocipede, yeah. Velocidromes. Actually, let me do that one. Yeah. Okay, cool. There we go. Quests have been recycled. Love when a quest recycles. I should probably have a longer OST than Ducky's delivery service, though, that said. Fuck it, we'll just do this. We can always do this. We'll just start from the beginning. There we go. We'll just keep that in the corner for some visualization as well. Undersheet in bed. It's late, bro. Oh, did I not? Wait, no. I don't need it for this one. I don't need it for this shit. Because this is like the weird, like, it's going to take me like 15-ish minutes to finish this. So I was like, I don't want to start another video. I don't have the room or capacity to start another video. So let's just go ahead and get this quest done while I have time for one more. I might just do that. Might just do that. I like how Grons is very, he's like, what if you just broke your code of honor? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I could just do that. Extremely good for listening at your leisure later. You know what? I'm listening to music anyway. Let's just do it now. Turn it up a bit. Oh, it's using like, I don't know what the instrument's called, but like that raisy instrument that is being used like in certain songs. Who I cannot think of the theme of, but that has it in there. I know it's very quiet, but I can't do much about that. Although the character select screen is definitely toned down, which is a bit of a shame. But if they want to add more characters, they probably need a little bit more of a congruent space, honestly. They're adding custom slots? Oh, shit. Pull out your sword, you jackass! Come on. There we go. God damn. Oh, that went in hard. What the fuck? That went in super hard. I like that. All right, we can also close that out. I'm getting attacked. I'm getting assaulted from behind here. You can manually adjust what's allowed. Oh, you can pull the Smash Brothers thing where it's like, yeah, you get every stage. Here's like the stages song that I can pick, but you can also randomize like what is in that mix or not in that mix. Which was me 95% of the time turning off most of the songs anyway. Oh, that's a little bit loud, ain't it? Hold on a sec here. I just want to get as many hits as I can on this thing before it runs away. God damn it. Get back here, you. Get back! Alright. Oh, I didn't hit. Shit. Alright. I am taking so much damage from this. But yeah, I love the fact that they're leaning into the fact that it's like, we have good music in this game. We should really lean into having good music in this game. We should continue that process. We put the music on Spotify, so we know Raito is very good at this. Lean into it more. I love that. Oh, that's so good. I'm so excited. Uh-oh, don't hurt me. The BBCF Improvement Mod. What's the BBCF Improvement Mod? Out of curiosity. I don't think I've heard of that before. There we go. One down. One to go. Oh, I can't actually. That's funny. That's funny and pathetic. I can't actually carve it. It's too far off the map. If I try to get close enough, I can't. Let's see. Let's sneak to it and mash X. Yep. Nope. I can't teach it. Not that it's a big deal. I get plenty of stuff after the quest anyway, but that's feels a little bit short-sighted. Oh, speaking of short-sighted, the Rathalos is here. I would love to fight you. No, I wouldn't. Love that. Love that. There's no way to deal with like the fucking roars in this game, as far as I can tell. There might be a way, but I just don't know it. But I am excited for New Uni, honestly. I think I'm just excited, honestly, more so than just being excited for a new fighting games or new releases and stuff like that. I think I'm most excited for is online play. Like any game I want to play will have very good online play. And I'm kind of in a position where, you know, some of my favorite games I just have to play online in terms of like XR and Plus R and stuff like that. Because there's like the scene out here that I'm now in and everything. And like Street Fighter 6 is actually really good, so I'm enjoying my time there. There's another Machalidor. What the fuck? I mean, great. 10 out of 10. Love that. But why is it giving it to me now? This is kind of why I don't want to quit right now. Because I'm like, I'm apparently in the zone of like the hour of the day that the Machalidors actually come out and roost for whatever reason. Muni. The U2. Someone's gonna sue. It might be you too. I'm excited though. Games I like are going to be available to play online. And so even if like the community around me doesn't really want to jam out on it, then it's like I still have something to do. Well, it's just more, yeah, just generally more robot back as well. I'm glad it is finally being embraced to have good online. You know, there's been a lot of maybe not so much nowadays, but like a lot of direct effort into trying to like appeal to more of the Western audiences when it comes to fighting games. And the real issue is like, generally most fighting games do appeal to some level of audience. The online just needs to be good, because we can't just go down the road and always play someone near us, unfortunately. I missed the joke. The band U2, or is there another U2 that you were trying to reference in that? I was just putting it into a pun situation. But if so, if it's outside just the band U2, yeah, unique, yeah. Oh, I did miss the second level joke in there. Oh, that's good. I thought you were just saying General Under Night in Birth 2. Damn, that's good. I was buffeted by my own brain cells, all two of them, trying to collide with one another to create a spark of an idea, and then immediately missing and hitting each corner of my head, thereby canceling each other's out via the shockwaves that they combined created, and leaving my head empty, dissolving like Pac-Man, having a marital dispute with his wife. Sorry, I'm still thinking about that video. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's close in Japan, so it's like, cool. In your area of Japan, you have a higher population density with a pretty good internet infrastructure that does not need to go very far. So anytime you say it works fine, it's like, yeah, you're right. It does work fine there. Does not work fine here. I can fit a few of y'all into, one of our states. So it's just like, they're not sitting on those laurels anymore. They're actually making the efforts to make stuff happen. I think they were a little bit spooked by Strive exploding from just being kind of a nuanced game into like the main stage game for like a whole year. But Street Fighter 6 was definitely like, somewhere along the line of Street Fighter 5, they looked at Street Fighter 5 and said, stop making Street Fighter 5, release some characters as quickly as you can with the B team, and move the fuck on. We gotta recuperate. We gotta think about what we've done. Just lost terms, right? Yeah, okay. And I already did the mining, so we're good on that. Sweet. Everyone has their same conditions when it comes to the internet structure or physical locals to play. Yeah, it's just like, and especially now that they've lost so many of the arcades, it's become even more important for them to have like solid online as well. So it's like that's been a huge change all the same too. It's like, well, the recognition that it's like, well, we have to make console ready games now. And really add in more for that one-player aspect, because people are going to be at home playing the games, which is a huge, huge change of difference. So I would be curious to hear it from the inside of people who are working in the fighting game community over in Japan, from the U.S. side, or I guess of the English-speaking side, Western side, I guess I should say, and hear, what are some of the changing opinions and thoughts and stuff like that. Because I'm only last left off of like one person who used to work, was working at Arxis Games when they were producing Strive, and left because of frustrations with the company. Just because it's like, I've been trying to explain these things for so long, and you just cannot get anyone to listen, especially as a Westerner. And a lot of it was around rollback, and they finally got there, but it was just like so frustrating. I don't know if it maybe had to do with like any sort of game balance or anything like that as well, or how they were building the game, so that might be part of the frustrations too. Hard to say. Oh god. Oh no. I'm gonna get run over. Yeah, Indiana Jones, baby. Yeah, trying to match for the whole town. We'll talk about rollback later. That's all the effort they want to put into that. Ah! Let me out. Let me out, and let me out safely while you're at it. Okay. Move, 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 move. It is. It is very much like a 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Well, I would say 2 steps forward, 1 step back, honestly. Because I feel like getting rollback has been, while it feels like it's been in the limelight most prevalently when Sajam started talking about it, and then immediately got banned by Capcom and never got to appear on like any of their streams for a long freaking time. I feel like outside of that, like that big deal was just like it's been a fight that's been going on for a long time. You know, after services like GGPO were put onto the limelight, and it was like, well, if you're gonna re-release this game, you got to have some sort of level of rollback with it. And I think that's why a lot of Western game makers, most notably Iron Galaxy, were the ones who spent the time, you know, to scoop up all these older games and put rollback into it. Okay, get a few more of these out here. Roll sideways. Ah, bummer. So I feel like, you know, now that rollback has been put into any game, and it worked to some degree to say, you know, the online play is a increase in experience now, and it has shown that it is, wow, I actually hit that thing. It has shown that it has, you know, done very good on player retention, attention in the media, on the Western side of things and whatnot, that it was kind of like, it was almost free real estate in a regard that, you know, they just got the, Gear got to just walk in on and just say, this is mine now, very, very easily. And it took it from a very nuanced, small game that, you know, having like 128 to 200 people was like a huge event to now it's 2,000 people at EVO in a second year at EVO who are still playing the game and traveling for it and everything like that. And that says a lot for a game's longevity. So that's super nice. Yeah, private live kind of works. It seems they got to a point where it works for the most part. But it's like the accessibility to actually, once you connect, it works well type of thing, is still steps better than a lot of what was kind of done before. Where it's just like, well, it doesn't matter if we connect to someone or not. I'm basically paying people like in state or next to my state. And that's just the best I can do if I want a decent online play experience. Otherwise, you just kind of have to deal with it. There was a period of time where we had to decide between Xbox and PlayStation 3 based on how good the netcode was. And I settled on Xbox because you could pay for the services, and it gave you a slightly better online experience. They had slightly better servers than PS3, but the PS3 was free. So people settled on that because they didn't want to pay extra for online play. So it's like both sides were understandable, but because of that, we were split up too. And crossplay is a real big surprise. Yeah, I did not think we were going to see that very often, but they're getting on that too. They've been thinking about it all the same. It's really impressive. 96 Strive, despite liking the character and system of Strive more. It's all shaped for spin effects. Yeah. For quite, or I should say allegedly, because it was around the same time that he was exiled from being on Capcom anything for a long time. Now they seem to be, you know, redacting that a little bit, because if you want some of the most popular people to be, you know, talking positively about your game or talking about your game in general. So, and when the long run is, oh, rollbacks in the game, Sajam was right, and if there was a reason that they really, you know, stopped him, then it's just like, well, you kind of got to walk that back to some degree there. You got to walk it back to some degree. Have you been watching Evo much? I've been watching parts and pieces. Obviously, I can't watch right now because I'm streaming. I was considering putting Evo on for later in the day, but I'm like, I got to leave around like 3:15 anyway, so I'll just figure I'll just watch a little bit while I'm getting ready and all that good stuff, and then watch a bit though. But Mr. Naps, like Tekken Mr. Naps is playing? Melty? This is one of those things that's like, it's weird to see Mr. Naps playing another game, but it's one of those things I nod about and say, who else would have the capability to do that? A high-level player from another game who understands the meta of the game in a completely different light and can embrace the better things about it by watching other players. And they're already a high-level player, so tournament matches do not affect them in the same way as other players. it's very interesting to play people who are new to Street Fighter 6 and are playing Street Fighter 6 a lot more and are technically what I would consider better players than me, kind of falling short because I'm just like, they're like, oh my God, I'm so nervous. It's like, huh? I'm just like, huh? I'm just playing a video game. I've gotten to the point where I've gone full circle. It's like, yeah, I could be nervous. I could be overwhelmed, sure. But, you know, that just goes away bit by bit. So that's very interesting. Holy shit. But Melty of all games, though, is like the surprise, right? Mr. Naps has been the Tekken god for ever since I started getting into the fighting game community. I always knew about Mr. Naps. Looking like he'd been living up in the mountains for years, and then he cleaned up. I'm like, why did Mr. Naps, like, de-age 15 years? He looks younger than the first time I ever saw him become a fan of his Brian. Oh, gosh. But yeah, unless you're a Steam player, then you get paid for the expensive-ass PC. Yeah, I would love to be paid for an expensive-ass PC that runs everything, but I'm running the potato mod on my Street Fighter 6 because I just want to run it as smoothly as possible. My PC is struggling to keep up a little bit. But here's some stuff. Sweet. Let me pull that up as well. The 14 volume. Appreciate that. Hell yeah. I'll read through that in a bit here. All right. Well, that said, thank you all for hanging out. Greatly appreciate it. We got a lot done actually today. We legitimately, I feel like, have gotten steps further than the last, like, literally 5 streams. I'm not gonna lie. This feels like the first time I've accomplished anything since, like, the last 5 streams. And I'm really just, like, I'm charged about it. I'm jazzed. I'm fucking jazzed about that. And that's really, really satisfying. It's insanely satisfying. So, there might be an out. There might finally be an out. I might have good enough armor to fight Raplos, and I might be able to fight Raplos, get those claws, get the item, and then maybe the rest of it will be some decent level of sailing from here on out. So I'm really, really trying to stay positive about that. Yeah, hopefully a sign of things to come. So as a reminder for next week, I'll be streaming on Monday as normal. And then from then on out, I will be out of town because I'm going to be going to the Long Island Retro Convention this coming weekend, or the following weekend, I should say. And then I'll be back again the following week, Thursday. And I'm going to spend some time putting that into my calendar and all that sort of stuff and everything. So that should be good. So obviously you all know that Evo is going on, but I know that Evo is not for everybody. So I'm not going to raid you all over to Evo, because if you are interested in Evo, you know where to find Evo. It's a zero-sum thing, you know where to find it. But if you want to hang out for a little bit longer and see someone else I recommend, I'm going to send you all over to Flannel Cat, who was hanging out a little bit earlier as well. And thank you for the shout-outs on the vacation. I greatly appreciate that. It should be a very, very good time. I'm glad to actually do like some more smaller convention stuff and see some friends of mine who live in the New York area. So I'm actually jazzed to be taking that trip as well. Just, wow, Naps fucking did it, huh? I was going to try to go back over there and see, and I was a little bit too late. But I got to see that match a little bit later. But let me send you off to Flannel Cat here before I get into the weeds of talking about more fighting game stuff like that. Probably no stream on Sunday because I should still be hosting friends locally to watch some Evo finals. But if they happen to say we don't want to do this anymore for any reason, then I'll probably just honestly just do a co-stream all day and just hang out with y'all. So, you know, if you see me streaming and you want to watch Evo stuff, I will be doing that, and I can actually answer questions and all that sort of stuff. But until then, take care of yourselves. Have a good one. Stay safe out there. Stay cute, as always. And until next time, which would be Monday, so make sure you roll by and say hi before it's too late. Peace.